Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for checking out the stream today. Coming on in here, we got a special stream for you today. Is our Washington Huskies, our local team out here in Seattle, have found their way to the national title game. This is a very rare experience. Only even the second opportunity we've had in my lifetime to be in this position. Granted, the playoff system has only recently been applied here at the college level, but you could still have national champions crowned even back 20, 30 years ago. It was just more of an inexact science. There wasn't that final game to sort of determine it. But it was a hell of a ride back in 1990 when the Huskies got themselves a national title. It was a hell of a team that was certainly deserving of that title that they shared with the Miami Hurricanes because, of course, those two teams didn't end up playing. But yet we're both undefeated at the end of the day. Well, we're going to get a determination today, and it's only even more fitting that it is Michigan in this game. There's something sort of poetic about this, is when the Huskies were having those great runs there through the late 80s, early 90s, it was oftentimes that you found yourself in the Rose Bowl playing the Michigan Wolverines. Sometimes you get the better of them, sometimes they get the better of you. But always a little bit of an unusual rivalry, quite frankly, being that they were in two different conferences, albeit though we know next year the Huskies will be in the Big Ten and will be playing Michigan on quite the regular. So a little bit of a preview here for what may come into the years to come here, as well as we've got a good view tonight of some NFL talent on this football field. You've got Braylon Trice, Troy Fatanu. On the Huskies side, of course, their collection of wide receivers, even a guy like Jalen Polk, who I don't think comes out this year, will eventually be a prospect, a good pro prospect at that. And same, even more so is probably true with Michigan's side. They probably have more total players that'll be drafted in this draft. Huskies might have more of the higher end guys in the top, maybe have 3-4 guys taken in the top 50. But Michigan will probably end up having the ending more pure prospects taken when it's all said and done. But you also get a fun game tonight, which is going to be a game of different styles. Michigan loves their smash mouth. They're not trying to throw the ball necessarily down the field and hit you in that way. There's going to be a lot of the dink and dunking and just trying to pick you apart. Meanwhile, you have Washington, who's going to drop back and let it rip. Michael Penix is going to throw the ball all over the football field and try to give this Husky a team a chance to be explosive and to put some quick points up on the board, get some quick drives. So a little bit of also a change in difference in styles, which is kind of cool about this game, making a little bit of an unusual one in that respective thing. So appreciate you guys for tuning in tonight. Thank you for checking on in here. I know the Hawks season has come to a close, and there's many that have kind of started to probably go, okay, I'm kind of out now here on the team. It's over. But I do appreciate those coming in the chat, hanging out with me here tonight. I want to get more of these kind of streams going where we're doing necessarily some, around Hawk content, around NFL content. So we'll probably be doing some streaming of some of the playoff games into this playoffs and whatnot as well. So prepare yourself for that. But we got a great offseason planned as far as covering these free agent period and the draft that'll be coming up. So lots on deck here. Let's see what's up here to my people here before we begin, as I'll be doing the play-by-play today. All the way throughout. Megan, starting us off with $100 donation. Megan, oh my God. Starting us off great here today with a bang, I guess, huh, Megan? Thank you for the $100 donation. Sorry about my voice today. We had a late stream, so it's probably going to come and go a little bit tonight. Bear with me on that one, as we were a little bit late last night on the live stream show. But Megan, thank you for the $100 donation. And all of your support to the channel. My people have just been amazing, and you as one of them, as the forerunners that helps make this channel roll and allow me to do what I'm able to do here. So thank you for that, Megan. I really appreciate that $100 donation, and I hope you're having a good night. I hope you're feeling a little bit better, and guys still on the path of recovery here. All is well in that respect of things. Megan says, B, we all saw the drop off with Woolen this season after his blinding start in 2022. Do you believe this is usual for a second-year player to have such a profound drop-off after such a brilliant start? What can be done to prevent it from happening again? I'll be honest with you, Megan. I am collecting my thoughts a little bit in regards to Woolen, and I'm not to a full final place with them yet on these thoughts, because I think that you bring up there's some stuff here that's concerning. And stuff that I don't know if there's just the easy answer of saying, well, you bring him back next year and it'll be just fine. In this modern era, Megan, offensive attacks will seek to get blockers on basically every one of your other defenders, and they'll leave your cornerback unblocked. They'll put the position of the ball carrier in a spot where the corner's going to have to tackle him one-on-one. He's going to have to do his job. And when I look at really good defenses across the league, you have corners that tackle. The Niner corners will tackle. They'll get in there. And I worry a little bit, especially I was listening to KJ Wright's show last night talking. KJ was sort of intimating a little bit that he felt like Tariq read his press clippings this offseason. And so I'm really, on this one, Megan, I've really got a couple of variety of thoughts going through my head on this one. Is the kid going to become a better tackler? Is the shoulder the issue in it? Is that why he didn't wrap up as much? As he just couldn't, he needs surgery or something's going on with the shoulder or just needs to recover? I don't know with that, but that's got me a little bit thrown off. I wonder, okay, as a receiver convert, I know he's new to the cornerback position, but does he maybe just not have that want to tackle, that physical? He likes the cornerback and being a corner and covering guys, but he doesn't like the tackling part. And that's the part that I worry about, because in this day and age, you can't hide your cornerback on the edge like you might have used to. I think 20 years ago, Megan, you could take a corner that couldn't tackle, and it wasn't the worst thing for a defense. But I feel like now, if you don't have a corner who can tackle, really good offenses can attack that on the regular. And he's got the size at 6'3". He's probably got to add some strength to his body. He's just a string bean out there, still in year 2. At the end of the day, I guess, Megan, I would say you come back and you roll back next year with him on a cheap deal still and see if he can get better. He was really good in coverage this year. I will give him that. He still held up well on that side of things. He was very close to having a couple more interceptions to his resume where he just dropped the ball. But I will say this, Megan, if there was some team that was really, how do I put this? If there was a team that would have us sell him at his highest return, so to speak, where there's a team like, well, we'll give you a, nice pick for this, there might be a temptation on my part to lean that direction. I love Tariq, and I'm not chomping at the bit to see him moved, but I'm also worried about the lack of tackling. And if we had maybe had 10 other defenders on defense that were just straight dogs that got after it, then maybe you could get around this. But the fact that you have other positions and players that are not holding up their end of the bargain on that side of things either makes me worried about this. Makes me concerned. So it's kind of on that one. This one's definitely on the coaching staff to make the internal decision and whether or not he's got it in him to do the tackling stuff, or not. But I'm rolling out a sophomore slump, and there's a little bit more to it than that as well on top of it. I have hope for him for the future on it, and maybe the shoulder thing. Again, there's so much to this stuff sometimes, Megan, where it's never sometimes really easy to really kind of pull between the layers of what is the truth on the situation there, where maybe the shoulder's been fine for 5 weeks. It is purely an effort situation, or it's as KJ Wright intimated, where he was reading his press clippings this offseason and guys like me posting hype videos of him, and he's like, yeah, I'm that. And instead of just doing that hard work he had done the previous season, and part of why I really loved that first year and what he brought, Megan, was that he was going from that rough tape in college where he looked like he could barely play the position to, from how he was rolling at the league, and when he got in there, everything was really on point. He was in the right position. His feet weren't flopping underneath him. It was really good. So on preventing it from happening again, I don't know if there's a prevention technique here. He's got to take on the want and will to be a better tackler, and that just comes with personal responsibility. Does he have that or not? That's the question at hand as we go forward, Megan. And, he is cheap next year, so this is not a high-cost risk. You have club control for him after this next year. So if you determine at that point he's not going to be a tackler, but he may have some value in the league, then maybe at that point you would look to move. But it would be in the best interest of everybody if you just lock back in on tackling, got better, and we could trust him and Witherspoon on either side over there, and we could make this roll. That would be the best thing to happen. But I am I am a little worried, Megan. When I got to start getting concerned about effort, want, and will from a football player, especially a defensive football player, there's going to be a little bit of pause there, And he was at the forefront of all that cigar smoking and grabbing his crotch at the end of the game yesterday, and just I like Tariq. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a bit worried as well, Megan. Thank you, though, for the $100 donation. I really appreciate all your support this past year, Megan. You've been awesome in every respect, and, of course, everything you do as far as a mod for the channel as well. Robbie Red says, go Dogs. Go Dogs, Robbie. AB says, go dog, go Dogs. Whoa, whoa. Megan says, this will be the only time as a USC fan I'll ever say woof, woof. Dogs, as I really hate Jim Harbaugh. You're not alone as far as a Hawks fan in that respect, man. AB7 says, Penix to Seattle? It's possible. It's within the realm of, I could see the connection happening. Seattle's going to be drafting, I think, right around where Penix will theoretically be taken. But I'm not certain of it. Some of it, maybe a bit determined by his performance tonight, as funny as that sounds, where he goes from being a guy picked around the 12th to being picked into like 7th or 8th. I already think that he solidified himself as a first-round talent. I think he solidified himself as a top 20 player. But, C.J. Stroud showed you last year, you can continue to improve your stock here in this playoffs, especially a quarterback. Say nothing about the other players. Daniel Boyd, Barry Sports Highlights. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Drunk Squidward. Black Monday so far. Another Smith fired. And Ron Rivera, along with a couple of coordinators. It's not been the blackest of Mondays yet. It's been pretty tame. Pretty much what we expected across the board. Few more Seahawks. Well, last year, Woolen was good, but no one would really throw his way and throw at the other corners. But because he had two corner studs, they attacked him more, and it showed. Yeah, I mean, I don't have much as an issue the completions given up. I mean, let's take a look at Tariq here. It's more of, for me, that ground game stuff, but even that, like I say, is very much potentially could be as much just the injury thing coming up. So last year we had Tariq targeted 65 times. He gave up 41 receptions. This year he was targeted 68 times, gave up 38 receptions. So technically speaking, he gave up less completions this year, though he gave up more total yards. This year he gave up 549 total yards to 391 yards last year. But for me, it's that run defense where he went from 47.8 as a run defender grade to 37.3, which matches my eye test and what I saw. And he basically was the same poor tackler, because he was a poor tackler last year, which just wasn't maybe as much on point. And that's it, more than the coverage stuff. I don't worry a lot about him there, but I do get concerned about the tackling a little bit. And again, hard to say with that shoulder. Maybe the shoulder is the cause here. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Thank you for mentioning that. Please hit the like button, folks. Jose had a great little video he dropped here this past 24 hours here on Coach Carroll. Worth checking out. Don Mata says, why do you sound lower today? Kind of like Thanos. We did, I think I did about 12 and a half hours cumulatively of talking yesterday. So I went way too long in my post-game discussion last night and tapped out the voice. So you're going to get a low. You're going to get a real low today. Perfectly balanced, as everything should be. That's how I'm calling the game today. The Washington Huskies set up 1st and 10. It's going to be struggling today, the voice. I ain't going to lie. It's going to be holding on for dear life a little bit today, Don. U2K says, long live the Pac-2. Go Cougs. More like Pac sad. Paul Zusia says, Hawks, Giants, Sunny Six Killer. That's one of the greatest names ever. Jordan, everyone is picking the Michigan Wolverines to win. That is for sure. That is to be sure. Adrian X, did you see Brendan's video on Woolen and Spoonby? I didn't have a chance to. We were up kind of late into the stream last night, Adrian X, and then I woke up today and just got a couple of things posted out for members of the channel, and then got this thing going. So I basically kind of rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and then hit the live button. I was exhausted after yesterday. Exhausted. Doug says Woolen needs to change his name back. That he does. He needs the second you drop, and this has never been a good thing for any player. Any player tries to shorten their name or change their name. No, I'm not Snoop. I'm not Snoop anymore. I'm Snoop Lion. How'd that work out, Snoop? Yeah. Got to keep it original. Stephen Grahn, I want a new quarterback for the Hawks, but pick 16, all the best quarterbacks will be taken away. Indeed, you've got a high likelihood of that being the case, especially from a top 4 standpoint in this draft. The one thing they could potentially do, Stephen, is if they were really in favor of loving a guy like Penix, if they really determined that was the guy for them, I think they'd have to be that guy, because I think that the top 3 quarterbacks are going in the first 5 picks. But if we go into like pick 7 or 8 and you're at 16 and you say, what's going to take for go from 16 to 8? And they say, hey, you'll have to give us a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick or something like that, or a 3rd round pick this year and a 3rd round pick next year, then maybe that is enough as far as not a big cost to go up there and go get Penix if the team does determine that they really do like him. But I think that this is part of why I've also thought a little bit that, Stephen, we will be angled more towards picking that quarterback 2nd, 3rd round rather than the 1st, because of where the value in those particular rounds fall with those QBs. Because all the 1st round QBs will be gone. You end up waiting to 2nd or 3rd round, because that's where you can pick a 2nd round QB that is a 2nd round QB, or a 3rd round QB that has a 2nd round grade. The value is better. More Seahawks. Woolen had a similar season to Patrick Surtain, and he's supposedly a top 5 corner. Good point. Good point. I think Surtain definitely had a little bit of a down year, though, by Broncos standards. I think that they would look at him and say, this wasn't the year where, he was his typical Patrick Surtain self. Even this year, I would say with Surtain, I mean, the coverage numbers are a little down at 64, but it's not horrible. But he doesn't have any 30 grade numbers. His lowest grade in run defense, his lowest grade is in coverage of 64.7. He's got almost a 79 run defense grade, an 84 tackle grade, 69 defense grade. And that part and Woolen are similar. But that's why I'm trying to be specific to it. Me just not really locking as much on the coverage part as it is for me just that the run defense and the lack of tackling is bad. And it's so bad that it's a little bit of an anchor around the leg of his coverage. And that's what's making it tough for me a little bit going forward with him. Not to say I'm looking to bail on him, but just he's got to get better as a tackler. Jordan says, I think Woolen's issues stem from attitude and also still being new to the position. Unfortunately, I do not think Pete is going to be the coach that will get that attitude fixed. I hope I am wrong, but you're speaking to a little bit of the struggle I'm having internally with this as well. Yeah. Doug Smith Rattler will be available. There's good QBs that are underrated. Yeah, Doug. I think, though, on some of those, you'll be able to get those in the 2nd, so you won't be as pushed or need as much to grow into the 1st to grab them. But I think there's a lot of interesting QBs in this draft. Rattler is one of them. New Blacks, I try to put Woolen more in man coverage with the whole defense. We literally have the 2 best man cornerbacks in the entire league. I agree with that, or at least top 2, top 6 or so at least. I get what you're saying. I think it's on point. As I've pointed out last night on the show, and as I can show you on a myriad of different items, New Blacks, we have things that we do well that we lean away from utilizing as a team. I've called it the counterintuitive nature of things, but that is what it is. You have a team that, for instance, just to give you one little taste from last night, of course, I'm sure you saw this last night. Best team in the NFL according to EPA, running cover 0. Best team in the NFL according to EPA, running cover 0. Blitz heavy scheme. Man-based scheme. You run at the second lowest amount in the entire NFL. Counter. Intuitive. You do something that works, but you lean away from leaning on it. And there are so many things about the 2023 Seattle Seahawks that was very much the case. And I do think that there are firm reasons for that. But then when we come down to playing man coverage, you have a coaching staff unwilling to play man coverage. You're not wrong. You're completely right. But you just don't have the coaches that are willing to do that. Yeah. Huey Bo Nix might be available at 16, but I would throw up in my mouth if we picked him at 16. Dear God, no. Not there. Jordan, we need to be a man coverage team. Next season, the team's built for it. Zone is just putting the team in a bad position defensively. Agree with you. Agree with Nubelax. Don't think the coaches are willing to do that. I mean, they had all that data this year, you guys, right? This data was there halfway into the season. They're given all the analytic numbers we all have access to. They're staring at those numbers. The numbers are telling them, yes, this is what you do good. They look at those numbers. They look at those sheets. They flip through those sheets, looking at up and down. They close the sheet up. They set the sheet on the desk, and they say, now we're going to go run zone. They did that all year. So I agree that we should do it. We should do the man stuff. You guys are right, 100%. But the coaches aren't going to do that. They're going to stay in zone. That is all. That is what we do. That is who we are. And I know I think we just have to be realistic in our outlook about what the team's willing to do and what they're not willing to do. And 12 years into the Coach Carroll experience, there are things that he's unwilling to do. And this was a just peak moment to me of having a variety of things like the man-based coverage concepts that you could utilize that you leaned away from, even on a defense that was struggling mightily. Don't want to blitz, even though that's what you do well. Yeah, didn't do it this year. I don't think you're going to do it next year. I could be wrong, but boy, I don't see how. Stephen Grahn, at least some of our young guys look like future stars. Hall needs to bulk up. Hall definitely needs to get some improvement going, that's for sure. And I do like the young guys we got on the roster, Stephen, for sure. We got a lot of good young talent, no doubt about that. Vegas says, the Hawks Nest, thanks, B. Totally agree. And yes, I am concerned too. Yeah. Love what he is in coverage. Just that anchor can turn heavy around your leg when it comes to tackling because you can't hide corners like you once could. Jordan says, after hearing KJ on his podcast for over an hour saying everything else but Pete is an issue, I am absolutely done. The lack of accountability shows, and the lack of immaturity comes with it. Yeah, so I did enjoy the show with KJ the other night, and I think that it's very hard when he gets put in this position of having to be too hard on Coach Carroll. I'm sure he's caught in a bit of a pickle with that, so I can't rake him over the coals too much for it. With that said, he was doing backflips. If you guys saw the Oceans, Oceans 12, where the guy's got to steal the Fabergé, and he's spinning through all of the laser beams. KJ Wright last night was spinning through all of the laser beams and avoiding putting any of this on Coach Carroll's plate. And that's where, as you guys heard with me last night, I'm not in that place. I don't. This isn't a coordinator issue. He hired the coordinators. You can't come at me with this as a player issue. You brought these players in. You know, this is the team you wanted. So the whole, it's everybody else's fault but mine. It's not me. I mean, I got to do better, but it is really at the same time everybody else's fault. Doesn't add up to me. And it felt like last night they were right up on the line of being, okay, take it to the next step here, KJ. I know why you won't, but now take it to the next step here. You know, I mean, KJ's talking last night about how he knows the 4-3 over defense and he can show you every little adjustment you need to do to that. And they've gone to this new defense with all of this complexity, right? And the one thing that stood out to me when KJ's talking about that, which is he did not address, is that you moved off the 4-3 over cover 3 defense because it was no longer working. He's intimating that like the answer is to go back to the 4-3 over defense. But there's the reason you went to the complexity is because the simplicity was getting shredded. Part where he loses me on that one. I get that you understand every adjustment in this defense and you don't know the adjustments in this defense because you didn't play in that kind of defense. But the defense was broke. Its day was done. Its day had long passed. That's why you had to transition to the new defense. And even in this transition, it's the base philosophies are being attacked in the same way they were in the old defense because your base philosophies are still there in this defense. Yeah. I did like the podcast like that last night from KJ, and he did a good job, great job those guys did with the passion and presentation. But on that part, you lose me a little bit. He loses me a little bit on that. Or said I'd be okay with the quarterback at 16 if it's either Caleb Drake or Jaden only. All gone. Herbicide looks like in the top 5. We do have the opening coin flip coming up here with the Huskies in Michigan, so this game will be starting soon. Cameron, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Hope everybody's well. Hope you're doing well. Your 2K Knicks is better than Gino. Yeah. Okay. New Blacks, Penix defense going in the first round just depends on where. Yeah. He's going top 10. Steven, I wish Pete would retire. I'm worried if they fire the guy that gave us the best years of Hawk football we played, we'll be jinxed. Yeah, I would wish the same. I don't know if we'll be jinxed necessarily. I think we've done incredibly right by Coach Carroll. I think we've given him a lot more time than a lot of other coaches would be given throughout the league in refinding his footing. But retirement would be nice and simple here. Robert Coppersmith, I think with Washington's receivers and Penix, the Huskies can pull it off. And why would you hate a winning coach? Don't buy into the NCAA narrative. I love Harbaugh, of course. So I don't have any problem with Harbaugh, but I know that some people in Hawk fandom, it's back to his Niner days and some of that existed between the two of them. Some of that, the fire that was there and that rivalry, I think, still kind of bleeds over a little bit. But I'm okay with him. All right, Space in the house. What's up, Space? Hello. Space, did you see Woolen after the game? I did. With cigars and all that. Steven says Vrabel will be a great coach to get. I'm sure he'd rather be here than that crappy old Nashville. I'm sure he would like it here too a lot as well. I love it. Vrabel's a very good coach. Word on the street is he's trying to kind of get out of there. He's not too happy how things are breaking down out there. Talon Deal. I keep thinking about how when Pete took over the team, he had leadership on the field left over from the Holmgren era. Mike ran a very tight ship. I wonder if that helped Pete's Legion of Boom early success. It might have. I mean, it was Talon. It was a year removed from Carroll, and we got the opening kickoff here to Michigan. So bear with me here on the chat just a little bit. And nice job of covering up the kick at the 15-yard line by the Huskies crew. Was that Bruner out the gate coming down making the tackle there? No. But remember with Holmgren, he had been a year removed where more had been in play. And then also remember with the Talon how many guys they spun through on that roster through the first couple of years where there was really not a lot of remnants kept of the old. It was kind of, now to your point though, Brandon Mabane did remain. And Brandon Mabane is a guy that a lot of Legion of Boom players talk about as being that underrated leader not talked a lot about, who was actually very vocal and very much a part of the process. 1st and 10 here for Michigan. They're going to be in shotgun with J.J. McCarthy. Inside give here to Corum. He's going to wind this inside for 4 yards. So it is kind of true, I guess, in a way, Talon. But we did at the same point the year removed, and there was a lot of turnover. But Mabane was a huge voice as that one guy carrying over, at that time. Good to see in the house. Barry White Brandon up in here? Oh, well, yeah. Shotgun, 2nd and 6. Michael Penix back, J.J. McCarthy back. Quick stop, drop, comes back underneath after his first read. 1st down. Snail in the house. What's up, Snail? Thank you for the $10 donation. B, I hope we have an awesome offseason. I slept on it and hope whenever Pete ends up leaving that he gets followed by Lane Kiffin. I think he's number one. I think he's a good coach. B, I want to see Seahawks Twitter meltdown. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you talk about the Seahawks Twitter going crazy in a bad way over a hire. I think they would have Lane Kiffin. First and 10 here from the 32-yard line. Hand off. Corum in kind of outside zone run out of shotgun. And nice little run by Corum for about 6 or 7 yards. What if you're concerned today with the Husky and the Wolverine attack here is that they ground and pound. They keep down McCarthy's number of attempts to a bare minimum, grind on the clock, keep the Huskies' brilliant offense off the football field. It's going to be a challenge for this Husky team. And you saw there Braylon Trice, the guy they went after, a guy who's got good size for the position, but he's almost a little bit more finesse in his approach to playing edge, where you can go after him a little bit in the run game. Second down and 3. Heavy front by Michigan. Another run by the tailback there for a first down. So 3 carries right out the gate. Lane Kiffin's a guy that I've struggled with a little bit, Snail. You know, from this time to being there at the Raiders to, I think he had the whole Tennessee thing where he just suddenly left Tennessee in a weird territory. Seems to bounce around a good deal. But he also seems a coach that's held in decent regard, you know. I also struggle because he is kind of like, Nepo baby, Monty Kiffin's kid. How much is that given? Some of these guys are sometimes given a little bit of extra like juice because of that. First and 10, play action pass. McCarthy under pressure here, off balance, rolling to his left here, manages to complete the ball for a first down. That's a nice throw by McCarthy. Pressure on the play, but not able to make it hold up there. First down and 10, 12 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun look here. Give is right up the middle. Another nice run, still on his feet. 13, 14-yard gain there for Mullins. A little mix of Corum and a little mix of Mullins here. A little dual block, pull another guy back across the formation. Mullins, nice balance on that play. Wolverines into Husky territory. First and 10. 2 tight end look here again for the Wolverines. Play action pass. J.J. McCarthy dropping back. He's under some pressure, and he's going to get taken to the ground here. Huskies get it done. Braylon Trice getting some early pressure there with some nice dip. Kind of flushed him up into the front of the pocket where the big dogs could take over down there. Second and 14. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Again, McCarthy and shotgun. Hand off inside here. Nowhere to go at first. Bounces out of the pile, and he's out into open space, and he's gone. Touchdown, Wolverines. Edwards able to just bounce off the pile and then reverse field. And no one was home there for the Huskies defense on the backside. You get those 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field, and you really thin things up over there to the left side where there's just not as many defenders there to pick up. You get a hat on a hat, and it's just out into the open field. 8-play, 84-yard drive in 4 minutes and 46 seconds here for the Michigan Wolverines. But Snail, thank you for the $10 donation, and I'm having an awesome off season. I got some stuff in store here and planned up here for the channel. Keep getting things expanded up here. Take a couple little breaks here. Go see the moms out in Hawaii. Got to do my due diligence with that type of stuff. Got to go out to paradise to be a good son. But thank you for the $10 donation. Lane's done a good recent job down there. What is he? I think he's at what is it? Mississippi, Ole Miss, I think, is where he's currently at. And he has done a pretty good job out there in the SEC as he's been there. But he would worry me just a little bit, Snail. Just a wee bit for me. Thank you, man. The $10 donation. And by the way, Snail, let's go get Cam Ward in the 3rd round, man. He announced for the draft, brother. Let's go get Cam. Let's go get your guy. QB of the future right there. 3rd round. Maybe more Seahawks. I thank you for the $2 donation. I hope someone will get fired today. Anybody, please. Yeah, I don't think it's coming. I think that they're going to, we'll see if I'm wrong on this. Just my prediction. I think this is going to come down to being ruled a player problem. You know, the coaches will be like, yeah, we got to do better, but it's also a player problem. It's really the player problem. Yeah, we could have done this, but it's really a player problem. I don't think they're going to go to internally on this one. Partly because I think Carroll's just done it too much. He's already spun so much through coaches. I don't think that it lands with ownership that, okay, we're going to want to move on from these other defensive and offensive coordinator now. They're not doing good. Coach Carroll, you've gone through quite a few of these guys lately. What's going on? Just not right fit. Just doesn't fit up. It's not a fit. I don't know. I think if I was an ownership point, I'd be going, yeah, you hired these guys. You determined these are the right guys you wanted for the job. So, Steven, I went to school down in Knoxville. I can't stand Lane K. I had him in lame train. See, that's what I'm talking about. He's got a track record of previous stops not being the most well-respected guy. And that has me hesitant with the lane man. The lame lane man. U2K, Titans win what? What have the Titans won all while playing one of the weakest divisions? Sorry, you missed response mails. Guard Knight in the house. What's up, Guard? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for the $5 donation. This is Brando. All of the locations you visited, which has the most gals per capita? Ooh. I would say Southern California. Southern California certainly seems to be slightly female heavy. Maybe if not that, then Tempe. Phoenix, you know. Kind of feels like that there too. But maybe just felt that way too because it's all so hot all the time and you just can't wear a lot of clothing. And maybe that part just stands out to me a little bit. But those would be I'll put my votes down on the host, Garth. Devo Martel, thank you for the $5 donation as well. It's good to see you in the chat tonight, and I hope you're having a good one. It says, good to see you, Brandon. I don't always chat, but I'm always watching. Thanks again. Well, thank you, Devo. I always appreciate anybody watching in the chat. However you consume the content, but to consume the content is the most important for me. So I thank you for watching, and of course for all your support, Devo. And one of my many OGs I've had on this channel that have been with me. It definitely feels like years. Member of the channel and all that support. Huskies going to take over here at the 25 with a pitch play out wide. They'll take it for about 6 or 7 yards. Nice little run there. Good to see that here. Of course, we're watching with the Huskies back, coming in with a tough little injury. Dylan Johnson, he took that pitch play there and looked pretty good with a nice hard run there on first down. But appreciate you, Devo. Thank you so much, man. And you got to come a little closer. I need you to be a little closer here. There we go. Michael Penix dropping back here on 2nd and 4. He'll cast this out to Jalen McMillan out for a nice first down catch. The Huskies can match this Michigan opening drive. Appreciate you, Devo. Empty look here from Michael Penix on 1st and 10. Huskies doing a lot of motion here pre-snap. Wolverines seem to recognize what's going on. Low snap for Penix here. He rolls out to his left. Flicks it out in space here for a nice little 3-yard, 4-yard completion there. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, you watching on the Skycast view through ESPN? It's basically an all 22 angle. I hadn't. I've got this on Fubo, so I was watching through that angle of it. I didn't even know that thing existed. Some of that stuff's a little too much for me when trying to watch it live. It's cool to see the extra angles on it, but inside run here for 3 or 4 yards. Sometimes if you're too far back out, it'd be hard to do as much of the play-by-play. But maybe I'll try to check it out here before the end of the game here. We'll take a look at it and see how it looks. Thank you for the donation, Garth, for Double Dono. I will take a look at that here. All right, 3rd down and 5 here. Back in shotgun is Penix. Quick flick out in the flat here. Woo, nice broken tackle there in space by the Huskies. Getting upfield there for a 1st down. Great job. He looked like he was corralled out of the backfield there. Saab from Michigan came up, looked like he had him, and he just sort of pulled backwards his way out of the tackle. Hit the reverse and just sort of pulled his way out of it. Huskies onto the Michigan side of the football field at the 42-yard line here. 7:20 to go in this 1st quarter. Shotgun. Look here for Penix. Quick throw out. There's a blitz. Can't quite get the throw on the right spot there. It was a little bit rushed on that play, was Penix. Holy hand grenade, you mentioned you had heard Jody JS, and Hawks top brass said to be at the game to potentially look at either Jim or Kalen to replace Pete. So what I think you're basing that off of is this. If you can read that, that's verbatim kind of what you just said. But take a close look at the man who's posting that at the top. 2nd down and 10. Shotgun look here for Penix. Inside handoff. We got a flag on the play. Probably going to be a hold here by the Huskies. So if you'll notice, the man's name is Baker Breadman. And unfortunately, I think you've been had by the bread man. He's gotten many people on Twitter. He's known for trolling in this way. He's gotten me at one point. I'm not going to be proud about it. He got me. Okay? He got me one day. But that's his shtick. And he definitely is, he's a very clever little troll. Clever troll. I don't know why we got a television timeout here. Something happened. Somebody was injured, I guess. Mark says old school Huskies anthem, Purple Rain and Bad to the Bone. Hell yeah, let's go. Go. What's up, Flag in the house? Keldon, hello. Keldon, we like Kellen DeBoer, but he's only been there for 2 years, so people are kind of starting to warm up a bit, you know. Mom says, I can't wait to see your face in person. We'll make it happen, Mom. We'll make it happen, I promise. Ewan says, why can't any team in Washington tackle? It's the wet weather. It's the wetness that's always around. It makes our hands naturally slippery. Well, Buff says Cardinals kicker save Pete's job. That would be funny if the decision just came down to that. Well, I guess we've got one more win than loss, so we'll keep him. It's possible, Bo Pup. I'm not saying it's not out of line, but that would be hilarious if that's really their process. Liam says, hey, Brendan, tough season for the Hawks. It's hard for me to get excited about new players with such fundamental issues like coaching and schemes. Looking forward to your upcoming offseason content. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely cover, and how you can add and help the talent of this team and where the team can find some advantages in order to improve the stock of the team. But like you, I share a reticence to believe that certain things are going to just be fixed on their own by merely adding some more talent across the board. And then, as I've said, I think even in a great year, if you're able to have an awesome offseason, what are you adding more? 6, 7% more talent to the team overall, really? It's not like you're going to add some incredible swaths of moves that you make to like turn this whole team around by that method solely. You only have $2 million of functional cap space. You don't have the methodology to take that approach. You're minus a second-round pick. You don't have the methodology to take that approach. So you can only get so much better from a talent standpoint. If we want to see improvement from this team, it's going to have to come in those things that are the more major issues on the team that have long not been dealt with. Is that going to occur and happen? Hard time saying, yeah, it will. Because the team and Carroll have never given us any indication that they truly will take those steps. Whether they will acknowledge that that's what they need to do. What happened there on that play? Uh-oh. Husky player got rolled up there on that play. One of the linemen. Yikes. Was that Johnson who got rolled up on again? Boy, the kid just can't catch a break. Oh, you feel horrible about him. The guy landed right on his leg, right on his side of his foot. That's brutal. 2nd and 10 for the Huskies. Quick little bubble screen out in space here. Still up on his feet. Wow, great blocking by the Huskies there on the outside. Odunzie able to get up the field. Looked like about a 6 or 7 yard gain. I think even he was surprised as he got about 10 or 11 yards into that run. Then like, I'm still on my feet. I'm not tackled. Roy Fatano out there in front, showing that he can get out in space and block. 1st and 10. Huskies on the 26-yard line. Dropping back to pass is Penix under a little bit of pressure. Throws a little bit of an errant ball there. Sometimes what you see with Penix is when he starts to get on the move a little bit there, the accuracy does not always hold up. It's not necessarily an easy throw, but 2nd down and 10. Pistol look here for the Huskies, 4 wide receivers. Michigan's rocking that 2-man front that the Hawks like to go with the wide 9 technique on the outside. Penix is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage here. McMillan goes in motion. We got a fly sweep to the outside here. Well blocked up there again by the Huskies. Almost a 9-yard gain. Good job by the Husky receivers in this game of getting upfield on these kind of plays. Odunzie and McMillan not just kind of going up there with like soft feet, so to speak, right? You're just sort of toe tapping your way, like, oh, where's contact coming from? But really driving forward there, getting that ball up the field, making some nice cuts. Staying right behind. Boy, is that Johnson back out there after his foot rolled up on? Oh, that kid's just a warrior. 1st and 10. From the 17-yard line. Inside handoff here to Dylan Johnson. He'll take the 5-yard carry. That ankle's got to be sore as hell on both sides, I bet. 1st down run there. Huskies answering with a nice drive after Michigan's open and go. And you can just see even as he moves that those feet hurt. If you ever have both your feet hurt at the same time, you're just walking like you're on pins. 5:29 to go here. From the 9-yard line, Penix and shotgun. Inside give here to Johnson. He's corralled up and taken to the ground. I don't think that's going to be a gain of anything there on that play. Nice play there by Junior Colson. Colson, currently my highest rated middle linebacker in this upcoming draft. Real rugged defender and a really good tackler, as you saw there. See him just work in space, find the player. You're going down. Colson working with the cast on that left hand today. 2nd down and goal for the Huskies. Jalen Polk will take it on a fly sweep here. Polk moving around the edge. He'll get a game about 2 yards before he's taken down. Well, Hand Grenade says field goals and Ian Rappaport said the same thing, B. Oh, my bad then. Maybe this is Breadman setting up the deal. I thought when I see the Breadman posting it, I'm like, oh, he's playing his games. That's interesting to hear. Very interesting to hear. 3rd down and goal. From the 8-yard line, Michael Penix is just going to call a timeout here. Is that the Huskies' second timeout already? They've taken his half? Yay. Not great. Not good. Don, how you doing? It's good to see you. Robert Coppersmith, I hope you're right and the Huskies win by 7. Greg Waters, Orange Cat. She's always up with me on every broadcast here, Greg. She's my co-pilot. Co-pilot on these broadcasts. Michael Lovelace says Penix is an average quarterback with elite receivers. Whoever drafts him will feel cheated. I don't know, man. He makes some throws, some big-time throws. But he's hard. He's going to be a tough prospect for a lot of folks to, I think, figure out exactly. Official Duke 14, who I got winning. I just worry that Michigan's going to be able to lean so heavily on that ground game and control this game, where even if Penix and company are able to move the ball a little bit, that you just don't have any answers in the ground game. I want Huskies to win, absolutely. But if I'm being honest, I don't know how they can answer the physicality and kind of bully nature of the line that Michigan brings, the running game that Michigan brings. I mean, they got a multitude of running backs they can throw at you. Makes it hard. Huskies should stay in this, but it's going to be hard. Bless you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys for that. John Hobbs in the house says, hi, peeps. Go Dogs. Go Dogs, John. C. Lord says, Penix will have to go into an all-universe quarterback mode for the Dogs to win this, I think. Yeah, me too. Me too. Flying Sabbath, you have yourself a great night as well. Snail says, B, don't forget Lane Kiffin worked under Pete. Yeah, another we just can't get out from under that peach tree. If it's not Dan Quinn, it's Lane Kiffin. Jason C., University alumni here. Go Huskies. Hell yeah, Jason. Go Huskies. Michael Lovelace says, Bo Nix has the best completion percentage in D1 football history. He's the best quarterback in the class. Bo is better quarterback at the college level than Herbert ever was, and look how bad the Chargers are without him, I think you meant. Bo getting some love tonight in the chat. I can't quite get there myself on it, but he seems to have his fair share of folks, Michael, that definitely are rocking with him. 4:04 to go here, first quarter. 4:04 and Penix setting up in shotgun. He's going to come up and change the play here. Michigan with kind of a light front, 3-man front here they're running. They do have the linebackers behind them, threatening to blitz into the gaps. And they're going to bring a little bit of a delayed blitz there at Penix. Penix overshoots Odunze there on that play. A little bit of pressure there on Penix. And I think he got a little bit jumpy there on that throw. Washington actually blocked it up really well, gave him a nice little lane to throw through. But he, I think, started to feel that backside pressure there a little bit. Yeah, he just ball's sailing just a little bit today on Penix so far. Maybe a little bit of those nerves. Kick here by Washington is up and through, so they'll take a 3. They'll get 3 up on the board here. Michigan's 7. 6 degrees of Pete. Exactly. He's the Michael Bacon. He's the Bacon of coaches. Johnny Utah Kiffin worked under Saban too. He helped Saban change from a traditional run first, play defense, and field position team to an offensive powerhouse school. Saban showed he could change. It's true. Saban definitely did roll with the times, Johnny. Absolutely. I need to bring the Alabama offense out of its own late 80s crustiness. We just have to score more points in Michigan, man. Moda says, we looking at our new head coach? I don't know. I don't know if Jody's really willing to. It seems like off the heels of this season, the initial reaction seems to be that Pete's just coming back, no doubt. But as Ole Anchorney was mentioning, I guess there's been a couple of sources that are reporting that we do have Jody at this game, scouting out potential coaches, which would in itself be an indication the team seems to have some motivation here to go that direction. I don't know what to make of what, though, with this a bit. I'm a bit kind of confused on this one of where it's really at. It would seem weird to me that you'd be out there looking at and talking, scouting with other coaches when you have still not yet fired your current coach. That would be a bit odd to me. Not that it's not going on, but just it's unusual. And I don't know how to feel about it. Is it you dipping your toe? Like, maybe we want to make a coaching change. Or not. I don't want to jump in. I'm just gonna dip my toe. Oh, no, it's too cold. It's too cold. I don't know if that works. Trevor Stinks? Which Trevor Huey? Brando, I'm streaming the Must Skycast off the ESPN app. Might not be able to access it on Fubo. Yeah, I'd probably have to. I might be able to get it on my phone here. I'll take a look at my phone. I might have the ESPN app on that. Nice job again by Washington Huskies here. Second straight time on their kick coverage unit. Getting Michigan pinned inside the 20. J.J. McCarthy will come out and try to lead the way for another drive here with Michigan. Roland says McCarthy doesn't look like a Pro Bowl doesn't look like a pro quarterback for some reason. No, he doesn't look like that to me either. He's the hardest quarterback I've had to be sold on here with all the prospects in this draft. Like even those guys that are in the third round that or second-ish round that maybe have a flaw or two, but you can still get it as to why they're a pro prospect. I'm missing the boat on JJ. Hand off here to Corum. Huskies, good job rallying to the ball and getting him down to the ground there on a short gain. He's a little bit like the Kyle Wilson for me of this draft or the Malik Willis from a couple of years ago where I just don't get the hype when we're talking about this guy becoming an NFL pro quarterback for your team. He's a fine college quarterback, don't get me wrong, but he strikes me as more of that. 2nd down and 7. Play action pass. McCarthy dropping back here. Throws a nice ball down the seam there. It's Wilson for a first down. As I say, though, there are sometimes just these quarterbacks it doesn't end up clicking with, and I can certainly have my share of them that I'm wrong about as well. Huskies there working off the play action, everybody taking some heavy steps towards the run. This opens up the things on the back end for the pass. You can see a great little all 22 angle there from the back showing just how you got the defenders sucked up there on the play action, and Michigan quickly over onto the Husky side of the football field here, 1st and 10. Empty look here from McCarthy. Drops back to throw. Throws it a little wide. Ball almost picked off there. 2nd down and 10. Kevin O'Connell says, bro, congrats on the 8-hour video. Can't tell you how nice it is to hear you all talk and shop into the wee hours of the morning. Thank you, Kevin. I was having a great time going as well, man. It's always a ball for me. That's part of people ask me, oh, man, it's got to be so hard. You're on the grind. It's like, this ain't a grind. I'm just chopping it up with my people. It's quite easy for me to mostly get through and do that because it's that way. I really love doing it. But I'm glad that it also resonates out there, because if it didn't, then it wouldn't do well there. We got another big run here, and boy, he's gone. Another just housed run here by Edwards of Michigan, untouched in the end zone through the B gap. And that's his second run that he's housed in this game. Washington's defense struggling against the run here early on. Michigan already 8 carries and 115 yards in this game. That is not ideal. That is what we call not ideal. Michigan offense rolling. Hoo-wee. Huskies rocking the 4-3 over front. Wow. Huge hole. Huge hole. Huskies with some miscommunication looked like prior to the snap there and trying to figure out what was what and who was who. Snail says, B, I went through the last couple of days of field goals on Twitter, and their website don't see anything about the team looking at other coaches. So, maybe they removed the post. Maybe they got tricked and removed it. Freaking bread man. Playing grenade. Pete is coming back. He needs to be a head coach only. JS needs full control. No more Pete telling DC to run his defense and not letting OC run his offense. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Kickoff goes in the end zone. Huskies will take over the 25-yard line with 2:23 to go here, down 14-3. Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. I'd like to see the same holy hand grenade. I just don't think Coach Carroll's got that willingness to do that. But it would be nice to see. And Garth, that was a nice pass to Wilson there by McCarthy. That's not the biggest of windows to throw into. All right, Michael Penix in shotgun here, 1st and 10. Huskies will come out here with 3 wide, 1 tight end. Too high safety look for Michigan. Penix scrambling, keeps his feet, is able to get about 6.5, 7 yards. Go Breeze says, I was hoping Pete would do the right thing and step down, but that is not happening. I actually think John could be successful with a different coach, and definitely with new ownership. Yeah, I've been a little bit intrigued potentially by John. I've been uncertain about him. No, wow, they only gave him 5 yards for that. God, they've marked that spot back a bit. 2nd down and 5. Pitch play here to Johnson. Huskies trying to run the ball a little bit here. Not much to be had against this tough Michigan defense against the ground. Maybe about a yard there at most. Yeah, I'd kind of hoped it would go down that way too as well. Cool breeze, and we don't seem to be, that doesn't seem to be something that's on the table right now. Mike says, God, this D is awful. It's a struggle. Michigan double A gap, mugging the blitz. Mugging the blitz. A lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage here on 3rd down and 5. They're bringing it. Penix drops back to throw. As McMillan, great tackle out there in space by the Michigan defender. McMillan was fighting his butt off to try to break free and get to the 1st down marker, but Michigan's defense tackling it up well. 4th down. McMillan tried to kind of give him a little hesitation there to get him to fly right by, and he stayed with it there. Nice job of wrapping up there by the Michigan defender. And the Huskies are going to be forced to punt. He wants JS to go with Pete. He's as much to blame as Pete. He's been terrible too. It's a hard assessment on that one for me to make just because I don't know who's made what decision exactly. If I knew more information on it. But I'm okay with a fresh start at this point. All the way around if we got to do that too. Either way. Megan with another $20 donation. Megan, thank you for the hundo and the 20 drop. Very kind of you, my lady from Danenda. Says heading out for a bit, B. Still not over this migraine. Maybe back later, but if not, see you soon. Well, thank you for all your support on the channel here today, Megan, and always for all your support on the channel. You have yourself a great day and get that liquids, get some water and all that. But I hope that migraine's feeling a little bit better as the day goes along. And I appreciate you. Another run here by Michigan out in the open is Blake Corum, 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards, back, forth, winding his way down to the 20-yard line. Washington Huskies just have no answers, defensively speaking, for the round game of the Michigan Wolverines right now. Big run after big run after big run. Pistol look formation here. Huge hole for Corum to run up. And then he just winds his way back and forth up the field there, taking it down to the 20-yard line. Eesh. They're getting out-muscled. Pure Michigan muscle coming downhill at you right now. Megan, thank you for your all your donations. I appreciate you for that. Do get better. Holy Hand Grenade, let's say hypothetically the reports are true and Jody is looking at replacements. Does this mean that Jody has no plans to sell for maybe 5 to 10 years? Yeah, it's my guess at this point that the folks that are saying that there's some sale coming down like next year, as soon as we pass the period where you don't have to give the proceeds, 10% of the proceeds to the city of Seattle, that we're suddenly going to be sold. I don't buy that. I think instead what's going to happen is there's going to be a lengthy period of time that she's going to allow this to breathe out until she gets to the point where she's going to sell. Yeah, there will be a sale that comes down, but I think it's more in the 5 years out range myself. My opinion has been that I don't think that we sell before 2027. And that's maybe the earliest place that we would sell. And if that's the case, you're going to be needing to look for a new coach anyway at some point. So the whole she doesn't want to hire a new coach. Well, if you're going to be that long in owning the team, and I think she wants to own the team that long because it's one of the few assets that exists in the Paul G. Allen Trust that continually gains value in the more years you wait. You sell, summer of 2025 versus waiting to 2028, 2029, you're talking about $500 million more in the sale, if not more. So there's a little bit of a built-in, from her standpoint, I think, of it's in some of my best interest to kind of prolong this out like she's doing with the Portland Trail Blazers. This is more proof of it. They've been, quote unquote, up for sale for a long time, rejected an offer. Because they're a sports franchise. Sports franchises keep increasing their value year after year after year. So it's a little bit different from the other assets that have to be liquidated in the Paul G. Allen Trust. But I do think that there's no imminent plans to sell Holy Hand Grenade. Not like soon. Z-Lord says somebody check on the softy guy from JJR. He's probably having a struggle moment right now. Cecil Musiak, Michigan's the more physical team. I'm afraid they will run over them all night. Want the Huskies, but it is what it is, Cecil. That's what it's been so far. They're just taking it to them. It ain't anything fancy. They're not doing fly sweep outside. It's just coming right downhill at you. Cobra Soft, he's going to have an aneurysm tonight. Huey says, again, Huskies one of the worst tackling teams in all of college football. If offense doesn't put pressure on teams to throw, it's going to be a long day. Yeah, they're going to have to find some answers here. Michigan's not going to overthink this. They're not going to suddenly get pass happy just for the hell of it. If they can run on you all day, they'll just keep running on you all day. We saw this with Harbaugh teams back when they had Frank Gore going against us. Blake Corum, a nice run there, spinning and dipping through traffic. He only gets 3 or 4 yards. Huskies seem to have him right there at the line of scrimmage, though. You said, I don't buy it. Who could possibly be at the game as the head coach other than Harbaugh? And definitely ain't picking the Hawks. You be bringing them positive vibes. Oh, angry. I don't think any of this is happening, by the way. B could be right. And the bread man just did a hell of a job fooling them also. That effing bread man. That effing bread man. Why does he do what he does? Some men just want to watch the world burn. Another run here for Michigan. Good job by the Huskies rallying up on that play there. This will bring up a very important early third down here for the Wolverines. Junkerman says, heart attack. Huskies at it again. See, Lord of Bravos. Hire Michigan can tackle, apparently. Hire Harbaugh, Jody. Laughing out loud. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. And man, you dropped a ton of donos last night. Thank you for all that, Garth. Says, if Jody is scouting Harbaugh for a conversation, I'd be stoked. Pump out some good Husky vibes, Orange Cat, if you're feeling it. If not, no worries. Let's see who the kitty is. And Michigan's going to call a timeout. They don't like what they're seeing here on the field. You got the Huskies tonight? Huskies? 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 Okay. I know. You slept all day. You don't need another nap. No, you don't. Why don't you watch the game with me? Watch the game with me. You really need another nap? Is that what you really require? Thank you, though, Gar, for the $5. I'd be stoked if it was the truth too. I don't know if I buy that bread man story though. I don't know. Go Breeze. I never saw anything from Rappaport on the issue. Let me know if I'm wrong. Jody won't fire Pete. Shaking my head, and she's definitely not looking for a replacement. Yeah, I don't think it is. It was just this. I think I'm not sure, man. It's hard to say. The world we're in with these trolls and everybody coming up with these very hyper calculated trolling things, and they think it's hilarious. To me, it's, as I've often said, I think trolling is most of the time about the most lowbrow humor that you can get to. Yeah, New Blacks, Michigan's going to have about 800 yards rushing in this game at this rate. JMG says, looks like the Huskies stole the Seahawks run defense. And it might have been Huey. Rose Bowl might have been the true national title. I think the Huskies will find some fight here at some point here in this game and pull this back through a little bit, but Michigan's taking it to them right now. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. Thanks for reminding me of that, Mark. We're trying to also get up to 15,000 subscribers this month. We are inside 100, folks. We are down the straightaway. We're down the stretch to getting to 15,000 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. You can help me get to that spot as we're rolling along. Kubri says Jody is selling to an ownership group that she leads in-house. very well could be the way that this goes. We've heard rumors that she wants to buy a stake in the ownership group, even if she does have to sell it technically. So that does track to what we've heard. See, Lord says, scary thing, this looks even worse than the Seahawks run D. It does. It has looked pretty bad so far. New Blacks, why the heck does she need to keep waiting for all this money? Well, her job is to liquidate the assets of Paul Allen so that it can go into his philanthropic pursuits. And so the timeline of how she has to liquidate that, though, is at her discretion. So there's not as much of a rush behind it. It's just that she's trying to maximize that, I think, in part. You ask why? Because she does get, I think, a piece and a portion of all of these proceeds of liquidation, and that she wants to buy a piece of the team. So she wants to maximize her, I would guess, her chunk in order to get that piece of the team. Dropping back to passes, McCarthy here. Boy, nice play out there by Jabbar Muhammad. He's just a fun corner to watch. And he was bounced on top of that short route and knocked it away. Great play, big play in this game as Michigan just looked like they were going to just start steamrolling this thing. Play the ball, keep your man off, keep your arm off the man. 32-yard attempt here for James Turner. He's 16 of 19 on the season. Missed one against Michigan, and he has definitely a little bit of a pedo stash going. All right, kick is up and just sneaks it through the left up right there. 17-13. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Would the Michigan offense be considered more modern than Seattle's by NFL standards? Yes, it would, Garth, because it is an offense with a rushing attack that can attack you in every different direction. You're going to get different movements, and the linemen will pull in every different direction. They'll attack with every type of different run, pitch plays, inside zone, counter back the other way, wham blocks coming back across the formation. They also throw to the middle of the field. Harbaugh's not scared to attack the middle of the field in the passing game. So those two things right there are more diverse than what the Seahawks offense runs, consistently at least. But I will say to your point as well, Garth, it's not like he's running, the trend-setting offense du jour of what's going through. I mean, that's more Huskies and what they're doing, the spread concepts and really just opening up the field all over the place. But it's at least an update from where we're at, I would say. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. Great to see you in the house, and thank you as well for being a member of the channel. I guess run defense just doesn't exist in this state this year. Oof. Yeah, it's been a tough year for tackling and run defense in the state of Washington. It's been an uphill battle. I got to get back to the tackling sleds, tackling dummies, get those pads off this offseason. We just start taking the pads into the tree. We had a dude back in the day in high school who put his pads on, and people be driving by his house. This psychopath would be doing sets, 3-point stances, coming off the ball and whamming into his tree with his pads on. Probably worked good for him, but we need to do more of that here in the Pacific Northwest for some of our guys. Quick throw out here to Odunzie. Nice job there of just backing up about 3 or 4 yards after the catch to get the first down. Nice throw there by Michael Penix. Get a feel for a little bit of that arm strength on that throw. It just comes out real snappy. 13:09 to go here in the second quarter. Michigan up 17-13 on the back of 235 yards of total offense and a devastating ground game. Oof, nice catch. A little bit of a high pass there. I think that's a Dunzier who was able to pick that out of the air. Penix has been a little high on some of his throws today so far. Not a Dunzier. That was Polk. Very nice catch by Polk. Huskies up around the 50-yard line. Inside give here to Johnson. He patiently holds up in the hole and then tries to find a little bit of a crack of daylight there. May have gotten about a yard or two. Not much space to get through there. 2nd and 9. New Black says the Huskies said, hold my beer when I said that there can't be any team worse than Seahawks on run D. 2nd down and 9. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Michigan showing a blitz. We got a false start by the Huskies here. Steven says Bezos' wife should buy them. He's from Seattle. I wonder if she would do that just as to get it back at him, right? Ex-wife. Right. Oh, I know you want to buy this team. I'm going to buy this team. How about that? Me and Jody are going to buy the team. What do you think about that, Jeff? What do you think about that, Jeff? Center got a little rocky there. A little rocky in his stance. 2nd down and 14 for the Huskies. Michigan's secondary doing a great job of communicating here early on. Penix dropping back to throw. Hurried. Loops this ball up over the top. Actually, a very good throw there. Polk almost looked like he had a chance to make the catch, but I don't think Polk thought that ball was going to get through. Chris Jenkins, fine young player off the defensive line there, was bringing the pressure. I think Penix might have put that ball right in there for Polk. I think he just kind of, I'm not going to show a replay, I guess, but didn't look like the worst of passes. So Huskies today, 2 of 4 on 3rd down, 47% for the season. Empty look, and this is going to be a high degree of difficulty. Get this one. Michigan, a lot of defenders around the blocks. They're going to bring a blitz here with the empty look. And Michigan and Washington, again, is going to false start here. Yikes. Come on, guys. Tighten it up. Yui says Jody's not scouting for coaches at this game. She's a rich Seattleite, attending the biggest Seattle sporting event in over a decade. Her parents have deep U of W ties as well. Oh, well, that makes sense. We're gonna get a little tunnel screen here. 3rd and 19. Michigan going with a high safety look here. Penix dropping back to throw. Whips it around through here to the, I believe that's McMillan. Still will be far short of the 3rd down. What does Washington do here? Does DeBoer feel like he's got to go? He's got about a 6-7 yard play here to get the 1st down. 1 timeout here. Looks like they're going for it. Feeling like, man, we're going to have to score some points here. 4th down and 7. 10:40 to go. He's got Odunze matched up top with off coverage, 1-on-1. Penix dropping back to throw. Lets this rip through the side. Oh, he had a man wide open. Oh, he had a wide open Romo Odunze and just missed the throw. It went to the back shoulder. I think Odunze thought inside. Oh, he had him wide open for a big play. Odunze is still probably running to the end zone there. Completely broken coverage. And I think he's just trying to throw him away from the leverage there. He's got Odunze going towards the safety, so he's trying to just throw him back, but he probably had to give it a little bit more air underneath it to make that happen. Or throw it right at Odunze, put it right on his body. Huskies lost a big opportunity loss there for the Huskies. Is that may go for almost a touchdown there, or darn near close to it if he makes that catch and throws on spot. I see what Penix is trying to do there. It's not just a pure misthrow. He's trying to throw him open essentially a little bit there, and Odunze is still kind of going to the middle of the field rather than floating back out away from the leverage of the safety. Cart says there may have been a Nordstrom's ribbon cutting in Houston. Maybe that's why Jody's there. Tiana, conflicted because I love your content, but I can't stand the Huskies. Good luck all the same. Well, thank you, Tiana. If Washington Cougars were in, I'd be doing the Cougs. If it was another one of Washington teams out there doing something, I definitely would be showing some love for them too and support for them. But I get it. I do get it. I tell you, it stands out here on this side of the state. I was last couple of weeks, I've been trying to go out to. I should just order from Amazon, but I was just lazy about ordering it. So I was trying this last week to go through some of the malls out here in Spokane and try to go find a store that had a Husky, any kind of Husky merchandise. They got nothing out here. It's all Gonzaga and WSU. You get a lot of Kraken, you'll get Mariners, you get Seahawks, but they don't touch the Huskies out here. It's a real thing. Snail says, I like this so far. Seahawks get the W to end the year. Huskies getting embarrassed on national TV. It's been a good weekend. Go Cougs. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. Says that would be brilliant if Jody and Bezos bought the Hawks. We could have the first female kicker and Nick Mangold's sister could play center. # woke Hawks. The ultimate revenge. Bezos been dying to buy a team. He got edged out of the Washington deal because Schneider didn't want to sell to him. But then now he gets the opportunity to finally go buy a team, not just buy a team, but buy a team from where his local area he's from in Seattle. A team he was probably rooted for for years. And then here comes the ex-wife to kneecap him. Just out of spite. It is pretty funny. Yeah, Michael inches away from a touchdown, man. Penix just got to give a little bit more air underneath that ball for if he's going to try to throw that open. He put it a bit too much on the line there doing Dunzia. You want to layer it in just a little bit at that point. Play just might loom large. You might be right on that. All right, Michigan takes over here with good field position at the 48-yard line. Pistol look formation for McCarthy. They're going to run the ball up here. Nice job there. Getting up into the hole by the Husky defender. He really filled the hole well there. 54. Nicely played. 2nd and 10. Pistol look again here for Michigan. Play action pass. McCarthy surveying the field. He's got all day in the pocket to figure out what he wants to do with the ball. Boy, that's great defense, it looks like, over there by the corner for the Huskies. He throws to Wilson. Looked like he might have had it for a second there. Not Wilson, sorry, 18 here for Michigan. Had it for a second, but great job to get his hand in there and punch the ball out by Hampton. Very nicely done to stay competitive through the course of that whole route there by Hampton. 3rd down and 10. This has been a key. Last week, you saw the Huskies run a lot of blitzes with Texas. Here they're going to go 4-man front against Michigan. Oh, there were a little bit of a late delayed blitz there. Overthrow by McCarthy. Great stop by the Huskies defense. Boy, did the offense need them to pick them up a little bit on that one, and they did so. Well done. Huey says, no dog merch in the Palouse, baby. It's a real thing, man. I thought like one store would sell at least one freaking Husky shirt. Not a shirt, not even in Walmart. It's like, do you want to get your building burned down? We dare you put some Husky merch out there. Like, we're in the same state. I'm sure there's some Huskies out here on the east side. A few. All right, the punt is off. And it'll go into the back of the end zone. Huskies offense will take over the 20-yard line. Nice stop there. See Lord Bravos, I'm tempted to see how Brennan Nelson's doing. He's probably a little frustrated. Cool Breeze says Romo, Odunzie challenge impossible. Say Romo and Odunzie challenge. It's it's Romeo. I'm having a hard time with Romo. There's all these names now. It's like Devin Witherspoon. It's not Devon with the O. No, you pronounce the O with an I sound. It's a Devin. Like, can we just stop? Mothers with these names, can we please just stop? Let's use our grammar. Let's use our consonants, vowels. It's all sounded out correctly. Why not just put the O on the back of the name at that point? Romo Odunzie. Easy. You don't confuse the shit out of people for years. WSU in the house. Well, I graded my sister's WSU. It's a tough college for me with WSU. I don't think I'd get any work done if I was out there going to school. I had a friend who went out to WSU, and he was just potty, like a Beastie Boys song for 4 years. King Henry, Cougar fans are bitter. I'd be too if I was a Cougar. Roland says that was a really big hold. Now Penix can shine. Come on, Michael. Come on, Michael. I guess his pumpkin ain't about no husky. Call them Bo or Mike. Exactly. Give me easy pronounceable names. Al says, I think Clint Hurd came in here to coach the run defense. Maybe so. We know we got Harbaugh's younger brother in the house with some of his coaching staff helping him out in this game, so maybe so. Huey says, Huskies might settle in here. They've got to push the ball down the field, be who they are. Dance to the girl that brung you. That's right, man. Let it hang out. I like the fourth down going forth by DeBoer there. Understanding, look, we're going to need to score some points here. This ain't a field position battle game. This ain't Alabama, Michigan last week. We got to get some stuff going here, making it happen. Drunk Ward, Cam Ward is very interesting. He's my ideal target in this draft from value standpoint, where I want to take the QB who I'm locking in on. My number one guy right now, because I think you get him in the third round. I think that guy goes back to college next year, and he drives himself up to at least be a high second round grade, I think minimum. And I like that as a developmental guy. Shotgun look here for Mike Penix. Slow drop on his part here. He's under some pressure, and he's going to be ripped down to the ground there for a sack. Michael kind of a slow drop back there. He sort of caught the ball, and his feet were kind of slow to get underneath him. Didn't get himself set really quickly. He just kind of dun, dun, dun. And boy, the lineman for Washington just got beasted. The guard just got thrown right on his butt. Husky offense struggling to find some way here against this Michigan defense. 2nd and 22. Penix dropping back to throw. He's under some pressure. I think that ball was bobbled. Yeah, it's a bobble there. But not bobble, but hit the ground first. Third down and 22. Michigan with that 3 safety high luck. No doubt about that. A lot of yards to get down the first down here. Penix dropping back to throw. Throws it underneath to Johnson. Johnson gets them a little bit of breathing room here from the back of the end zone, but still going to be far short of the first down. 4th down for the Huskies in a punting situation here. Greg Kemp, what's up, man? How you doing? See you in the house? C-Flight said, Hawks Nest, would you trade DJ Dallas for a better running back because he sucks at catching those footballs? I would make an effort this offseason, C-Flights, to find somebody that can be a legit kick returner, punt returner for you, I think. I think McIntosh might be that guy. Got a punch here for the Huskies. See how this goes. Short punt that's going to roll, let it roll. It'll turn out to an okay punt. But DJ Dallas is going to be a free agent this offseason, C Flights, so there's not really a question there about that. Boy, Jim Harbaugh is definitely turning into his dad. You can see they're like carbon copies of each other. 1st and 10, inside handoff to Corum here. He gets through the hole for 5 or 6 yards. Guard night, I forgot Pumpkin's a natural cougar by blood. She is. That's where the orange coloring comes from. It's called cougar coloring. So C Flights, I don't think you're not going to have an opportunity to trade DJ. He's not coming back, and I would expect the team to try to address the punt return, kick return duties. Almost anybody would be better at this point in doing it back there. 2nd down and 2. We got a odd little formational setup here. Michigan doing a little bit of trickeration here. Inside carry by the quarterback. He's up the football field. They bring the backup, who's a little bit more mobile in for a 10-yard gain there. To be honest, I see a lot of WSU support here. Going to also say, go Ducks. Unfortunately, for a lot of Dog fans, most Duck fans are also Hawk fans. No, I don't think it ain't no unfortunate. I love that about our region. We got such a wide swath of the region that loves this team. A little bit of a hold going on there on that play by Michigan that went uncalled. 1st down and 10. 6:33 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Wolverines will keep in kind of their backup gadgety quarterback. They're sort of their Taysom Hill type. They'll keep it here for a carry up the middle and get taken down for a 2-yard gain. Mark, thank you for reminding that. Please hit the like button and sub up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. See Flights, do you think Seahawks management is watching this football game and see who to take? I've kind of been reticent to believe that that's really what's going on. As someone else mentioned, but you just mentioned above, there's probably more of just the Northwest connections. That's why they're out there. I think they're making a determination for a coach. It wouldn't be for, like this. Not like you're going to meet with Harbaugh or DeBoer in this game. A great tackle in open space there by Jabbar Muhammad, but he comes up clutching onto his hand. Something seems to have really hurt him on that tackle on his hand. Poor kid came up and provided a nice little thump there on that play to bring down a tough ball carrier in Corum to the ground. He really rallied up fast to do what he needed to do there, but it's like something happened there on his, right there. That looks a little bit like the Earl Thomas tackle with the Packers back in 14, where he's coming up to get Eddie Lacy and he clips it right there on that spot on his arm. And the way he reacted in pain, you feel bad for the kid. He's had just a great year, but he's not coming back on that one probably today. Very sad there. Muhammad has been just a sensational corner for the Huskies this year and what he's brought. Tough. Even Pumpkin looks sad. Pumpkin is sad right now. Team's not winning. I'll be right back. 1 sec. boy. Greg says, nothing, Brandon. How did Michigan get up so quick? They've had two big runs in this game, like 40-yard runs by the same back. They've run the ball well overall in addition to that. I mean, they got 16 carries for 200 yards on the ground, and we still got 6 minutes to go here in the second quarter. So it's basically kind of the worst case scenario for coming in the game for the Huskies, and you're worried and concerned that they're just going to be able to run downhill on you and that they've got more of the dogs up front to get it done at the line of scrimmage. In football, in this fancy modern NFL and modern college football with all the pass-happy nature and testing and the defense at all levels, it still does come down to the bottom line of he who has usually the best line of scrimmage is he who is going to win the football game. Still does get simple. Sea Lord of Bravos, torn bicep. I could see that. I think with Earl, it was more of a ligament thing or something like that in there, because you're coming up and you're hitting that probably like a bone or hard part on Corum. And if you take your hand and you just kind of go like this right there on your hand, you can feel that ligament in there, right? You can feel how it everything doesn't have a lot of protection there if you hit that at the right angle. And it did look like, or the wrong angle, I guess. 3rd down and 8 here for Michigan. Another big play for the defense in this game. Michigan knocking on the door of field goal territory. Shotgun look here for J.J. McCarthy. Inside handoff. Interesting call. Hard run. Maybe an intention here of having it be 2 down territory if you're Michigan no matter what. It's a good run of about 4 or 5 yards, but this does take you down to 4th down. Michigan standing on the field offensively. It looks like they're going to continue to get it a roll here. Here you go. You guys know how I know that Michael Jordan's the GOAT? Because no one is ever going to have on a football field on their mouthpiece or right here on their understrap a silhouette of LeBron James. And actually, it looks like the Michigan Wolverines are going to punt. If you're looking for... Why would Michigan call? Michigan's going to call a timeout and think about this. But you'll never see the silhouette. You got the jump man silhouette on J.J. McCarthy's chin strap. You'll never get that of LeBron. That should probably almost just about end the debate right there. Sector 7, Seattle's football is going to suck for the foreseeable future. It's possible. Trent Fagan, go Huskies. Go Huskies, Trent. Mike Jaws, Earl, or Sherman? They both got hurt in that game, Mike. Maybe you might be right. Maybe with Sherman, it was the arm and it was the shoulder with Earl. The tackle, I thought, looked the same, where he's coming up on Eddie Lacy and he comes in and the arm kind of gets whipped. It's an arm whipping. Fourth down and 3. Michigan 17-21 on 4th down conversions this year for 81% conversion rate. You can't just push the pile forward on this one. Still, if you're Michigan, you got to feel like, I'm sure we can get 3 yards in the ground game here. Very surprised to see them try to throw the ball. They're coming out with 2 tight ends, so a little bit of a heavier look. Stacking everyone tight down around the line of scrimmage. They're going to throw it. Wow, ballsy. And that's incomplete. Let's go. Huskies with an incompletion there. Great play and coverage on that to knock it away. And a big stop by the Washington Huskies here to begin things. Not begin things, but boy, he did a good job of just turning and getting off the ball there. Did number 5 here for Huskies. He got out of his linebacker position. He was up in the gap and broke out of that gap post-snap. McCarthy thought that he couldn't get back out there in time because he's set up at the line of scrimmage. And McCarthy's throwing this out to essentially deep into the flat. But the Husky defender was able to get out there quickly in space. And a nice little bit of disguising there by the Huskies defense of what they were trying to do pre-snap there. Michael Penix will take back over with Johnson, who will take the carry here and run it for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards on 1st down. Well, if you're the Huskies here, you'd love to just wind this clock down, go get yourself a touchdown, and come back out of half of the ball and a chance to maybe tie this game up. 2nd down and 4 here for the Huskies. Too high safety look for Michigan. Empty set here for the Huskies offensively. Penix and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Throws it on into Westover. That'll be a 1st down. Westover, always the sure-handed tight end for the Huskies. Clock continues to wind. Huskies with 1 timeout. Both teams with only 1 timeout remaining here. Penix, hurry-up formation here. Hand off to Johnson. Like you might have a little space. Boy, that hole closed up fast. Still ends up getting himself about 3 yards on the play. Huskies on the 38-yard line in Michigan territory. Michael Penix back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. Too high safety look by Michigan. Penix dropping back to throw, comes underneath. Almost what looked like a quasi-screen. The lineman really didn't get up the field, but it still worked. Little screen in there to Dunzier, and he is going to get the 1st down on the play. This is just the ideal drive the Huskies would have liked here in this scenario. Chance to really work down this clock. The Husky lineman just did not get downfield there. It was always kind of funny. 1st down and 10. Huskies on the 34. Trips again, the far side of the field. Penix dropping back to throw. Quick snaps it up. Hits it to Westover again. 1st down. Penix getting a little bit maybe into a bit of a flow rhythm here. Nicely speaking so. Down to the 24-yard line. Westover kind of faked he was in pass pro and then went back out into the route. 1st down and 10. And that play was just sort of DOA on that one from the snap. Michigan was all over that play. 2nd down and 10. Three wide receivers. Dunzio will come in motion, split that up a little bit. Shotgun look here. We'll get an empty set here for Washington. 5 wide, 4 wide, 1 tight end. He's adjusting the protections up at the line of scrimmage here. Looks like he's getting a 4-man front. Michigan bringing a late blitz here. Dunzier got mauled a little bit off the line of scrimmage and couldn't get off of it. Nah, he didn't even get mauled. He just sort of tripped on his own. It looked like a mauling at first, but he just kind of, his feet got a little bit caught up, and Michigan did a nice adjustment off empty there. I think that they did the adjustment to the blitz the second that they saw empty, and then that gave them a bit of a free rusher on that play. 3rd down and 10 here for Penix. He's in shotgun. 5-man pressure package look by Michigan, and they're bringing it. Penix loops it up over the top, and we're going to get a penalty flag on the play. Michigan has been a little physical in that secondary with these Husky receivers, and maybe a little bit too much so there on that play by the Michigan defender. McMillan was raising his arms even as the ball was still in the air, like, come on. What the hell? Yep. Yank and pull. You can see it. He was subtle with it. Penix wanting it badly. But that is a hold. 1st and goal for the Huskies. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left to go in this first half. I can speak right. Penix and shotgun. Johnson to his right. And off inside here to Johnson. Breaking 1-2 tackles. Able to get up a little bit more forward. Huskies just want to try to, I'm sure, get this clock wound down a little bit. Michigan's got to be careful on how they use their timeout. They only have 1 remaining. 8-play, 56-yard drive here for the Huskies. Second and goal. Pitch play to Johnson. Johnson is going to be upended there. And boy, Johnson you can see he's in a lot of pain. Every time he's getting up, it's a slow rise back up to his feet, and he's just ankle hurting, leg hurting, and everything probably hurting at this point in the season. Boys, it looks like a pitch play that had a moment there. But if just the 77, the guard can get over and lay his block as he's pulling in space, Johnson's got a touchdown. But he just completely kind of whiffs his block, and the defender's able to get underneath it there. Man, it looked like he had that whole block set up, and he just slid right over the top of the defender there on that play. Did the pulling, I think that was the pulling guard. Boy, you had it there. Great offensive call. You caught Michigan there with light to that side of the field. Just couldn't get that block laid. Third down and goal. Michigan takes their final timeout here, so 1:31 to go here. Heavy blitz pressure look here from Michigan. They're going to try to run this with Penix. Fourth and goal. Interesting call there. Fourth and goal. Looks like the Huskies are going to go for it here. Clock winds down just under 1 minute to go in the second quarter. Three wide for the Huskies. Penix dropping back to throw. Touchdown, Seahawks! We got a flag, though. See if it stands. Holding on Michigan. There we go. Huskies get the touchdown. It will stand. Great job there by Penix hanging in the pocket. It was starting to fold around him, and he held in there for as long as he possibly could for Jalen McMillan to break free in the back of the end zone. But then he let that cannon loose, that great fireman's hose that Michael Penix has, and able to pump it in there to Jalen McMillan for a wonderfully constructed drive there by the Washington Huskies to answer back here against the Tide in Michigan and bring this now after the extra point to 10-17 with 42 seconds left to go, and Michigan will be without any of their timeouts. He was looking at Dunzier first, who got caught up in double coverage, and then came back to Penix. Good job of going through your reads. Very nice route there by Jalen McMillan. And a good throw there by Penix, putting that right on him. Nice job. 10-17. Let's go. Woo! Come on, D. Hold this up, and you get the ball back at halftime. Really nice about that drive, too, is you take back a little bit of the time of possession factor here in this first half. Space, Kenny McIntosh has got another injury this past week he sustained in practice. I think the team was even maybe thinking about having him active for the last game, but sustained some injury at the end there, so he was just a no-go this whole year. Huskies beat. Did I say Seahawks? I said Seahawks. My bad. It's hard. This comes right after the Seahawks game I did yesterday. So my bad. Huskies. Touchdown Huskies. I've been saying it all year, folks. It's set in my brain. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? All right. Michigan takes over at the 25-yard line with 42 seconds left. McCarthy dropping back to throw. Easy completion over the middle for 15 yards. That's not going to work. Come on, Husky D. Clock will start winding again here as soon as they set it down, but the Wolverines go from the 25-yard line to a 20-yard play. They're on one play. McCarthy dropping back to throw here. We'll hit the out route here. Michigan stays in bounds. Nice job on the tackle by the Husky player. Clock continues to tick. It will roll beneath 20 seconds here. McCarthy trying to come up and spike the ball. He'll do so with 16 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Very nice job to keep that tackle in bounds. Jackson with a very nice tackle out there in space. 3rd down and 3. McCarthy dropping back to throw. And he throws that wildly away. That'll be incomplete. And the Wolverines, I'm guessing, are going to punt here. You're not going to want to risk giving the Huskies a chance. 8 seconds around midfield stripe. Are they going to go for it? Well, they will. Ballsy. I guess you can have that play where it'll take enough time off the clock, but looks like Wolverines are going to second guess themselves on this one, decide not to go for it. They'll take the flag instead for delay of game. Nice hold by the Huskies defense there. Washington is in this game. Touchdown Seahawks. My bad. My bad, y'all. Like Gar said, I've been up 72 hours straight. And I probably think I probably do believe there's implications in the NFL, the playoffs to this one. He says, told you B. Huskies move the ball with screens and underneath throws. Michigan hasn't faced this good of an offense all year. Yeah, I think they can keep up with that, Huey. Stay in that pocket there a little bit. Don't overthink this. You know, they're trying to be a little run heavy there to start things out. I think it's okay if you just, want to stay with the pass, like you say. Stay on the horse you rode in on. The Lord of Bravos, you're seeing a little bit with McCarthy as well. I think hopefully this is kind of standing out to you. It's not that he's a bad quarterback, but when people are talking about him as potentially a first-round quarterback, which is some of the discussion I've heard at times from people, and not just fans, but I've heard it prognosticated by analysts and people that should know better. I don't know how he's anything close to that. He's always just kind of struck me as a little bit of a limited guy. TD, they held their waters right, man. Well said. Adrian X says that wide open pass, though, B. Yeah, that one might end up hurting. That one might end up stinging when it's all said and done. But you get the ball back at halftime. That's going to close it out here. You've kept the time of possession within earshot. They got 4 more minutes of time of possession that first half, despite starting out with the ball. I think if you're the Huskies, you kind of feel like you've weathered the storm a little bit. And if they can continue to find some of the answers in stopping the run here as they have a little bit into the depths of the second quarter, then they've got themselves a chance on this. What I do like about that Penix pass, Adrian X, with him, that a lot of quarterbacks don't even try to do that pass because they just determine that the receiver's running into the leverage of the safety. So they won't even attempt to throw to that outside shoulder. I like the fact that he's got the understanding in that moment to process that quickly to try to make the throw to the outside. It just becomes then a teaching tape from a coaching standpoint where you say, okay, but you're okay by giving a little bit of lift there. The defenders is not going to be closing out the sideline there. He's to the middle of the field. So his momentum's not taking him to where your throw is. Just give it a little bit of a layering. You can still put a little bit on it, but doesn't have to be just softly tossed in there, but give your receiver a chance to twist his body back around and make the adjustment to the ball in the air. Huey says McCarthy's a good game manager for a run-heavy scheme in college. That's right. Exactly. Good college quarterback, functional in that way, but there's no way that we should be looking at this guy as a guy who's going to be a pro and take over for an NFL football team as a starting quarterback. He does not have that skill set. I mean, holy crap. I was more impressed by watching Stetson Bennett last year with Georgia and what he did and how he played the game than watching this guy. And Bennett was what? 7th round, undrafted? Adrian X, if this turns into a shootout, down by 7, do you go for a 2 at the end? Ooh. Oh, what a great question. I think I would want to have the second half, Adrian X, to get more of a feel for if you just are kind of getting stops on Michigan because you're getting kind of just a player here breaking the right way, but it's not, they're otherwise just running up the field on you. If I can trust my defense somewhat by we getting to the end of the game, then I'm okay with taking the points and then going to OT and trying to make it happen there. But if my defense ain't holding up this half, then I probably would be open to trying to go for 2 at the end to close it out. I mean, you like at least that spot where you're like, look, I can't lean on my defense to win this game or rely on them. They got to do just enough. But this is, like we were talking with you, right on the horse you stay on the horse you came in on, and if it's down at that moment, how do you want to win this game? Do you want to hope that a defense that's just kind of hanging on at times this year, it's had some good moments, but hanging on for the most part, or you go to the quarterback who's going to be a first-round pick with all the playmakers on the outside and take your chances there? I think I would do the latter. U2K, isn't Bennett hurt? Wasn't taken by the Rams? If so, was he so bad they went and drug Wentz off the couch? I think he had some injury situations going on, Huey. I don't know if he was, there was some kind of hurt thing going on there with him. I think he's still with them, though. Jesse says, getting killed in the trenches. What do you even say to the guys? Don't get blocked so bad. Just keep the effort up. Keep fighting out there. We need all 11 of you guys bringing your hard hats here. That's what we knew this is what it was going to take. And as much as they've controlled the line of scrimmage in that first half against us boys, take a look at the score. We're down by 7. So there's nowhere to go up but improve off that first half, and 200 yards on the ground for Michigan. And just keep fighting. What I would tell them. Keep fighting. Oh. UTA McCarthy ain't Purdy. No, he's not Purdy. Purdy would let it rip in college. You know what I mean? Like there's just kind of a tentative nature to the throwing style of McCarthy, where it's like he's just kind of bouncing there in the pocket, and he's looking and he's staring and he's looking and he's staring and he's looking. He's looking. I don't see a processor. I don't see a big arm. He's got some plus mobility he brings. Just where's and he's got a run heavy scheme that protects him at every turn. Even when he does throw, I mean, like that Wilson throw he had, which was his best throw of the half on kind of the crossing route. That was a throw that comes off of play action. Nothing's with him just dropping back there and throwing piss missiles all over the field. He's got everything being highly kind of manufactured. I'll tell you this, New Blacks. If you told me coming into this game that we'd be down by 7 at half with the ball at halftime, I probably would have taken that. I'll take my odds and my chances with that. You measure the momentum of the moment, but if you're the better offense, go for overtime. Yeah, definitely something you don't want to blindly just say, I'll go for it. You want to feel where you're at in the moment. Where's momentum? What's happened recently on both sides of the ball factors in a little bit there too. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I know you're sleep deprived. I know you're asleep and managing multiple fires, but the Skycast through ESPN app is legit. I'd love to watch NFL games in this view. I'll see if I can bring it up here. I know I'm logged in on my other computer here, but I don't want to run that while I'm running the live stream. Let me see if I'm logged in here. I might have to check it out another time on that because I start trying to run the app on this. It's I don't have my thing on this. I don't think. I don't have my thing. I'll try to see if I can bring it up, Garth. I can't do it on my other computer's got my ESPN login on it. So how do you watch it on the thing? Yeah, it ain't gonna let me watch it on that. Got everything, all the logins and the places and stuff, Garth. It's gonna make me do the whole sign in and verify and bop it bop it bop. I just can't process it through the computer I'm on, Garth, because I've got to have the broadcast going. You bring on a feed pushing through with the broadcast feed and it overruns the computer, and then I start having glitches and stuff. So I have to run it on a different computer, but I didn't know about this Skycast beforehand, so I'll have to try to get it set up on the other computer to run it so that I could run it while I stream, but I just can't do it while I'm rolling right now in the moment. I gotta get that stuff set up in advance for the stream. There's too many moving, like you said, multiple fires, moving parts. I don't even know where my login is at for this. Remember back in the day where you just would watch ESPN being stupid? I don't even see where the option is to watch it that way. Sorry, Garth, too much. I gotta do a lot of looking around to find that stuff, man. But I'll take a look at the app because it won't be the only game that they do this on. I'm sure they're doing more of this. I've seen somewhat of the same thing that they've utilized on the Amazon app for Thursday Night Football. It just sometimes ends up being just too much information overload kind of thing, There's something about it for me that I do like watching the games and then going back and watching the all 22 and kind of being able to get a feel for both. But I also like these broadcasting sources trying to find different ways to show off the game, trying to be inventive and updating their approach with it a little bit. Garth says a gray-haired Joey Galloway probably still runs a 4.3, 100%. He was one of those kind of just freakish guys that just rolls out of bed and he's running a 4.3. Legitimately insanely fast. Well, and legitimately, I think Garth, one of the fastest players that we've had in NFL history. But yeah, no, Garth, I'll promise. I'll take a look and check it out afterwards on it. I wish I could run it during the stream, but with the broadcasting software, it just gets functified and I've got to go and I've got a trillion different passwords and 4 different spreadsheets and find which one it is, where it is at. Because once you log in, you're in. You just go, it's in. Do you not get Tiger and Nike split? Yeah. He got a lot of run there with Nike with some issues that came up over the years with PR. So I think Nike did pretty good to stand with him on stuff. But I think Tiger's days also as being a consistent player on this thing. I think the body's just been beat up too much, you know. Thank you, Garth, again, though, for that suggestion, man. I do like that stuff as far as an option for different types of views and whatnot. ESPN just locks down their stuff. Locks it down. Uses, yeah, Garth, this guy has a pretty great perspective. Knowing announcers. You get to hear the stadium sounds like the crowds and the bands. I dig it. It's cool. Thanks for putting me onto this, guys. Sounds like I'd be interested in checking this out in the future here as a way of maybe watching it from an alternative broadcast source here. Garth, I heard about Skycast from a coworker. Kind of sweet they've done that. Makes sense. They should, you know, give people different options for watching it. I think the next step will eventually be when it comes to a football field of like being able to flip between the different cameras on your own, controlling the cameras from your perspective that you want to see rather than a producer telling you. You know, that seems like kind of the next step up. Mark says the Huskies got them right where they want them in that close game, and they win those. I agreed, man. I think you take them out into deep waters, Mark, maybe waters they're not as used to being in, and you just try to get this game close down to the end and get yourself within the shot at the end, and I think they put themselves in that position. So I like it. Austin says, do you watch these games with audio or no? I just realized you don't have any headphones. I watch the games completely silent. I don't like having the headphones on my ears thing, you know what I mean? And it's hard if I'm doing the play-by-play and trying to do the color to hear the broadcast source at the same time as you're trying to talk would be, I'd probably get confused and tongue-tied, which I already do naturally, so it would get even worse. But yeah, just do I just listen to it silent, watch it silent. Other things, if I had it on in the background, it'd be picking up through the mic. D Nugget says, yeah, I know all this provider login is crazy. I've gone through the ESPN app before and I've had to sign on a new device too, and they make it extra specially. Like, here's a phone code. Oh, you didn't get the phone? You didn't get the code? Resend the code. Okay, click the picture and show us all the bicycles. Oh, you thought you clicked all the bicycles? You were wrong on that pick. Now select all the buses. Oh, you thought you had the buses? Now select all the grocery stores and all the pictures. Okay, that's been verified. Now go back to your email and click the link. Reset and put a new password in place. Then go back and relog in. Oh, I'm going to need another verification code to come on through. Like, it's one of those things you get spun in that eighth circle of hell of login. I don't know why ESPN makes it so hard, but I remember this device I've got to log in on with it. It's just like they make you go through Odysseus's journey in order to get to the other side. Kenneth Salter says the second half is the Huskies half. Let's go, Kevin. Let's go. I like it. Arturo says, go UW. Shout out to Edifon Lafoso, who grew up in the same town that I grew up in. I like me some Edifon. Good player. Real good player. Huey says probably won't get another Skycast until next year unless ESPN and ABC have an NFL conference championship, which I don't think they do. Oh, that sucks. That sucks big time. I'll get it on at this. We'll get it on at this offseason. Check it out. See if I can take advantage of it that way. Space, I think our draft position is 16 at this point. Mark, thanks for reminding me of that. Please hit the like button for me, folks, if you could. Also, a quick shout out to the sponsor of the show, which would be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest here throughout this offseason, through this season. You know, the NFL football action's over with, but that doesn't mean that you can't put some stakes in on these playoff contests coming up. Not a bad way to go out there and still go out there and make some money on some of these games. And they've got some great ongoing contests here throughout in regards to Underdog Fantasy as they've sponsored the show. So you can use my code, which is NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST. Use the Underdog Fantasy for the first app, and when you deposit up to $100, they will match you $100. So $100 from me to you, $100 from the Hawks Nest to you by simply using this app, using my code, and then matching you up to $100 on your first deposit. So shout out to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. They've got some still great contests through this playoff season: hockey, basketball, baseball coming up here in a couple of months. You can get in on all of that action right now, and they have been very kind of sponsors throughout this year. So show the love to the channel, get a little bit of dough back in your pocket. As I like to say on these kind of situations, that's what we call a win-win-win. Garth, thank you for the $5. Says, my buddy's dad hates that there is no picture-in-picture technology available on these modern TVs. That is kind of silly, right, Garth? It's like we unlearned a cool thing that people liked, which is to have those two things or be able to watch multiple games at the same time. You have to get literally different TVs to do that type of thing now. And it's weird that we had that. That was such a mainstay of technology. We all used it when we had it on our TVs. We all found a way to use it on our TVs. And then they just decided to get rid of it. And it wasn't like it was, I think, anything that was extra hard for them to program or put into the TV. They just kind of decided suddenly overnight, we're not doing that anymore. It kind of went the way of 3D. Right? Remember 3D was big for a while too there, right about the same time, and then just suddenly went away overnight, Garth. But it is dumb. Why don't they have that now? It should be a mainstay. Using our analysis, I just watch ESPN on YouTube. I wonder if that's the way I could pull that off. You probably have to go through the app on ESPN to get the thing, though. Maybe I got the app on the deal. Maybe I can do it on my phone, Garth. I want to say I got the... No, I don't. Huey says PIP died when we stopped having a single coaxial cable for a signal. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. UTK says, I believe in cable, always will. Once you stream up all the streaming costs, it's the same price. Pretty much. Everything's gotten super expensive. Though even with the cable package, it kind of depends on the cable package you're paying for. Yes, tremendously. If you're talking about just the base cable package, you add any of these extras on, then suddenly the thing goes up $50. That'd be $13.99 for that, and that'd be $14.99 a month for that. Jesse Dunn says, does Mohammed go first round next year? Yes, he does. He looks every bit to me like a first round corner. I don't think that he's going to be a top probably 15 player, but I think Jabbar is going to be a top 20. Every game that I've watched the Huskies this year, he's showed up. Fun player. It's weird. Games like this, you'd think that ESPN would have this kind of game just to everybody. I know there's certain games that they would restrict people on watching from, but you think just on the app or something, they'd let people. Let's try the app, Garth. Maybe the app will bring us some. They'll let you just do it on the app. Enough of these shenanigans. But Muhammad's got everything you look for in a corner. He's short area quickness and burst, competitiveness. Stays with the play. No real give up in him. Ball skills. Kind of has everything down the line that he checks the mark. He's just not maybe got extra good size, but I think that his twitchiness, speed, and all that's going to more than offset that. So I don't think that's going to be a big problem at that point. Let's see if we can get up here on the old app here. Mm. 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 See if I can do this. Oh my God, this app is out of control with its questions. Out of control. Jeez. I'm so about due to get a new phone. We getting starting up on the second half here pretty soon, I'm guessing. Their app ain't working. Okay, I'm about done doing that. Jesse Dunn, who gets drafted off this D. You see Mohamed next year drafted. You're going to see Braylon Trice taken in the first round. I don't think he'll be an early first rounder, but another one he'll be a late first rounder. The defensive tackle they have will probably be a third, fourth. Edifon Olafoso will probably be a third round. Middle linebacker taken. I don't know who else aside from that. Remember busy signals? Yeah. I'm getting on this app right now. Getting some dumbass busy signal. So we got the opening half kickoff here. I'll just do this another time. Too much. Penix will come out here for the first half. Second half, 13 to 21 for 128 yards in that first half for him. Huskies 16 carries. So they tried to find that balance in the first half. It was kind of hard, tough sledding to be had. Penix will come out with 3 wide to the far side of the field to begin out this second half. Who is going to be the national champion? Penix is intercepted. Jesus. Right out the first play. Yikes. Pressure was working its way in there. Penix double clutched there and looks like a pick. Can't afford that, man. This is kind of a game-changing play here if this stands. A tough start to this half. All right, well, Michigan's going to take over here. 3-yard gain up the middle on first down. Roland Connor, easy question, yes or no. Will the Hawks win more than 8 games next season? No. Ball tipped there off of Penix there. Just a little late in getting that ball off, though. The clock's got to be a little quicker in his head of when he's holding on the ball, when he's letting it go there. 2nd and 7 for Michigan now. Hand off inside, Corum with a big hole, and he's going to open it up here for a 10-yard gain down to the 15-yard line. First down and 10. $13:32 to go here. Hand off inside to Corum. He will be banged to the ground here for a short 1-yard gain. Nelson's, I definitely don't want Penix on the Hawks. Nice play there by Olafoso there. 2nd and 13. Another false start here by Michigan. Yeah, it's out on Penix. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Second down, 18. J.J. McCarthy back in shotgun. He's going to drop back to pass. Lets it rip. That ball's going to be knocked down. Very nice job by Big 91 down there. I'm not going to attempt his name because I butcher it every time I try it. Big Cog, nose tackle down there, getting work done on the center, pushing him into the backfield, getting a big pop and knocking the ball down. Letugas Ganoga Letty. Call him Letty. Nice job there, bro. 3rd and 18. Big play of this game. Got to keep Michigan out of the touchdown area here. Got to keep them out. Huskies showing a blitz. They drop out of it. Pressure bearing down upon McCarthy. And finally, he'll get the ball out there, but for a very short completion. And Michigan on 4th down will have to take the attempted kick. Big stop by this Husky defense that's found its footing here as this game has wore on. It definitely started out rough, but they found some stops here and some answers against this Michigan Wolverine offense. James Turner comes out on the field with his strange mustache. He'll have a 38-yard attempt here for Michigan. The kick is up and buries it through the middle of the uprights. Michigan will take a 20-10 lead. Yeah, I pass on McCarthy too now. Yes. No McCarthy for me. Not in Seattle. I get angry by that. No. Defense is doing their part, Adrian. Next. Hendricks. Doing their part. And I get it, Snail, on your outlook too with Penix. I do. I will say I don't know if it's a little bit of the Coug, the anti-Husky basis nature in your soul that might exist a bit with this one. But I also get it. And it's going to make it also kind of incredibly hard to exactly pinpoint where Penix is going to go in this draft. I do think it will be a first round, but where and what, where exactly in that first round, I'm not sure. That's par for sure. He says our D isn't weak, it's average. It's not small, it's average. Joe Flacco getting some love. C-Lord says, laughing out loud, I literally just said to my wife, check out that kicker's mustache. There's some men that should grow a mustache. There's some men that aren't. If I do a mustache, it's not good. It looks like I belong in a 70s porno. So I can't rock the mustache. But you got to learn your limitations in life, And that wispy thin mustache is only usually found on one certain type of man. I'm just going to say that, C-Lord. One kind of guy that mustache you'll find on. JD says, how about Bo Nix? I'm just not as much of a Bo Nix guy as far as I like him better than McCarthy. He's light years ahead of McCarthy. I think, in my opinion, Nix is a true second-round talent. But I do have some questions with Bo Nix as a player that hold me back a little bit with him. I've watched a lot of football with Bo Nix going back to Auburn. So it's not that I've just gotten a very small little, partial view of the guy. I got a pretty good understanding of who he is and what he does on the football field. But I can't quite elevate him into first-round discussion myself. Jesse says we're a grower, not a shower. That's right. That's damn right. Gibson says, biggest game of the season for UW, and we have played poorly thus far. Lucky to only be down by 10. Cannot rely on the defense to win this for us. Agreed. Offense got to bring it. Yeah, D-Nugget, I can't do the porn stash. It ain't a good look on me. No, not a good look for me. 1st and 10 for the Huskies here. They're going to take over after the kick goes through the end zone. Klaus says the man's got to know his limitations. This is dirty Harry Callahan. It's absolutely right. Got to stay in your lane, man. We all would love to do those great, cool ass Tom Selleck mustaches. We all would want to do that. Can't all be Tom Selleck. 1st and 10, hand off here to Johnson. He'll take it for 4 or 5 yards. Second down. Penix and shotgun. Quick little bubble screen here out to Adunzie. First down. Nicely done there. Huey says Penix is a perfect fit for the Seahawks offense, a team that can only win with exceptional quarterback play and an offense that throws the ball outside and deep downfield. Right in Penix's wheelhouse. He's perfect. Yeah, I think it actually would be a good location for him. The thing that only prevents me from attaching him necessarily keenly to Seattle here, Huey, is the lack of pass protection he would be facing, where I think you've got to get the pass pro on point. If you're going to take Penix, you better commit to building up your offensive line with it, in my opinion. Romo, 4 catches, 43 yards here in this game. Quick little shock screen to the tight end here. Nice job staying on his feet, running over people in the open field. There's the tight end. And he'll get himself a first down. And we're going to get a flag after the play. As a little bit of extracurricular tackling there. That's a big flag. That'll push it 15 yards even further up the field here. So, big penalty on Michigan. Snail says, B, I'd rather have Jake Browning than Penix. He's a Husky. I watched Sam Bradford end the year on every year. I don't want that on my team. Fair enough. I would say I do think that while there's certainly the injury stuff that you could connect between Bradford and Penix, I think Penix is light years ahead of Bradford from a mobility standpoint. Bradford was a true statue in the pocket, which was part of what got him banged up through his career. I think Penix has got a little bit more getaway. But the point stands. Shotgun look here from the 34-yard line for the Huskies. Play action pass. Ball is tipped up in the air. Oof. Another ball tipped up in the air. Scary play there. Penix with that sidearm delivery sometimes. That's going to lower down your trajectory, your throws, and that's going to put it more in the range for a defensive tackle to put up a paw and knock it down. Hurry up offense here for the Huskies. 2nd and 10. 10:25 to go in the third quarter, down 20-10. 4-man front for Michigan, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Hand off to Johnson. The backup running back there. He'll take it for about a 2 or 3 yard gain. Patano was doing everything he could out there on 55 for Michigan, but he's just a big dog up front there. He's going to be an NFL player in this league. He's 55. I think he's got another year coming back to college next year, but tough to deal with down there. 3rd and 8, Michigan showing a blitz. They're bringing it. Good job to get rid of the ball by Penix, but this is going to take us to 4th down and a decision here for the Huskies. You try to trust your field goal kicker here. It's a pretty good distance kick. It's going to be about a 45-yarder from here. I don't know if you want to try to trust him on that at this spot. It is a makeable 4th down, but the Huskies are going to try to attempt the kick here. Whew. Grady Gross out on the field. The sophomore is going to try to make this one. 45-yard attempt. Almost straight away here and where they're aligned right now. The hold is down. The kick is up and it's through. Let's go. Huskies get the 3 points and crawl to within 1 score. Good call there by Kellen DeBoer to go for the field goal there. A little worried on that one. A little concerned with that one, but okay. June 32nd. How about if Pete retires, you shave the porn stash? If Pete retires, I will definitely rock a porn stash for the live stream. But I know that's not going to happen, so joke's on you. Lord Boom, aloha, Brandon. Aloha, Lord. What did I walk into here? I have a very well taken care of handlebar mustache that I'm very proud of. What kind of men, again, have these type of mustaches? I'm thinking you guys, I'm thinking tough guys. Okay, well, let me give you some context here. Okay? Let me give you some context about what I'm talking about here. Okay? I think this is all going to add up in your mind here. This is all going to add up in your mind here very shortly, okay? Stay with me on this one. Hold on here. Now, you tell me. You tell me here, Lord Boom. Where's that? I just downloaded it. Oh, hell. That didn't work. Technology's not working out for me today. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, now look at this mustache. Look at this mustache this kid's rocking. That is a psychopath right there. That is, you mentioned handlebar mustache. That's about as far as you get from handlebar mustache. That he's either a serial killer, pedo, or just, or a porn star. It's one of the three. You only have 3 lanes you can go with that stash. So you'll see it again tonight at some point. They'll show his image. Telecast is taking every opportunity to show off the stash, but it's a freaky stash. It's not, I can go with a handlebar mustache. You're picking a lane there with that. You're owning the stash at that point. That's not owning the stash. It's got the little wispy thing going on that just kind of, a little freaky deaky for me. You know what I mean? I don't think you think that's a tough guy mustache. I don't think any man looks at that and goes, that's a tough guy mustache right there. Yeah. You're not even committed to that stash at that point. You're committed to a little line over your lip. All right, 1st and 10 here for Michigan now, up 20-13. Looking to break the back of this Seahawks defense with a drive here and 8:58 to go. Husky defense has stepped up to the plate here over the last couple of drives. Michigan out in a pistol look formation with 2 running backs behind McCarthy. They'll now align to either side of him in shotgun. Handoff inside Edwards. He has been lethal today as a running back. 2 big-time runs. He's going to gain 4 or 5 yards here. Antoine Cobb says, what about South Carolina quarterback Spencer Rattler or something? Played a lot of college football, Antoine. He's coming off a year where he's really taken some steps forward in his career, I think, in accuracy and play, especially being able to play on time and on script, which was a little bit of his issue there with Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma at times. He has got some decent mobility, okay size, good NFL arm. Had to deal with some issues there this year at South Carolina that were beyond his control. 2nd down and 6 here for McCarthy and shotgun. Another handoff to Edwards. Boy, great job there. That Bruner down there who got an arm on him and held him up until Hampton could come in and finish the deal. Looked like a play that was going to go for about 10 or 15 yards there, and Bruner's arm just kind of came out of the nothingness there and wrapped a hold of Edwards as he was going through the hole. Wow, well done. Of course, Bruner's dad was on the national title team. Great tight end. Played in the NFL. 3rd down and 2. Michigan and shotgun. Hand up inside here. Huskies all over that play. Is that Bruner again? Yes, it is. Bruner in the backfield again to help out, but there was a wave of white that got into the backfield on that play. And how cool is it that the last time you won a national title, this man's father was rocking it, and man, it was a great, great tight end on that team. And Bruner has had his share of plays this year that he has come up big. Huge play there, getting Corum on the ground. Excellent wrap-up tackle. No easy tackle there, and he pulled it off. Well done there by Bruner. 4th down and 3. Michigan setting up the punt here. Fair catch called. And Huskies will take over there at the 26-yard line with an opportunity here to tie this score. But Antoine, I like Rattler. What stands out to me is if you look at all of the top-end quarterbacks in this draft, no QB was under an onslaught of more pressure than Rattler was with South Carolina. He was under a lot of duress. And so it's not one of those situations you get to say about some quarterbacks where everything's set up for your success and you're having a great line in front of you to pass protect for you and run block. Not that at all. So you got to give him his respect in that. It also makes it a tough evaluation when he doesn't have as much of the production you might want to see there in performance. But he's a guy that's in play. 2nd, 3rd round, I think, is in play as a possibility, Antoine. He bothers me a little bit with the body language stuff. You know, when he's on the field and how he carries himself, and this goes back to Oklahoma with me a little bit with him, is he's not a steady ship out there, you know. He's kind of going with the waves a little bit. And I know it's a body language thing and it's kind of an arbitrary thing at that, but it's one that does strike me about him as a bit of a bothersome part of me with Spencer. Bob says sometimes you're Magnum PI, sometimes you're Higgins. DVD, that's why Jaden Daniels is a better fit. Yeah, Jaden Daniels be ideal, but he's going to be long gone. Long gone. He says Nix is a second rounder, but he's a quarterback in a quality quarterback starved market. If I needed a quarterback and he was available in the first round, I would take him. Raiders, Steelers, Seahawks. He might go in that mark, Huey, to your point. It wouldn't shock me if he went at the end of the first round. I just wouldn't want to take him there because I think the value would be better to go with a different player who's a little bit more certain in what you're getting. But he's got an NFL skill set. Jeff Lombardo, let's go. Been waiting for this for a while. Go, Jeff. Michael, I think the O-line has done an okay job in pass protection, but has been awful in opening up running lanes. Yeah, Michael, I would say the same thing about what I'm seeing. Yeah, I don't think you came in knowing you were going to get much done the ground game on Michigan. You want to just kind of pepper that in there as kind of a little bit of an alt flavor to the game a little bit, rather than you're trying to really lean on that as a way you're going to win this game. You don't want to just get too pass happy, but you'd like them to be able to get you the 4 or 5 yards as you can a little bit here and there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. How many pro prospects on Michigan versus UW you gather? I think you're going to see Michigan end up with probably as many players selected in this draft as we've seen from an individual college. But that's going to be guys selected from the 1st through the 7th round. I think you could easily see 9-10 guys in this draft take it from Michigan. Penix back in shotgun. He drops back to throw. Quick throw to Westover, and that'll be a completion for 5. But, I mean, you've got McCarthy, Blake Corum, Zach Zinter, Chris Jenkins, and that's just 4 off the top of my head with Michigan. There's going to be some other guys as well in the secondary I know of that are going to be part of this. So they'll probably be up at around 10, whereas UW will be it's going to be more of, I think, UW with the guys selected at the top and then maybe not as much of guys late, But Penix Adunzie obviously will be high. I think McMillan comes back to school. Shotgun here for Penix. Quick throw out to Polk. Polk gets up in space. He's on his feet with a little bit of room to work. Nice job there. Up past the 40-yard line for a first down. Huskies doing a good job of using the screen game here, taking advantage of Michigan's aggressiveness, especially when they're trying to bring some of the blitzes up front. First down and 10. 5:46 to go in the third quarter. Penix in shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field. McMillan goes in motion. Boy, McMillan got knocked off his feet somehow there. I don't know what happened there. Oh, lineman was trying to let the defensive lineman go past him, and it went right over to McMillan there. That was a little bit of a just bad timing play there on that one. 2nd and 10. Huskies trying to use that bubble screen game as kind of their ground game, I think, which isn't too bad a way to go at it, especially with Michigan blitzing as much as they have in this game. 2nd down and 10. Penix dropping back to throw. He's going to let this rip deep. He's going up over the top and just overthrows his man there on that one. Not even close. Tried to get Polk there. And just a little bit of an overthrow there. 3rd down and 10 here for Penix. 5:30 to go here in the third quarter. Penix 5 of 6 for 44 yards on 3rd down. Michigan bringing the pressure. Bringing the pressure, and looked like the Huskies jumped off sides there. They got a little jumpy on that play. Yeah, Garth, I think I see it something like that. I think Michigan will get down near between 10 to 12 guys taking this draft. I think Washington's more looking at probably like 4 or so. Thanks for the donation, though. Appreciate you for all you do on this channel. This is going to make this harder. 3rd and 15 now. Again, the blitz for Michigan here. Double A gap blitz. They drop out of it. Penix is going to try to loop this up over the top. Boy, just could not quite get it there to Romo Odunze. Couple of overthrows on this drive by Penix where he just didn't give on these 9 routes really an opportunity for his receiver to go get that ball. Odunze has got some, not really any separation there, but just didn't, kind of puts it just too far out of range on that one rather than over the top. I'd love to see on both those 2 throws with these talented receivers, just give them more of an opportunity to try to reel that catch in. This is kicked, and it's going to roll nicely for the Huskies. Boy, what a great roll. That thing will go all the way down to about the 6-yard line for the Huskies. That'll work out well for them on that play. See if the defense can continue to hold up. Huey says the porn stash is a young man's game. If you're over 35 and rocking that, you're a cop or Ned Flanders. Exactly. Exactly. See, Lord says, Brandon, I think you'd rock a pretty awesome handlebar. I can pull off the handlebar, I think. I can get a lot of them stashed in there. It's a commitment, though. Gibson says, if Pete comes back, I see ticket sales plummeting. I honestly believe most fans want changes. I believe and I agree with you on that, Gibson. That's where my outlook is on this situation as well. I think that you have a majority of the fans that are starting to get to that place of things. It's not all fans, but I think most people are really ready for this thing to be moved on from and go into a different direction. And this feels stuck, stagnant, and not moving forward. But I don't know if we're going to get that change or not, Gibson. You know, even if the fans want it, I just don't know if the ownership is willing to do what they need to do and make these rooms. They feel a little bit stymied. They feel a little stuck. They feel a little bit like Carroll's got almost a little bit of the blank check that he gets to apply to the situation. And I don't like that at all. But it does feel like more of what we're seeing here than them really willing to hold feet to the fire and hold people responsible. And I agree with you. I think that the excitement for the team is going to be, if Carroll is to come back as coach next year, you're going to see the excitement for this team as you're heading into what should be year 3 of a rebuild and a team taking off. Instead, you're going to see a lot of this fan, if not stopping the buying of ticket sales, you will at least see them checking out in the process. You know, you will see viewership down across the board on all YouTube channels for Seahawks content. You know what I mean? You will see the disconnect will be there. And, you know, I get where people are coming from with that. I'm not going to stop covering the team, but I understand that if you feel like a team is stuck and that they're not trying to make the moves that need to be made in order to be a good team, it's hard to sign up for that process when you know what the end result is going to be. This is a little bit of what the Mariners are facing, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, is there a way a Mariner team can turn into a World Series team this year? Yeah, but it's like if you played out this Mariner season 10,000 times over, they're not probably winning a World Series 9,999 times. The probabilities there are very low. So I hope we do see change. Don't think we're likely to see a change like you talk about, but we'll see if the fans do react the way we're thinking they will on this. Brand the Cut says, that is a pedo mustache. See, I'm not the only one. And no, he's not a handlebar. I wasn't saying he was a handlebar lord. It was that he had that thin, wispy stash thing. Handlebars aren't creepy. Thin, wispy stashes, really creepy. Lord Boom says, that's definitely not a Handlebar mustache, Brandon laughing out loud. That guy is a please, sir. I beg you. I'm old enough to have a treat after supper, laughing out loud. Exactly. That's the vibe I was getting to. 1st and 10 here for Michigan. They're going to run this ball to Corum. He is going to be swallowed up there in the hole by the Huskies defense. Boy, they continue to do a very, very good job here. This Michigan offense had over 200 yards rushing here at halftime, and they're at 234 yards right now. So finding a way here to get some stops, which is good to see. Snail says he could moonlight as a bellhop at a fancy hotel. He could be in a Wes Anderson film. That's a Wes Anderson mustache too. All right, 2nd and 10 here for Michigan. Shotgun look for them. Now they're going to keep handing that ball off here to Corum. Nothing too exciting here from Michigan. They're going to lean on this thing. Try to trust their defense. 3rd down. Good job by Washington there. Good stop. They're hyped up. You can feel the energy from the defense over there, which is nice to see. 4:14 to go here in this football game. 3rd down and 8 for the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan 0 for 6 tonight on 3rd down conversions. 45% for the season. Washington Husky fans trying to get loud in the stadium. Shotgun look, 4 wide. Huskies showing a blitz here from McCarthy. McCarthy tries to edge out his man a little bit wider here on the play. He's under some pressure. He's going to try to scramble for this, and he's going to get a 1st down. McCarthy still on his feet. Finally knocked down to the ground there. McCarthy with a very big scramble there in that game. Huskies looked like they had it hemmed up. They dropped out of the blitz prior post-snap, and then nobody was there to take care of McCarthy when he broke up through the front of the pocket. First down. Shotgun look here for McCarthy. 1st and 10, going to keep it here on the give. Follow behind his blockers, and he's going to run for 12 yards. He says that's a creepy overcoat wearing and driving a white panel van kind of mustache. Yeah, nice run there by McCarthy. First down and 10. "42-yard line here for the Wolverines. Pitch play out wide here to Edwards. Patiently waits on the hole and tries to take it upfield for a gain of about 3 yards. DVD Forever says, why isn't anybody talking about Jaden Daniels out of LSU? 40 touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns, 40 touchdowns, 4 interception ratio with 3K yards to boot. He's great, DVD. I think he's going in the top 5. I just don't think that there's any chance the Hawks are going to have a chance to draft him. Carr says that mustache could also work security at a seasonal haunted house. Oh, you guys are awesome. Bubble screen out wide, knocked off his feet quickly by the Husky defenders whose helmet comes off. He's hyped up. Nice play there. Another 3rd down here for Michigan. Husky defense is doing a yeoman's work here today. I mean, it was ugly to start things off, but this defense is stifled and turned stingy here on this Michigan Wolverine team here in this half. They're bringing it. Third down and 10. They faked the blitz last time. Do they bring it here? Got a stacked box up here for McCarthy. He's changing something at the line of scrimmage in his protections. Dropping back to throw. He's going to toss the bubble screen out here to the receiver, who will get cut down there about 6 or 7 yards short of the 1st down. Michigan trusts their defense here. Try to punt and keep seeing if they can lock that in. Or does Harbaugh get ballsy as he did earlier here and going for it on 4th down? Fourth and 5. Huge play in this football game right now. Well, looks like McCarthy's off the field. They're going to punt. Kick is up and high, and it will bounce back to the 10-yard line where the Huskies will take over with a long field. Roland says Michigan's playing right into our late game strength. Let's go, Roland. We've been in these games. We've been here. We know what we're doing, right? Ain't no nervousness here from us in that respect of things. Lord Boom says that skinny mustache says to me, golly, wow, throwing the pigskin around sure is swell. This has turned into a roast of the Michigan kicker. And I'm here for it. So here we go with Penix in shotgun. 4 wide. Johnson to his left. Too high safety look for Michigan. Penix dropping back. Lets it rip. Man, Penix has just been a bit high today. Everything's just sailing on Penix just a little bit today. Not as pinpoint as we saw with his accuracy against Texas last week, and it's evident on a throw like that there. I've seen him make that throw very easily. And here he's just kind of sailing it. Man, it's right there. Put it on the man. It's that should be a pretty straightforward throw for him to make there. And he's had a couple of these that have just sailed. I don't know if it's nerves and just maybe the adrenaline's pumping there with Michael, but got to get these throws down, man. Keep yourself in the pocket here on these throws. Westover with the catch. Nice job of Westover after the catch, kind of reversing field there, getting himself a couple extra yards after the catch for a first down. Might have the last play here of the third quarter here, unless the Huskies try to run one more. Very nice. Just cut there by Westover. Sharp. 1st and 10. Huskies going to try to get another snap off here. Penix in shotgun. And looks like maybe they're just going to wind this play down. Let the clock just wind out. So that will be the end of the third quarter. Washington Huskies have the ball and a chance to tie this game going into the fourth quarter. I think you feel pretty good about that part. Offense needs to find some footing here, though. Sea Lord of Bravos, Rob Stanton indeed does love Spencer Rattler. I think that's one of his favorite, that's kind of one of his, that's his kind of, I think, guy that is his guy. That's kind of like what my Cam Ward is for my third round. I think Stanton's kind of on Rattler in that same way, We all have our favorites when we do this type of stuff, Sea Lord. That part is absolutely true. So I like Rattler. I do. I'm not out on him on it. The things that bother me about him don't throw me off in a way of I would just be completely no chance of even wanting to consider it. But it's also about where you're looking to take Rattler for me. I hear some talking. I think like Stanton will talk about first round with Rattler. And I think that's not, I can't get there on that. DVD says Uncle Rico can pull it off. Uncle Rico could pull off the stash. That was the one guy that could rock that stash and make it work. Gibson says our defense has actually played pretty well apart from several big runs. Our offense needs to step up. They do. Defense has done its job, in my opinion, through 3 quarters here. Come on, O. Come on, O. Ulysses Daniels is great. He isn't going top 3 picks. That's why the Seahawks fans, he's going in the top 3 picks. That's why Seahawks fans are talking about him. There we go. Bingo. Kenneth Salter says, here comes the turnaround. This is where the tide turns purple. Are you ready? Are you ready for the turning of the tide? DVD and the power of the stash. DVD says, last I checked, mock drafts had Jaden Daniels falling to number 20. Sadly, I know this is where it's at this process, DVD, but this happens kind of every year. So when you do these draft, especially as I do these scouting and all this stuff and watching how the process plays, it always starts out this way. The quarterbacks become elevated through the post-draft process. They start out in the 20s. They're getting into the top 10/top 5. Daniels is going to go out there. He's going to run probably like a 4.45 40. He's going to throw 60 yards in the air with a snappy delivery, and he's coming off a Heisman season. Without size limitations necessarily, maybe absent, he's a little light in the pants. But he does have the height that you like from the position, and he checks enough of the boxes that, and there's enough quarterback needy teams in the top 10. He will be taken in the top 10 minimum, and most likely taken in the top 5. Kenneth says, Purple Wayne and Hayes. All I want to see is a purple blur. Purple haze all through my mind. Still, if we're looking for an old man at quarterback, let's just go get Dr. Disrespect. The 2-time can sling it. 2-time can sling it, man. How about 70-yard throw he made earlier this year. I love Dr. Disrespect. He's awesome. DVD says, but he won't play for anyone but San Fran. That's probably true. Salter says, dirty chop blocks and holding wide receivers. Refs looking away. They're letting them play today, man. That's for sure, Kenneth. They're not calling it tight. First down and 10 for the Huskies here at the 23-yard line, their own territory. Last quarter of football for the national title game here. Nice tackle by Graham. He has been the monster that he was advertised as being coming to this game. He's been all over the place here in this one. And it's especially been tough to deal with in the ground game. Short carry there. DVD says, is Michigan jamming them at the line real well? Not necessarily, no. They're letting a lot of free releases and off coverage. I think they're just trying to keep to their depth as much as anything. Second down and 7. Penix in shotgun. Drop sack to throw, gets to McMillan. Quick throw there by Penix. And not much gain there, only about a 2 or 3 yard gain. Good catch by McMillan to get his hands out there fast. It's a little low of a throw. Third down and 4 for the Huskies. Michigan. 6-man front, double-A gap pressure, what they're showing. Safety coming down near the box as well. Dropping back to pass. Oh! Man, Huskies have had some opportunity. Drop by Mixon. Penix put it right on him. Perfect decision by Penix on the play. You get it to your guy. Huskies have had some opportunities in this game and just cannot seal it through at times. Nixon started to run up the field before he had caught the ball. He was anticipating Junior Colson getting to him a little faster than Junior was there, I think. He was, thinking he was going to get hit as soon as he caught the ball. God, Lee, that's a backbreaker of a play right there. You got to make that catch in that moment, kid. You got to do it. And this punt will go, boy, what a big punt. Goes all the way back down to about the 14-yard line of Michigan, where they'll take over at that point. 13:29 to go. Jeez. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. TCL just introduced a 115-inch TV. That gives me 9 months to save before opening day 2024. Also, Brandon, rate Aiden O'Connell's mustache. Aiden's got a little bit of extra girth to the mustache, which helps him get out of the territory of the porn stash. So it's not as egregious, but he loses points for the bend, and he's also got a little bit of fluff around the bend. So he's got too much fluff here, and the bend is too driven, and so it's more of it's less of the pedo stash and just more of the like, just shave it. You know, what are you doing? Just shave it. He's trying to be Burt Reynolds, and it's more like Art Reynolds. But it's a good attempt. He tried to bend it. He tried to bend it like Beckham to give it some more power, and it didn't work. It just makes him look like he's got burger on either side of his mouth. Got like a little bit extra, like he just had a burger, and you got a little bit of burger right there. No, that's my mustache. That's where my mustache bends down. Oh, okay. And 115-inch TV, man, that's a monster. That's almost too much TV for one man to have. You ain't never leaving your house with something that big. You get nothing done. But thank you, Taker, for the $5. 115-inch TV. Holy, that's a big boy. Gar, thank you for another $5 as well. Says that stash on a kicker looks like a kid I'd drop my taxes to at H&R Block. Get an unbelievable return and ask no questions. That's right. Don't wonder what we've got to do in the background. Don't look too long at our stash. It may tell you the tale of what we're going to have to do in the background to get these taxes right. Always trust an accountant with a porn stash. That's what I always say. They'll get you your best returns back. It's a fact. See, Lord, Michael Penix has had a bit of a rough go here in this game. He's not been at his best today. And certainly doesn't help when you get the drops on top of it. And this is not how you're going to win championships, is having turnovers here in the second half and drop balls. For as good as this defense has played here, I mean, you're asking them to hold up a lot of their end of the bargain in this particular game to make this happen at this point with the offensive kind of ineptitude that's been going on here. Kevin says Mason Rudolph looks like Tom Cruise. Yeah, I guess that kind of fits. Champ Deck says they've got to start calling these holds. Michigan's O-line and D-backs are both holding like crazy. I think they're going to let them play today. I mean, they've kind of set the standard today on how they're going to run this, and it seems like the model is we're going to let these guys go and let them play it out. First down and 10 here for Michigan. Handoff, or play action pass here. Rolling out is McCarthy. He's got a man who is going to be dropped there by the receiver in space. Nerves maybe getting to these youngsters. This is a big game, big moment. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of that in some of these kids now. You know, you forget about the fact that these are new adults out there on the grandest stage that you got in America here. It's going to cause you to get a little bit of the case of nerves, I think, from time to time. Good throw by McCarthy, put it right on him, and he just couldn't reel it in. Second down and 10, 13:25 to go in this football game. McCarthy is going to be in shotgun here. Hand off inside here to Corum. Corum's going to try to break this outside. Huskies rallied the ball well. It'll be still a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Garth Knight, Wayne Newton's stash was always classy. It was. He looked one of those guys too, like so strange when he shaved it off. Third down and 6. McCarthy back in shotgun, double-A gap pressure look from the Huskies. They'll bring one of those guys. Flushing McCarthy out of the pocket. You know he's looking to scramble here. McCarthy tripping, falling down, and what a job by this Washington Huskies crew. The Huskies just standing up tall in this second half, allowing nothing from this Michigan offense. And McCarthy rolling out. He was trying to scramble there. Great job by 52 to just get a hand out on the back of his ankle and get him to start to stumble as McCarthy just couldn't keep his feet back under him. If he doesn't get that stumble there's a chance he's able to come up and make that first down. Huskies defense, fantastically done on their part here in the second half. And the offense is going to get a chance, and maybe a chance here with some decent field position. It's a good punt. Chance for him to return it here. Not really much to go with, but still taking over here at the 32-yard line are the Washington Huskies and Michael Penix. Who would have known? We got a little bit of a defensive affair that's broken out in this one. Who would have ever thought it? Be right back. Here we go. Oh, Nelly. We're down for the barn burner here at the end of this game. Washington Huskies trying to fight back into this game with the Michigan Wolverines led by Mr. Homa trying to continue to hold on. Duquan Quack, thank you for 25 months, 2 long years of membership here on this channel. I really appreciate you for that. Does Washington turn the F up? Let's go. Let's get this. We're in distance. We're in earshot. We can grab this now. Come on, Husky offense. Defense is giving you your chances. You got your shots here. Chance to tie this game. Chance to tie this game. Let's go. D-Nuggets says, I watch everything on a regular iPhone, no TV whatsoever. Yeah, that's tough. I do everything on a monitor. So I'm kind of like that. A little bit bigger. Michael Penix has led the football conference in 45 completions of 20-plus air yards. He's 0 of 6 on those throws today. First and 10. Michael dropping back to throw. Tosses it in there to Polk. Good play by the defender to knock it away. Polk had a chance to make the catches some of these receivers have had here and just can't reel it in. Michael again on the throw, though. You got to put this ball back out. He pulls this ball back on the play. And Penix again with the accuracy today. This has not been, his struggling of today is an understandable one where the throws are just not on. Here's a throw to Adunzie where he just sort of throws him open on that play. Why is there discussion going on? Why is he standing there still? Oh, we got a flag. I guess they're going to call holding here on Washington. Yikes. Finally get a great throw there from Penix, and then we get the hold. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it's a hold. Definitely a good call by the officials there. And you don't get the time in the pocket to make that throw if you're Penix if there wasn't the hold there. So I can't knock the call from the officials. That's pretty blatant. 2nd and 20. 4 wide. Penix and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Got a little bit of time here. He's going to throw it to Jalen McMillan. Everything looked well set up on that play, but a great play by the Michigan defender to come up there. They've been really fast and tackled excellently today as Michigan. Just showing it off again on that play right there. Only a 2-yard gain. This is going to bring up 3rd down and 18 for the Huskies. This Michigan defense has just put the clamps on this explosive Huskies offense. Too high safety look. Receiver stacked on both sides. It's Johnson underneath. Johnson makes the catch, but far short of the first down. And Huskies are going to have to punt with their defense playing this well. You got to still trust your defense, as tough as that is as a proposition here. Penix and company just can't seem to find any flow in this game. And you come back to that first down throw there to Polk. You got to put that out in front of the guy. He puts it back to the back shoulder and then slows Polk up so that the defender can come back. It's one of those little detail throws where you got to put that ball out in front of your Penix there on that kind of throw. And he's been off today. He has not been at his best. This is nothing like where he was out with that Texas game where it was just everything was real pinpoint and on it. DVD, I got a Sony 65-inch 4K, and I'm still always wanting bigger. But a TCL or something similar, no thank you. I'm not buying a sports car with a dirt bike motor on their hood. People get picky on their TVs with that. Space is what Christopher Walken think about Penix. Well, I'll tell you, it's easy. Space. He's a good player, just not on it today. P's and Q's, no. No P, no Q, no vowel. I don't know what's wrong. Why not playing better? Michigan's not putting him under that much pressure. He should be better. I don't know why. Still got time, but how much longer can this defense hold the line for you, offense? I don't know. Not long, I'd say. We'll see how it goes, but I expected better from Michael. We're not getting it. DVD says to everyone saying fire Pete, he's not the issue. He's not getting enough. He's not getting enough out of his coaches, and we'll see what he does about it. Won't run, won't tackle. Not Pete's motto. So DVD, this is the only problem with this, where the Coach Carroll thing, not the only problem, but one of many problems for me when it comes to the Coach Carroll discussion. Coach Carroll, DVD, has gone through a multitude of coordinators on both sides of the ball through the years. There's got to be kind of a reason for that. And he's the guy that hires these coordinators. It's a bit like saying, DVD, we don't have the good enough players on the defense. That's what we need, is better players on the defense. It's not Carroll's fault. It's the defense and the players on the defense's fault. Well, guess what? You've invested the second most amount of money into this defense of anybody in the National Football League. It's not like he's working with light parts out there. He hired these coaches. And when it comes to hurt on this, DVD, let's remember, this is another key point of this. The last 4 defensive coaching hires have all come from in-house for Coach Carroll. They've all come from in-house. Do you think that that's a representation of Coach Carroll being open to outside ideas? Do you think that's an example of him wanting to find the most brilliant mind across the landscape? Was that him saying, I want this coordinator gone, and you go get me the most brilliant mind in the landscape. Get me the true trendsetter from the defensive coordinator positioning. I want the guy to bring me all the ideas that I have even begun to think about. Is that what he's doing when he's hiring in-house 4 times over? Or is that more of a representation of what you're truly looking for as a yes man? Not somebody that's going to come in with outside ideas, but is going to listen to what you tell them to do and how you tell them to run it. And that's what we're in right now. And if it's an alternative to that, DVD, you're going to have to give me the case as to how that's an alternative from the way that I'm seeing it on that. Because it looks pretty clear at this point that it's that way. First down, run and catch in the open field here for Michigan. This is going to be a big play that gets them all the way down to the 28-yard line. So it is an issue with Pete, DVD. You don't let him off the hook for hires he made and say, well, that hire is not any good. He made the hire. He chose to go with him. He shares in the responsibility if that hire doesn't work. And it doesn't add up to me on that hire not working when you didn't try to go out there and find the best candidates. You just tried to always look in-house. And that's on Carroll. He doesn't get off the hook for those. He's got to be held responsible for those, especially when we've been sitting here for years in this mediocrity, especially when we have one playoff win in 7 years. You know, it does come back to the coach at that point. Second down and 7 for Michigan after a 3-yard run here on first down from the 27-yard line. Shotgun look for J.J. McCarthy. Trips far side. Fake pitch. Coming back to the other side. Looking. He hits his man here in cover for an easy 11, 12-yard gain. Boy, the Husky defender just didn't pick the guy up in coverage there. That was strange. Michigan offense starting to roll. We knew the defense was only going to be able to hold on here for so much with the offense kind of fumbling the ball here a little bit and finding their footing here. And they've done more than their job as the defense. Boy, number 3 there for the Huskies just fell back into coverage when he should have stayed tight on number 1. I don't know why he gathered back there like that. He just allowed that play to become a 13-yard gain there. Michigan in the red zone. Handoff is inside. Taken down to the ground at that point after a short gain from Michigan. Clock will continue to run here. DVD says, Coach Pete, that's why he needs to let Schneider hire the offensive coordinator. I don't think we can just assume it's anything more than just trying to give someone a shot from within. Number one, he's not going to get, first off, DVD on that, John Schneider's not going to get control over the hiring Coach Carroll's coaching staff. That's unrealistic, and it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Coach Carroll has shown himself on the reason that you go through all the coordinators you do, and partial reason. Let me get to this in just a sec here. Handoff here to Blake Corum. He is going to get up the middle here, and he's going to break it through for a touchdown. Michigan will take a 2-touchdown lead on the back of that, as the Washington Husky offense could hold on for only so much longer. We got to speak about DVD when we talk about this stuff, what's realistic and what's unrealistic. A head coach is not going to let a general manager hire his coaches. Certainly not a coach in Coach Carroll who wants that kind of control. So that's not a viable scenario to come and have happen. When it comes to he's just trying to give someone a shot in-house, then he's not doing his job as a coach and hiring the best hire, is he? He's got other things that are mattering more to him rather than getting the best coach in here. It's more about trying to reward guys than it is about going and finding the truly best coach. And again, that doesn't totally add up to me that they just sort of gives him a shot. It much more adds up to the fact, DVD, when it's done 4 times over, the last 4 defensive coordinators you have had, not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 defensive coordinators have all come from in-house hirings. That speaks to the fact that you're not looking for outside ideas to come in, especially, DVD, when you look at all 4 of those coordinators running basically the same exact defense. You can't let Coach Carroll off the hook on this, my guy. You can't do the duck and dive and bob and weave on this one. The bullseye has got to go on him on this one. The math doesn't add up. You can't go, we don't have the players when you've invested the second most amount of money onto the defensive side of the ball. The highest pick that you've had in the franchise in the last 25 years went to the defensive side of the ball. The desperate trade deadline deal that you made to give up a future second round pick to rob from this draft, to take from this draft, came to do what? Add to the offensive side of the ball? No, to the defensive side of the ball. We're pouring endless assets into this side of the ball. We're pouring endless amounts of commitment to that side of the ball in our philosophy, and it's not working. And he's trying the same thing, DVD. All 4 of these coordinators dropped a heavy depth in zone coverage, play the front 4, don't blitz. Every one of those 4 have done that. Now, is that because they all 4 just happen to think exactly along and alike the same way? Or could that be maybe that Coach Carroll is coming in over the top and dictating to them how the defense needs to be run? And I think that there's so much proof of it being the latter than the former on this. Do I know for sure? No, but there is smoke billowing out of this building, out the back door of the building, out every single window from the bottom floor to the top floor. I think that there's fire in the building. So the Pete sliding away from accountability, he's firmly taken over Russ, in my opinion, on this. I saw the same with the Russ at the end of the time, where there's never any accountability to Russ on any of the stuff that was problematic in his game. And I do see from some folks, not to you on this, DVD, but just I do hear from some folks where it's like, there is this acrobatic methodology applied in order to try to avoid applying any sort of the pressure onto Carroll in this process, to saying, no, it lands on your door. The buck stops with you. You're the vice president here. You're the guy who's had control over for years of the personnel. You can't get to have that control. You can't get to wield that mighty hammer and then claim that you had no power at the other day. It's not me, it's this guy, it's that guy, it's the players, it's this person, it's that. No, it's you. The buck stops with you. You've made sure it was that way. You wanted it this way. So you can't be upset then if you're Coach Carroll when the blame does land on your shoulders for things not going right. Appreciate where you're coming from, I do, but this is going to place for me, DVD, where it comes through this offseason where I'm going to be very consistent on. I didn't land here slowly. I've been monitoring and watching this situation for years with Coach Carroll. And in this channel's history and time, I have charted this progress and charted these issues and problems throughout those years very, very exactly, very, very precisely. And I have been very hesitant to arrive at the final conclusion I've arrived at this state of things. But arrive here I have, DVD, I think he trusted people inside the organization too much. Again, it's maybe the case, but it's still a failure of his at that point, DVD. But he's only done that twice before. Who was it before Ken? So you went Dan Quinn, you went Chris Richard, You went Ken Norton, then you went Clint Hurt. Those are your hires. And there's something in there to tell you on that DVD. When you look at all of the hires, both defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator, and how many he goes through, there's also something that's telling you a little bit, right? Why is he spinning through so many coordinators on either side of the ball? Is it because he's letting those coordinators run their show, run their offense? Or, I counter, if we're logically kind of deducing this, is it more that he's coming in with a heavy-handed approach, forcing them to do something a certain way? They don't like that because when it comes down to the failures then of either side of the ball, it's going to come firmly on the shoulders of that coordinator and not the head coach, as by evidenced of the conversation we're having right now, DVD, as evidenced by the fact that you yourself are pointing to those coordinators. Quick throw here by Penix. He will complete it here to Poke for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. So that's where my issue comes down on this a little bit, is that it's the reason these coordinators go throw DVD, the reason that when you had Schottenheimer leave the organization, Schottenheimer wasn't fired. It was a mutual parting of ways. It was an offensive coordinator who was fed up, who had had enough of the coach coming in and telling him what time it is. And that's also why you can go and flip to new coordinators here with Coach Carroll on this DVD. Like, you could have Schneider come in and override Carroll and tell him what to do. A 2nd down and 6 here for Penix. Shotgun look, 4 wide. Dropping back to throw, looking deep. He's got a Dunzier. Dunzier in the open field. A Dunzier down to the 26-yard line. 1st down. Boy, the Huskies needed that big play there. Boy, do they need that big play there. A Dunzier down the field. Open, broken coverage there. Safety late to get over the top. Whoo, let's go. 6:05 to go in this 4th quarter. Both teams have all 3 of their timeouts. Penix, the 27-yard line here, set up in shotgun. False start for the Huskies. Man, it's like their 6th false start of the game, offensively speaking. So that was the thing, Davey D. If you even have Schneider overrule him and then hire those hires, what's to then stop Coach Carroll from coming in there and still dictating to them what he wants them to do on both sides of the ball? You're still not held back from that occurring, and it's very likely for that to occur because that's been the recent history of what he's done from the head coaching position with his coordinators. 1st and 15. Clock run, 5:43. Huskies have not made it easy on themselves with some of these unforced errors in this game. Oh my goodness. Missed thrown ball there by Penix. He is high all day long today. I know he got hit after the throw, but everything on him's just kind of sailing a little bit today. Yeah, so he just, boy, that was ugly. Definitely 4-down territory here for the Huskies. You need 2 touchdowns. Come on, Michael. You had a hell of a year here, man. Don't have one of your worst games of the year here. Another low throw there and just a weird snap there all the way around. Boy, things are getting a little disjointed here for the Huskies offense. Come on, Michael. C-Lord says, I'd be quite interested in seeing John Schneider and Shackle from Pete. Me as well. DVD says, everything you're saying is true, but he has fired them. Yeah, but I can't trust so part of what we always say, let me get to that DVD on this next commercial because we're going to get into kind of the depths on this one, I can tell. Penix dropping back to throw here. Overthrow there to Jalen McMillan on 3rd and 13. Boy, don't try to take a little 5 or 6 yard play to get to 4th down and makeable. I think he just thinks he's got a one-on-one there on the outside. And again, Penix is just too deep with his throws today. He's not giving his receivers any opportunities on these throws over the top. And I don't know if it's just nerves or if he's just off today, but he's not been able to put these throws on the button. And we may be down to game time here at 4:53 and 4 and 13 to go here for the Huskies. They're going to call a timeout and try to get it figured out. So yes, he does fire them on it, but here's where we come down to the issues here, DVD, like you're saying. John Schneider's not going to come in to overrule Coach Carroll's coaching hires. There's no indication he's looking to fire these current coordinators. if he does fire the current coordinators, again, on this, my point with this 2 DVD was that he comes in with a heavy-handed approach. So you can bring any coordinator you want in the book, and he's going to come in there over the top of them and tell them what to do. He's going to tell an offensive coordinator, don't throw to the middle of the football field. I want you to throw outside the numbers. Don't run outside the tackles for very much of the time. I want you to hammer the A and the B gap runs. My proof of this, of course, is the Brady Henderson story about Brian Schottenheimer inheriting 70% of the playbook. Do you understand how ridiculous that is just on the surface of it right there, DVD? You as an offensive coordinator come in with a playbook and then you have to inherit 70% of the playbook of the team already walking in the door. That's dumb. That's idiotic by your head coach to desire that. And it also is representative of what they would do to any coordinator who comes in here. 4th and 13 here for Penix. Got a blitz look from Michigan. They're going to bring it. Penix tries to spin out. He's going to throw it up here. And we've got a flag on the other side of it here from Michigan. We also had a flag on the Huskies. I don't know if there was holding in the backfield. Penix is slow to get up off of his feet as he was hit on the throw. Let's see where both of these penalties are going to align here. Is it going to be offsetting? Is there 2 on Michigan? Definitely a pass interference down the field. So we've got holding on Washington. We've got pass interference on Michigan. Those will offset, and we will replay 4th down. Penix tried to do a little pirouette move, and there was a player right there in his face when he did so. Boy, the Washington right tackle didn't get off the ball. Washington's right tackle and the offensive line has had an issue with the snap counts in this second half, big time. I don't know what the timing is going on there, but there's some issues with the snap count over and over and over again. Guys not getting off the ball or guys jumping too early. It's been a sloppily played game here offensively for the Huskies. 4th and 13. Dropping back to throw. Lets it rip. Overthrow. This ball will be intercepted. And this is going to be returned back potentially for a touchdown here by Michigan. That's game over. Penix down there trying to do what he can. I guess they'll get a stop at the 5-yard line, but that's game, set, match right there. So DVD, when we talk about, getting away from firing, we still come back to the same point of how do we have faith and trust that he's going to make the right hires? When over and over and over and over and over and over and over through the years on either side of the ball, he has not made the right hires. So how do we have the faith that suddenly, as you know with me, the thing that I always get stuck on is I can be open to things getting fixed, but that then takes somebody fixing and doing something differently than they have done. If you do the same thing, you're not really likely to fix anything. And I think that's why you're advocating for John Schneider have some of that say over the top of Carroll and who he hires. But you've got to understand with that is that's just not the way it's going to work with the head coach of the National Football League. They're not going to give up that kind of power. He's going to want to hire his guys. This is also why I landed the spot of being like, I kind of am at the out range of this thing, right? I'm kind of done on that side of it here. 1st and goal for Michigan. 3 tight end look here. They're probably going to run this 3 straight times. And off to Blake Corum. He's going to take the ball in, and he's going to get himself a touchdown. Or down to the 1, sorry. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Jody's at this game scouting. She loves the color schemes on both uniforms, but can't make a choice. There we go. There we go, Garth. Duquan Quack, thank you for the, Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, college punting makes me sad. Too used to the NFL. Yeah, you see quite a difference from college punting to the NFL, to your point. It's a lot of college punting is like just trying to hit the ball in a low trajectory and get it to roll is basically what you're trying to make happen. And whereas where the NFL, those guys can sail it, man. They can flip those field positions on a weekly, both sides too. Hand off inside here to Blake Corum. He will get it and he will bounce it in. And the Wolverines will take a 3-touchdown lead. Can't put a lot on the defense's back in this game. Your offense just had no answers against this Michigan defense. Penix, 25 of 44, 246, a touchdown and 2 interceptions. I mean, you needed a better performance out of him today if you were going to win this one. And too many missed throws, too many drop throws, too much penalties, too many mistakes in the game where you had to play it clean and true and right if you're the Washington Huskies to pull this game off. They battled well to get here, but that is the reality of what we're looking at, you know. Duquan Quack, thank you for another $10 dono. Appreciate that, Duquan. The Hawks defense is basically a pig dressed up with some lipstick on it. May look different, but the pig is the same old pig with its same old tendencies and philosophies. That's it. I feel that's a great way of putting it here. I pointed to this when Clint Hurt was hired, and I said people were really on this whole board at that time of saying, well, it's really Ken Norton's the problem. Ken Norton's really the issue here. I mean, that's really the problem defensively. It's just Ken Norton is the defensive coordinator. But really what it was not that. It's again, first starts with the hiring in-house rather than looking for the best hire. You go for the in-house hire. I think those are mutually inexclusive. And as you say, whoever you do bring in as a defensive coordinator is going to be here to run Coach Carroll's defensive scheme. And this is backed up by, again, evidentiary-wise, guys like Richard Sherman and KJ Wright talking about this same exact thing when you moved on from Ken Norton and you went to Clint Hurt. They all went after that. They were asked in interviews, well, is this Clint Hurt going to come in here and fix this defense and do a bunch of wild stuff? Is Clint Hurt going to come in here and go to this new scheme and change their ways and do something different and update their stuff? And none of them even hesitated for a moment to say, no, this is Coach Carroll's defense. That's his baby. And that's the reality of it. And there's really not a lot really that shouldn't even be a debated point, quite frankly, at this point. 13 years into this, there's some things we can debate about this team and how they run and what they do. The one thing I think that we can't go from and say to it is that coordinators get to bring their own system into play. You're running the Coach Carroll scheme. That's what it is. And as you say, it's a pig dressed up with a different shade of lipstick, but it's still a pig beneath. And that's why so many of us are driving for this change, is because fixing cosmetically the team on the surface doesn't get to the depth beneath it, which is what really probably does need to be addressed at this point. Right? Well said, though, Daquan. And thank you for the double donation. Garth, thank you for the 5. Oh, it says, I read that one already. My bad. Megan with another $20 donation. Thank you, Megan. Good to see you back in the house. The one time I go for the Huskies, B. Yeah, I know. Tough on this game, too, is that, you've had a chance. Like, you weren't just blown off the field after Michigan had those first couple of runs. You had an opportunity, And Michael Penix out there holding his side. Probably not feeling too good right now at this moment, and I certainly don't think he's elevated the stock in this game. But it's a tough game here, Megan. Some shades here of some Seahawks stuff we see in this game. An inability to stop the run, offensive looking disjointed, unforced errors, some undisciplined football across the board at times, especially offensively speaking here. It's looked a little familiar on that part of it, so I give the defense props, though. They gave the offense a chance here in this half. Yeah, helmet-to-helmet hit here, which will push the ball up. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation. Garth, appreciate you for all your donations today as well. Duquan, thank you so very much. AJ Harris says this officiating has been horrible. They're holding so blatantly on the tight end pass. They're definitely letting them get away with quite a bit out there on both sides, that's for sure. DVD says, agree to disagree. I totally accept your opinion as very valid. I just don't feel like it's really that. As much as he's just now getting exactly what you're saying. As much as he's just now getting exactly what you're saying. Fair enough. And I'll definitely try to convince you to my side of it. I understand if you may disagree. And there are folks out there like you that share your opinion in the Hawk fandom. Certainly. I don't want to make it seem like it's 99% of Hawk fandom saying, let go of Carroll. I do think it's a little bit of a majority at this point, but I certainly think that there's plenty of still Coach Carroll folks that back him and want to see him have another run at it. While I do respect the agree to disagree statement on a DVD, as I always say, if you're going to bring me to your side of it, you're going to have to bring me something tangibly that I can go off of for the optimism, right? So if I'm talking about these things that have been long issues and long plaguing issues for this team, for Coach Carroll, for the defense, Penix dropping back to throw on 2nd and 3 here. He will loop this up over the top. Again, an errant pass by Michael Penix. Then I've got to have something tangible to know that these things start to get fixed, right? So I have Coach Carroll dropping to a soft zone defenses, 4-man fronts, allowing easy completions over the field, don't want to blitz. How do I know that that changes at any point in time in the future? What do I have that to base it on? And not blind optimism that it's going to happen, but actually something with some tangible proof that it will actually occur. These things can be fixed, but he's got to show me that he's even willing to address them, which he's not shown a willingness to address them. and it just, what he ends up doubling back down to, DVD, is the old tactics, the old ways. And as he talked about 2 years ago, his old ways don't work. They stopped working. He needed to update. And rather than update, double back down to the old. So again, understand the agree to disagree, but if you're going to bring me to your side, you're going to have to give me something from a meat standpoint that I can operate off of to find that optimism. I'm open to it. You can completely convince me of it. But it's got to be more than, I got a feeling this is going to be all right. I got a kind of a feeling it's going to be cool. It's got to be A, B, C, D, and F is how this is going to be done. And I've got reason to believe A, B, C, D, E, and F are going to happen because of A, B, C, D, and F of this that supports that. I can bring you, as I've brought you on this DVD, 8, 9, 10 different points as to why it won't be fixed, as to why it hasn't been fixed, as to why these issues have plagued. I brought you exact examples. You know what I mean? So I just want those back in return if you're going to twist me off my spot, or if I'm not to take this approach that I do take in my outlook of it, Appreciate where you're coming from, though. I feel very passionate about this, though. I will tell you that. And like I prepped people last night on this, this is the direction that I'm heading this offseason on this. I'm an optimistic guy. I've been very supportive of Coach Carroll. But as I talked about last night with this, I've given a long period of time to arrive to this state of mind. It did not happen overnight. I'm not emotionally reacting to this season. I have spent years tracking and monitoring this. I do the 4 or 5 live stream shows a week. This will be my opinion. And you can definitely disagree with it, but I'm not moving off of the spot this offseason. Not unless I get something tangibly that somebody can point to as to why I should. Outside of kind of having just sort of blind faith that it will get fixed on its own, just magically. Remember the time I would like Pete to be a Pat Riley and go into the front office like Riley did with the Miami Heat? Get a coach, Dan Quinn, or even a Brian Flores to fix the defense. Prefer offensive-oriented coach. Me as well. DVD says, but I certainly wasn't John. I certainly wasn't John to stay. If Pete goes, he's pretty good at finding the talent all over. I like what John does, Dan. I wouldn't mind seeing him have a chance to hire his own coach. DVD, he's, of course, was hired by Pete rather than he hiring Pete. So it'd be nice to maybe see it go the other way a little bit. Boy, Huskies look done here. This clock's going to wind down, and we're at 4th and 10 here, and it's just can't quite make it back. And Michael Penix is struggling to hold on here. I think he's got an issue right now. He's kind of holding his side. Steele, how is firing defensive coordinators justifying Pete's ability to hire a defensive coordinator? You're speaking to DVD. DVD, I can totally see your point. I appreciate where you come from again, too. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be this is one also I'm a little bit emotional about because I'm a little fed up with this in certain respects on Pete, too, on this. Because I'm a little bit like, why did we have to get here, Pete? Why did this have to be the way that this discussion turns to? Why couldn't you have just woken up on something that was smacking you in the face years ago? And that's where sometimes we get to the people that, like myself on this DVD, that just find themselves a little bit at their wits' end with the situation, and you're just feeling like he'll never learn. He says, Pete's terrible, nothing more than a cheerleader. When he had great players, he's great. When he doesn't, he's not. He's added nothing. Next time he's out of coaches, someone will be the first time. Next time he outcoaches someone will be the first time. Yep, not an X's and O's guy, that's for sure. Don Modest says, winner's the next Hawks coach? Harbaugh is then. DVD says, you're not wrong. I'm just wondering if it's as bad as, or if there's a chance that Pete was trying to do less, and these are the results of that trying to control. So let's unpack that, DVD. Let's take Waldron, okay? So let's say 2 years ago, he does like what you're saying, where he dials it back. Says, I'm going to trust in my coordinators to coordinate, and I'm going to coach. Okay, let's take Waldron. Waldron comes from Sean McVay's system. Sean McVay's system heavily rooted in 11 personnel, heavily rooted in running out formations and sequencing that will look which will look very much the same play in and play out, but they will run every kind of iteration of those plays off of that scheme. Okay, DVD? That's how the Rams ran their scheme. Waldron was a passing game coordinator, I believe, who cut his teeth with McVay there with the Rams, learning the scheme and understanding the scheme. Puka Nacua talked about this scheme being a Bible thick this past week in an interview. So Waldron goes and gets hired based on his background with McVay, based on his understanding and knowledge of this particular offense. Then he comes to Seattle And this offense looks completely different from the offense that the Rams run, but it looks, DVD, this is the important part, dead on similar to the type of offenses that we ran in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Is that coincidental, do you think? Or do you think that that logically would add up then to what happened there was Waldron came in the house, Carroll with his heavy-handed approach, and Michigan's just going to run this ball out at this point. So this thing is pretty much in the bed and done. He has him come in, and what's more likely? Waldron forgot everything that helped to bring him here to get him this job, which doesn't seem likely if we're taking Occam's razor. What's the most likely outcome? That doesn't seem the most likely outcome. Or that you have an offensive-minded coach who comes in, who's replacing an offensive coordinator who left because of a mutual parting of ways, because he was fed up with the Carroll process, and finds himself with Carroll telling him how to run this offense. To give you the specifics on that, DVD, not working the middle and the intermediate part of the field, which is the telecast told you a couple weeks ago, the Seattle Seahawks work the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the entire NFL. The Rams work the middle of the field as well as anyone in the entire NFL. Why does it go that way? Why is it so different? Why does the offense look like 17 and 18? I don't know how this couldn't add up in every way, shape, and form to Coach Carroll coming to Waldron and saying, here's how you're going to do this. Here's how this is going to get done. It logically makes sense that it kind of tracks and adds up in that way. And if it doesn't, it's a hell of a coincidence. It's a hell of a coincidence. So I have a hard time thinking that he's just let them run unfettered and now he's learned, no, I got to come back in with more of a heavy, like what's called upon here is more heavy-handed approach from Coach Carroll, not less. And I would say the same thing with Hurd on that side of things. You transition to the Vic Fangio defense, right, DVD? That was the transition, was you're going to hybridize the Vic Fangio defense 2 years ago. But the Vic Fangio defense, at the heart of what it does, it's got all its complications and iterations and machinations. When you break down the Fangio defense with the split cover shell look that it runs, what it is trying to do is disguise pre-snap what it's going to do post-snap in coverage. And I showed you that marker last night that showed you the Seahawks were the second most predictable team in the coverages that they show you pre-snap to post-snap, which is also how they were back 3, 4, 5 years ago. So again, like with Waldron, DVD, what's more likely? Hurt adopts this new scheme and decides to just understands the scheme, coached under Vic Fangio, and yet he's dialing back to all the same kind of principles that we've run defensively in 16, 17, 18, and he's just doing that coincidentally? Or Coach Carroll, like he's doing in the offensive ball, is actually coming in there and telling you what time it is, what's going to be done. Remembering, DVD, the quote from Coach Carroll in particular about Waldron in that first year, a few weeks into his coaching career here with Seattle. And they were interviewing Coach Carroll, and he said, we really like Waldron. He's very open to doing the things we've done here before. What? What? Open to the things you've done before? You brought him in here to do the new things. That was the point of hiring him. The old things weren't working anymore. That's why you don't use them. That's why you're moving to the new offense. The old defense didn't work anymore. That's why you moved to the new defense. So you may be right on this, DVD, and I could be wrong, but I feel like I've tracked quite a bit of this that adds up. I've got a DVD, Brady Henderson story. Brady Henderson is a Seahawk reporter. He's not an online clickbaiter. He's not a guy that's not legitimate. And he posted up on his Twitter account that Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his playbook when he walked in the door. And that's the same Schottenheimer who had a mutual parting of ways. A mutual parting of ways when it came to Coach Carroll and this team. So it just doesn't, to me, that this all adds up into one direction pretty hard and pretty fast. And it's taken a while to get here to this final kind of conclusion. So I can move off my spot, but I feel like I've made a pretty good case on that's where it's kind of at. And it's not likely to change and fix itself. That's the key on it to me, DVD, is this isn't just going to do itself as a fix. It's got to have somebody come in here and move this. And Coach Carroll is not going to be the man to do it on his own. He has shown you that very, very, very clearly. Pac-12 headstone, says Roland. Not a great finish for the Pac-12. Great to get in the championship game, but just couldn't quite bring it home. Huey says the Huskies do themselves with those white pants. Dumb decision. I would have gone with a pure purple myself. And rolling, yeah, Penix had some bad throws and some drop passes in combination. Definitely didn't play his best game out there today. He's been a lot more poised in the pocket on some of his throws than he was. And Michigan's got a hell of a good defense. Well earned by Michigan. As you say, Kenneth Salter, great job by the Michigan defense in this one to pull this off. But the Huskies had their share of opportunities. They did. Mr. Dogs is not going to get any easier for them either. The Big Ten is going to be hard to win out. Indeed, it will. Much tougher conference, that's for sure. Maybe on the back of this success that they've had, though, maybe they're able to make a little bit of hay on the West Coast. It's not like you've got teams like UCLA or USC or Cal that are necessarily taking the best and the brightest as far as the prospects out there. Maybe there's some opening there for you to kind of dominate the West Coast as far as some of the talent goes, some of the top-end talent. We'll have to see. Michigan was a tough matchup against a good coach. UW has a bright future. Can't say the same about the Hawks. No, probably not. Gibson says, agree, UW had a fantastic season 2. Bad Penix saved his worst performance of the season for the biggest game. Boy, did he ever. Boy, did he ever. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Brando, in respect of Jody Allen's scouting tonight, I'd like to know Megan's opinion on who had the better uniforms in tonight's game. We'll see what she thinks. She's kind of got USC a little bit in her heart, so I'm going to guess she's going to go with Michigan colors, but then she hates Harbaugh. I don't know. I think Megan's going to be torn on that one. I think she'll go with Michigan because of her lack of Husky love. but that's purely a guess on that one. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 donation. Corey Olson, thank you for the $5 as well. I don't mean to put my tinfoil hat on, but it seemed Michigan was crowned before the game started. Folks had lots of money on this game. Folks did have a lot of money on this game, that's for sure, Corey. I definitely think the officials let calls go in this game. I think that they were kind of letting them go on both sides of the ball to my eyes. I could be wrong on that, and that it was really only just slanted to the Huskies. It didn't quite feel like that. It just felt like we got a national title game. We're going to let the players play. We're going to let the players dictate how this is won and lost. And if that means that there's going to be some calls that go uncalled to let those players determine that, so be it. I'm okay with that. I like the game being less legislative than I like it being more legislative. And maybe that's from certain perspectives. Michigan was being egregious in some of it, but it felt pretty even in how the game was being called on either side to me. And boy, it felt like, Corey, to me, we had some chances to this offense in this game. In that second half, it wasn't the officials. It wasn't some other manufactured reason you weren't making happen when you're having bad drops in space, when you're having, Michael Penix on errant throw after errant throw after errant throw. You kind of go through all that and you go, man, that's not on anybody but us. We just didn't pull it out on that. Had our opportunities. We were within 7 points heading into the fourth quarter with the ball. Got an opportunity to go make it happen. And defense we knew they were only going to be able to hold on for so long, and finally the dam was going to break. And break it did. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. I appreciate you for that. And very kind of you, man. Hope you're having a good night. Washington's issues on offense came back to haunt them at the worst time. Can't execute on the simple things. Very true. It was those kind of easier throws. Sometimes it wasn't always there was the one deep throw to Udunzie in the first half that was a miss there by Penix. But it wasn't just those. It was the shorter throws. It was the easy completions in space. It was the ball carriers running before they saw the ball. It was Penix on that first down throw there where he throws it back on Jalen Polk rather than out in front of him to let him run out and go get it, and he pulls him back to the defender. It was those little things, as you say, kind of little simple things within the game. There are the high degree of difficulty things, and then there are the simpler things. And I think that's a very good way of putting it, like you do, Jordan, and that it was those kind of easier things that kind of nipped you in the back here in this game. Just weren't on your P's and Q's. It was the, 4 or 5 false starts that you had throughout the course of this game on the offensive line, which just did not need to happen. You're not playing on the road here. It's a neutral site. So well said. Well said, Jordan. I tend to agree with you on that. Megan with another $5. Thank you, Megan. I was going to look for your comments. You didn't have to donate. I was going to try to check it out, but thank you for donating. Michigan is the better color, but only because blue is my favorite color and my love of USC and not Jim Harbaugh. I know that was a tough one for you to come to, Megan. It's kind of it's the opposite of what would be the opposite of Sophie's choice on that one. Like, I don't like either option. Which do you take? We ask Megan. She says no. Neither. But I was right. I figured you go Michigan over the Husky purple. I figured you go that way. Thank you though, Megan. I appreciate you for all your support tonight, all your donations. Huey says Huskies get a look at what awaits them in the Big Ten. Huge O-lines and ass whoopings. Hope the check is worth it. Go Cougs, Pac-12, Pac-2 forever. And Pac-2 forever. Oh, goodness. DVD, now that's way more of a bullseye in explaining it. It's still Pete's defense. That adds a little more clarity to the blame. Good talk, B. Thank you, DVD. I appreciate always where you're coming from. I hope I don't come off too dickish when I get into these debates with folks. It's never my intention. I'm definitely passionate about it. But it's never my intention to kind of come out and make it feel like I'm just totally shading a position of being, not, everyone's got a perspective here. You know what I mean? And my perspective may be right, it may be wrong. I feel passionate about it, but I'm open to being wrong, and I'm open to be convinced to the other side of it. And DVD, no, you're good. I like you getting fired up, man. Passion's what we want in here. I like disagreement. I like a little bit of a counterbalance on here. So I'll argue, sometimes red in the face and with passion to where I feel on something, but I love seeing my fellow 12s come in with the perspective of that same passion. That's what I want from this fan base. I want people engaged in that way. Kirk, Penix might have hurt his draft stock today. It doesn't hurt it doesn't help when you've got some of the missed throws, and then you're also looking like you're suffering from an injury as you get hit a little bit. Starts to get those people a little bit more worried then about that holding up at the next level thing as far as your body goes. I think he'll still get in the first round, but it's possible that he could have dinged himself a little bit here tonight with this game. Clippick says, love the debate with our fan base. It keeps us entertained and gives us some ideas and balance. Bingo. Can't, as I'll say with this DVD, never want this place to be an echo chamber or everybody just has to agree with me or I'm going to just jump down your throat. I hope it doesn't come off as that because I don't want it to at all. I have a ton of respect for all my fellow 12s in this regard. And this is going to be an off season with some tough conversations. And so I want them to remain in that respectful territory where everybody can understand that, we don't have to be adversarial with this. We can have the different positions and be respectful of the different positions and let's air it out. And like you say, Cliffick, in that, when you have these debates and you air these stuff out and you get the different sides of it, I think you do get closer to the truth at the end of the day, which is, I think, really what we're trying to accomplish here with this channel as the bottom line. It says, Brando's been preaching this message for years now, and it all comes true. Makes total sense. Thank you, man. Bull Pitt says, Pete's only getting older and most set in his schemes. That's right. DVD says, I'm totally frustrated as well. I'm just still wishing I could be a fly on the wall during the coaches' meetings. I do too. I'd be very interested to hear what would be going on in the background here. Duquan says, look, my understanding to the Hawks D is Clint Hurt was given the freedom to design the defense, but Pete still has a hand in it. Pete's job is to fix the issues his defensive coordinator comes across, which means Pete's principles, philosophy, and tendencies are reflected in the defense because it's not a system. Pete is used to coaching. Yeah, I mean, there's some slight differences to it. I do maintain with it. I don't know if there's a massive amount of difference when it's heavy zone-based defense, cover 3, cover 4, cover 6. You're dropping to depth. You're dropping a lot of guys to space. You still don't blitz. These things are still long. But yeah, the bottom line's still the bottom line on it, Josh S. says, hi, Kitty, miss your pumpkin. She jumped down. Go get some food. I don't know where she's gone off to. Duquan says, essentially, there are 4-3 cover 3 ideas and play style stuffed into a 3-4 personnel. Right. Well, you're really touching on that, Duquan, of why this one fails. Because what Coach Carroll did is he didn't want to relinquish the old. I'm going to go to the Vic Fangio scheme. No, I'm not. I'm going to hybridize it. Why? Because I don't want to release the old. But I told you 2 years ago that we've been holding on to the old for too long. So which is it? Have you been holding on to the old for too long and you need to release it and you need to go to the new? Or is it a matter of you just can't let that old flame die? Right? I love her. I can't let her go. I'll go date this other girl, but I still love her. That's still my woman. That's kind of what we got a bit. Drunk says, I love Penix, but I wouldn't draft him. Injuries already scare me. After today, Seahawks should just draft the best player on the board. Yeah. So I've leaned into saying I don't think as much Penix is the smart option to go with here for a couple of reasons. Trade back in the first round. Get yourself into the 20s. Pick yourself up an offensive line. Build up the trenches here. Find yourself a quarterback in the third round. Duquan says it's a weird bastardization of a defense. DVD says, yes, that's all true, B. And the offensive scheme was Shane before and after. I'm just wondering about the running game. Well, I did see you mention about the fact that Carroll's tended to be a guy that's wanted to run the ball more than he's wanted to pass it. And I would say that has tended to be the case to a degree. Some of the reason that I don't think you run the ball as much as you have in the past comes from the defensive ineptitude. You play a lot of these games where 3/4 of the game, your defense is on the football field. And so there's not as much of the opportunities to run the ball. On top of the fact, if you look at the running game, and this is one of the things that I've marked on DVD with evaluating Geno Smith that makes this hard with evaluating Geno Smith appropriately, is you have a running game over the past 2 years that has not consistently opened up holes up front. You do not have a good run blocking line. You also have a bad pass blocking line. So that's where I think it's less about Carroll arching away from those philosophies of wanting to run the ball and more about we can't run the ball. We're not getting enough opportunities to run the ball. We're not converting our third down attempts enough to still stay with the run. But I think every bit, if he still had his way, he would lean to try to keep as much to balance as he possibly could. Ace says Hawks should hire Dan Quinn for the head coaching job next year. There's been some connection with Dan here. I don't know how much truth there is to it. 501st Reject says the Cougs only wish they could get this far. Let him know, 501st. Kirk, I'm not a big Dan Quinn guy either on it. He is being connected to it, but I'd like to go with a different approach. Something a little different. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all your donos tonight. Fight on, USC Cardinal, red and gold. Always be. There you go, Megan. There you go. See if Lincoln Riley can keep this thing turning next year forward. Even with Caleb going, I think he's going to start to maybe have a little more talent there at USC to work with. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate your donation. Secret Asian Dude, what's up? Good to see you. Thank you for the $5 donation. The amount of glazing over McCarthy this game was nauseating. He's mediocre and mid as hell. Hawks should draft a stud O-lineman or D end in the first round. I will go ballistic if we take J.J. McCarthy in the first or second round. I don't even like him in the third round. He is by far, in my opinion, and it's not even close in this draft, he is the most overhyped quarterback in this draft by far. And this game showed off exactly why, as you say, he is as mid as you say. He doesn't have an ability to push the ball up the field. He's not particularly accurate. He doesn't have great arm strength. He's got that Matt Corral kind of mobility where it's good at the college level, but it's probably going to be, for the most part, neutralized at the NFL level. He doesn't play off script. There's not a lot there with J.J. McCarthy, to me, secret agent dude. I'm with you 100% on that boat. 100%. And yeah, O-line, trenches. Let's get back to the basics here. We're getting handled at the line of scrimmage on a weekly basis in this NFL, regardless of opponent. Let's take back some control at the line of scrimmage. Starts to me with offensive line, but hey, you can work that defensive line in there too, secret agent dude. So yeah, I don't get the McCarthy is one of these quarterbacks that every year I've got one that comes up for me, a secret agent dude. It was Kyle Wilson one year. It was Malik Willis and who's the other guy in that draft? Matt Corral. Two guys in that draft there. I'm like, why are these guys getting hyped so much? And McCarthy is that same way in a draft that is filled to the nines with so many different interesting quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Spencer Rattler. Why are we getting caught up on this guy? This baby Huey looking sucker. No. So I'm with you, secret agent dude. I thank you for the donation and completely with you on that approach. at this point. Get back into the trenches. Deal with those. Gar, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, I'm glad Megan chose the colors of the Seahawks' new coach, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh is not handsome like Pete, but he played NFL football. Indeed. Harbaugh definitely, he was definitely a gritty kind of cat out there on the football field as a QB too. Not the most talented, but he found a way. And I hope you're right, Garth. I hope you're right. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to know that Harbaugh is our opening day head coach next year. That is my dream hire at this point. I'm not going to apologize for it. He'd be a great coach here. He showed you what he can, the type of teams that he puts together are tough. They don't tend to beat themselves. They tend to be, watch those Michigan players today. Was there a whole bunch out there? Just let me show my swag. Let me show just out there doing their job, putting the hard hat on, getting it done, playing hard for them. Keeping the mistakes to a minimum. I like Harbaugh's approach, Garth. I'd be completely okay if they want to take that road. Josh Sass says Dan Quinn's not a good head coach. Look at what he did with Atlanta. Laughing out loud. Yeah, the fan base likes us in the Seattle. We do like Josh bringing back old guys, old players, old coaches. We love to bring back old things. We've got a lot of sentimentality here in the Pacific Northwest. We really do. I both love it about us as a people, and it also kind of drives me crazy. But the answer always seems to look at the thing that you know, the devil and I'm ready to go outside of that. Like, let's step outside of it having to be something from the tree of Carol or something connected to Carol. Let's go to something new. Let's push into a new direction, new horizons. Secret Agent Dude, imagine the pressure Penix is going to see in the NFL. He's like Jimmy G when he's under pressure, always overthrows his receivers. He does. He does not react well to pressure at all. And when you get him out there moving in space, especially under pressure, then the ball gets really errant. TC says, hail, hail, Michigan Wolverines. Congrats, TC. Congrats. I will first recheck the Seahawks going for JJ McCarthy. I will revolt. Please, God, no. No, God, no. Josh asks, Harbaugh and Raiders apparently have mutual interest. Wow, that'd be an interesting spot for him to go to. Raiders should just let Antonio Pierce get a run at it. They need more outside the box hires there. Play hand grenades is winner of this game, possibly the Hawks' new head coach. Possibly. DVD says, valid. Point taken, B. Totally get it and feel like I have a much clearer picture of it now. Thanks again. Appreciate you, DVD. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Jordan's speed isn't being fired? No, I don't think he probably is either. Josh Tess says, I don't think Penix was as high on boards as people think. We'll see. He's a tough prospect, Josh. I have a lot more of a straightforward, easy evaluation to make in Drake May and Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. He's a little bit tougher. And I think he's going to provide a big challenge to NFL teams in trying to figure out what's what and who's who. U2K says, Seahawks lost the Wilson trade. Should have kept Russ and hired McDaniels from 49ers. You're still at a point we lost that trade. You still haven't come to the spot where you're going to give the Hawks the benefit on this trade. You're still on the Russ train, huh? Okay. Ace, yeah, Penix doesn't run like Geno. I think Geno throws better off platform and on the move than Penix does as well. TC says, what are you talking about? He played terrible tonight. His draft stock is definitely falling. Kitty. No. Okay. Thank you. Hawkso, what do I think of Pete's comments today? I didn't have a chance to see it, Hawkso. Sorry, I was up super late last night. We did an 8-hour stream, and so I was knocked out today. I got up and just was prepping up for this stream, and got up in kind of the afternoon, and
just hit it up. So I haven't had a chance to see it. If you can tell me what he said, I'll react to it. I'm sure stupid excuses. Duquan Quack says Penix is a glass cannon. Love him as a quarterback, but I don't want him on the Hawks. I definitely think that if you draft him, you've got to do in tandem with Penix a willingness to go get your line cleaned up, whoever the team is that takes him. Get your offensive line in place if you are going to select him. Jordan says scouts aren't looking at that game and saying he's no longer a first rounder. Agreed. They're not going to take a game up against Michigan in that defense and say, well, that's a determiner. We had you in the first round. Now you're to the third round. It's not going to work that way. Jordan says the only thing I complain about the refs in that game, they called that weak-ass holding right after we got that 40-yard pass. Yeah, I mean, he's got his arm up around his neck there, and it's right there on the edge at the tackle position, so it stands really right out to those officials on that play. He says if you can't play in the pocket, you're not a good quarterback. Definitely not an NFL quarterback. Penix did have a hard game across the source. I think he might have played one of his worst games of the year here, and it sucks that it's on the brightest lights, but he's played some really good games this season in addition to this. New Black says, I don't feel like the refs had too much of an impact on this game. No, I don't either. I feel like it was pretty fair. They let him play, but they let him play on both sides of the ball. LT says, yeah, I hope Penix goes somewhere, not on the Hawks. Yeah, as Mr. Jesh says, he would get killed behind the Hawks line, I think. Not a good fit. Josh says, it's not fine. Laughing out loud. How many sidearm 3-4 quarterbacks do you know? Not many of them, especially not many that are left-handed Josh. But he's also put up 2 really great years of production here in Washington. He was right there step for step in the Heisman Trophy Award. He's taken this Husky team as to high heights as they've been in 30-some years. There's some plus sides to this too, but he is an unusual prospect for the quarterback position. It's going to be a hard evaluation. But if I'm Josh making a gamble, it's not that there's 15 teams that are going to put a first-round grade on Michael Penix. If I'm putting down a gamble, it's that there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that are going to put that first-round grade on Michael Penix, or 7 or 8 teams. And I do think one of them ends up making him in the selection in the first. LT says, outrage if Pete Schneider draft Penix. Cotton traffic. Coach Harbaugh spit his tobacco into his hand, shook hands with Coach DeBoer, and then whipped it onto a Washington player's jersey. Straight disgusting and disrespectful. You really do that? Who's to that? Over 300 yards rushing and not holding call. The fix was in. Ace, is the Seahawks keeping Geno, or are they going to draft a quarterback? I think they're keeping Geno and they're going to draft a quarterback. So Ace, it's going to be both. Drew Lock is a free agent, so he's probably not coming back. Drunk, how close we were to CJ Stroud. Always knew he was the best QB, but thought he might struggle. What a year he's having. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be ready to go from the jump, but I did love he was my number 1 quarterback in last year's draft. That's right, AZ Hawk. Hanks has got to go to a team with an offensive line for just any kind of success if he's hoping to get that. I hear you. Tezukaku, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Says, how do you feel about the Winston thing? I think you're meaning about them going and scoring the touchdown at the end, and Jameis Winston talking about it being a player's call and not a coach's call. I think that it is, I don't know if it was Winston deciding to do that in the moment. It certainly would add up that a guy like him that has essentially brain farts on the regular would have a brain fart there to make that call in that moment. The head coach of the New Orleans Saints thought it was a low-class move, not just Arthur Smith getting emotional, but the coach there said that's a that's low class on their part as well. I heard the whole reasoning behind it and getting David Montgomery a touchdown this year when he didn't have one because he was moved to fullback. And last year he had 17. I don't really care. It's a low. What does that one touchdown get him this year? What does that really change? Okay, you had no touchdowns, now you have 1 touchdown. Big effing whoop. It's silly. It's stupid. Operate with a sense of class and some respect on the football field. And I don't know that the Saints players did in that moment. But it sometimes feels like these players now, it's just like they're just going to run wild and free. And it doesn't even matter. It's like here in Seattle. It feels like a little bit of a current generation thing with some of these players where it's like, maybe I'll listen to you and maybe I won't. Maybe I'll do what I want. Kind of sucks to see at times watching that stuff play out like that when the coaches don't have that kind of sway that they once did with it. Because there's a reason a coach is in charge. There's a reason the players don't run the show. So low class move. Stupid. But stupidity and Jameis Winston kind of go hand in hand. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. All I can think of is when Harbaugh blew out USC and Pete met him at the 50-yard line and said, "What's your problem, bro? We need Harbaugh." Yeah, what's your deal? 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 That's how Harbaugh answered back his question with a question. What's your deal? Okay, I'll hold you like a baby. Okay. You got to be quiet, though. If I hold you like this, you got to be quiet. I know. Okay. Get comfy. DVD Forever. Nwosu is back next year. What is going on here? Nwosu is back next year. He's got a torn pectoral, but that will be fully recovered by next season. Camel Toe Harris, 69. Betting draft stock tanked. I don't know if one game is going to necessarily dictate it in that way. We'll see at this point. Jordan's offense missed 3 touchdowns. We should have had the lead in the third quarter. Yeah, well, I think we had our opportunities in this one. Brian E. says, that was my predominant concern with Penix is his ability to stay vertical and play with a bad wheel. Definitely became an issue as this game wore on. Jordan says, please don't bring Dan back. Glad I'm not the only one on that one. Huey says, Huskies need to be perfect on offense and force Michigan to throw the ball. Defense stiffened in the second half, but offense never answered the bell. No shame. Michigan dominated the line of scrimmage on both sides. Accurately put. Church of Sacred Cacti, who are we looking at number 16? Trade back to get our second back? I think that's the ideal for me here, Church, is that you maybe you've got to just package up one of your thirds and move back a few picks to get back into the second round. Maybe you can move back to like a 26-27, and so you drop 2 spaces, and in dropping in 2 spaces, then you're able to then pick up the second round pick back that way. But I think trading back is the ideal here, because when you trade back, then you could find yourself at 25-26. You could go take the best guard in this entire draft. You could go take the best center in this draft. You go get Cooper Bebe. You can go get Cedric Van Pran. You could go help out your offensive line significantly while also picking up that pick. And I think that once you're into pick 16, you are into tier 2 of the draft firmly. You're not in the blue chip tier 1 stage of things anymore. So you might as well just move back and pick up those extra picks. Rather than having 1 tier 2 guy, why not have 2 tier 2 guys when it's all said and done? And Jordan, I think Bo Nix is going to go in the second round. That seems to be where I'm charting him at right now as far as what I'm hearing. DVD says we did, however, sign our future fullback for the squad, Levi Mother Effin Bell. How about Levi Bell? He was fun in the preseason. LT says, ballistic. I will not show up to Pete's house and send him assisted living if we get McCarthy. I am going to freak the F out if McCarthy was the pick on draft day. First or second round. I will lose it. That would not be good. Jaden Daniels not going to be there at 16. He's out. He'll be out of the top 5. Definitely out of the top 10. UE2K says, why on earth would Harbaugh choose the Seahawks? He's never coming here over the Chargers or Raiders jobs. I don't know UE2K that I've ever heard in my lifetime in the ownership of the Oakland Raiders or the Vegas Raiders at this point, or Dean Spanos-led Chargers. UE, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say, "Wow, those great ownership groups in San Diego, now LA, and in Vegas. That's such a tantalizing places for the best coaching options to go." I don't think that that's the reputation out there, UE. I don't. I think Dean Spanos is looked at as a kind of a cheapskate. And in Mark Davis's case, he's another guy that doesn't have a lot of money to spend. So I don't know if there's a lot of backing to that necessarily. Why would he choose the Seahawks? He's got a professional organization with professional facilities. He's got a recent track record of winning here. He's got an ownership group that, whether it's Jody Allen or whoever, has shown that they're willing to spend the money. He's got a much better collection of young talent here at UE2K to come and compete immediately than he would with the Raiders or the Chargers, where there's a lot of work to have to be done there to get those teams into the right position. Is Herbert going to help him there? Sure. But that ain't an end-all, be-all solution to the rest of that Chargers roster, especially, again, when you consider the fact that Spanos has tended to be one of the more cheaper owners out there in the NFL. UD says basically what we need isn't Penix, but a Joe Flacco. Maybe. Probably just you want some guy with some mobility, DVD, because you're going to put him behind probably not the best of pass protecting units. So a guy that can get away, a guy that can get out of pressure would probably be ideal. Will Valdez, Colin Cowherd thinks the Seattle is only franchise quarterback away from being a contender. I don't know how you look at this team and not see the many issues that need to be fixed. Colin has a pretty simplistic way of how he looks at everything. He doesn't try to get too much depth between the surface. He just wants to stay at the surface level and talk about things that are going to get him the most clicks. So, quarterback is a driving issue. It's going to be a click-based issue. It's really more about that's what's pushing Colin to come on to that topic. It's not really his outlook on the team. I don't even know if he has any much of a real clear view on this team at all, to be honest with you. Maybe he watched like 1 or 2 games this year and maybe only partially at that. So I take what he says with a grain of salt pretty heavily. He says, the thing I hated the most about Penix early on is his Tim Tebow release. It's an awkward release. It definitely is. Lefties are always a little bit strange too, just in general. So I get it. I can't deny it. Halfway between sidearm and 3/4, I can't stand the throwing motion. Yeah, it's basically Phillip Rivers, but with actually some arm strength. But Phillip made it work for a great career. Maybe Penix can as well. I'm a Flamingo. The Seahawks would draft a quarterback just because he's in the same geographical location. Bo Nix is an interesting cat, DVD. A lot of love in the chat here tonight from Bo Nix, too, in addition to that. Yeah, a lot of Bo Nix love out here in the chat today. He says, Chargers just need to be coached up and have a franchise quarterback. Raiders have a Hall of Fame wide receiver and elite defensive end. They do have an elite defensive end. The Hall of Famer's wide receiver is definitely getting up there in age, UE. I don't know if Harbaugh looks at that like, well, that guy's part of my long-term plan here. Chargers defensively have a lot of holes. Bosa can't stay on the football field. Khalil Mack is getting old. Those are, outside of Derwin James, maybe your 2 most important defensive players. So Keenan Allen's getting up there in age. How much longer does he have? Mike Williams has been an injury-prone machine. I mean, I think we're more well-stocked with talent than either of those 2 teams. I think we've had better recent track record of success than those recent 2 teams. I think we have better ownership than those 2 teams. I think that those are 3 major things, Yui, that we haven't beat on that would make us a more hotter destination location for Harbaugh. Don says some abomination for me, to be honest, but that was fun. Congrats, Wolverines. Better luck next season, Huskies, but thanks for another great one. Thank you. Appreciate it. Church of Sacred Cacti. I take tonight's refs over any of the NFL games this year. We got the worst calls all year. Yeah, what we got is heavy officiated games. Tonight they let the players play. I will always lean into letting the players play, especially if it's going to be equal on both sides of the ball. We saw this in the Cardinals-Seahawks game yesterday, where they were letting the secondaries play with some physicality. I think they were letting them play on both sides of the ball that way. So I'm okay if they let the players play as long as it's equally driven out. Both sides are getting kind of the same kind of stuff going on with that. Drunk Twitter, no Bo Nix or Penix. If I'm betting the Seahawks don't draft a quarterback, they roll Geno again, and they're going to go defense-heavy draft in order to save Pete's butt. Might be. Josh, CJ Stroud is him. It is definitely incredible. Feels also very validating because I was getting laughed at last year when I was putting Joe Montana comparisons on CJ Stroud. Everybody was like, what? I'm like, there's a lot of Joe Montana here in what I'm watching. The poise in the pocket, the accuracy, throwing on time, processing. Church of Cacti, what about keep Locke for way cheaper and draft a quarterback? We know what Geno is. Locke still has a higher ceiling. I'd rather take Locke for a year and see if he busts out. There seems to be a feeling at times on Church of Sacred Cacti that you can just release out of Geno and then go to Drew Lock. And so you'll have Geno at $31 million, and then you go to Drew Lock, sign him for $5 million, release Geno, save $31 million, save $26 million collectively, and then we're good to go. But unfortunately, the math doesn't work out that way. I believe it's something like $18 million of dead money hit that you sustain with Geno. So then you go back to Drew Lock and you give him a $5 million contract with $4 million in incentives, and you've essentially put your cap situation in the same place that it already was before, really just to go get to Lock. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. You could bring me on board to your thought process here if you just purely got out from under Geno's contract wholly without the dead money hit, but the dead money is a factor at play here. Wayne G says Harbaugh to the Hawks. Pete can be an advisory role. Well, I don't know if you'd want to be that under Harbaugh, but I'm with it. Wayne, I'm with it. I'm a Flamingo. Laughing out loud. Get him a touchdown. It was a fake touchdown. They weren't playing defense. Sorry. Nick, Josh says, no, Vic had a quick release. Oh, sorry, your internal discussion here in the chat. Drunk Squidward, I support Jameis Winston's decision. It doesn't really matter anyways because Arthur Smith got fired and it's division rival. It's football. Not a big deal. I wouldn't get too torn up over it, but if you're just asking my opinion, it's a low end move. And for a guy in Jameis has had some questionable decision making in his time, add to the stack, I guess. And it's unnecessary. Really no reason for it, but it is what it is. Really, I mean, I'm not getting up in arms on it. It's not going to send me over the rail. I'll have an opinion, but I don't, at the end of the day, really care that much. U2K says no problem with the touchdown, but don't do it from the victory formation. If you're going to run a play, line up and run a play. What they did was Bush League. Yeah, and it was out of victory formation. That's right. That was pretty Bush League. Jason says laughing out. Pumpkin wants attention now, just like my cat. Yeah, she was like, you were streaming for 11 hours yesterday. Come on. You've been at this 4.5. Come on. She's an awesome kitty. Dougie P at the Hawks Nest. Hey man, I love the channel. Today is my wife's boyfriend's wife's and his and her anniversary. Can I get a shout out? Shout out to you, Dougie P, and shout out to your wife's boyfriend's wife and his and her anniversary. I hope they have a great anniversary out there. Hope they weren't Husky fans. That might put a bit of a damper on that anniversary, but hopefully it's a successful celebratory anniversary that's one where they're able to go out there and have a great time. Great night. Celebrate their love. Secret Asian dude. I like the Tulane kid at quarterback in the second or third round or the Western Kentucky guy. Lots of good quarterbacks who aren't in the Power 5. One of the deeper quarterback classes in recent history here, Secret dude. A couple of those guys you mentioned I haven't even gotten to yet that I'm planning to on my evaluations, but this is a draft for quarterbacks that stands out and one that you don't have to necessarily get fixated on the top end of the class. You can look at some of the guys in the second and third round, and there is some real true value there to be had. Jason says Geno's a good bridge quarterback, but not the answer to the future. I agree. Huey says, if you're the Raiders or the Commanders, are you letting Penix or Nix get past you? I can't imagine that the Raiders would go for Penix because their offensive line is not close in that way to be able to protect him in the way that needs to be so. Commanders' case kind of depends on who they end up hiring for a head coach, I think, a little bit. Their line is in a little bit better shape than the Raiders is, especially from pass protection, but still not exactly the greatest of situations for Penix. Though you do touch on the point that I think is the important one here, and why I believe that you are going to see 4 quarterbacks taken in the top probably 17, 18 picks. And that's because there is a drive of many different teams picking up there in the top 20 who need a quarterback. And if you look this offseason, you got Kirk Cousins out there, a Drew Lock, Gardner Minshew. There's not a lot of options out on the open market there for these teams that are quarterback hungry. And so the answer is probably going to have to come from looking at the draft. And that's going to then, I think, drive some of these quarterbacks to be taken a little bit higher. This is where the potentiality from UE comes into play with Bo Nix even going in the first round, where I think on a given average year, he might not be in that spot, but because it's kind of the rising tides lifting all boats here a little bit, he could be pushed up into that realm. All these quarterbacks are kind of real unique and specific to themselves as well. So it's also, you could get these teams that just sort of fall in love with the unusual kind of guy that just a team kind of is gravitating for the skill set that he's bringing. All I like a Nix with the accuracy and legs and the size is pretty good. Jordan says, I have a weird feeling the Cowboys trade up for Michael Penix. Maybe. I mean, Dak's coming off an MVP year. I don't know. I don't know if I see that. Garth Knight, thank you for another $10 donation, Garth. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Is Pumpkin expressing her appreciation of a Cam Ward selection? I don't speak Pat, but she certainly wasn't willing to use her powers to benefit UW. Deliver Harbaugh to the Hawks, Orange Cat. Can you get us Harbaugh? We need Harbaugh. We need Harbaugh. In here, Seattle. Like right now. Yes, now. We need it. Now. Say Harbaugh. 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 He did it. Thank you for the tenor. I got the Orange Cat to say Harbaugh. You guys heard it. It's on the record. Appreciate you, Garth, for all the donations tonight and yesterday, man. You've been awesome. Awesome, brother. The Nugget, indeed, Harbaugh is Pete's sworn rival. I think he's got more hate in his heart for him than he does Shanahan or McVay combined. Church is a coward's just seeing K9, Woolen, and Witherspoon. Yeah. He just, I picked it up. I used to get frustrated with him when you hear him talk on stuff, and then you go, oh, yeah, he's just not. Cowherd's got a lot of different levers pulling at him in how he comes to his positions. And I used to like him okay years back, but he definitely started heading pretty hard into sort of the Skip Bayless territory of things. Sorry. DVD forever. If we got Harbaugh, we would likely see another Harbaugh versus Harbaugh Super Bowl within a couple of years. Amen. Drunk Squitter, Penix reminds me of Tua. Well, it's hard for me on that one because he's got a little bit more size than Tua. And then he's got so much of a, I think, better, livelier arm than Tua does. They're both lefties, though. I can't, the Penix to Tebow thing, I can't get there with that. I can go left-handed Phillip Rivers, but Tebow didn't have anywhere near the arm strength, and Tebow's delivery was even slower than Penix by about a mile. I agree. I think Michael Penix comparable actually to basically Tua is me. I don't go to the Tua comp, or to Gio. I don't go to the Tua comps, but Gino comp, I think he's left-handed Gino is kind of accurate. SJM says Penix looked injured tonight. That doesn't improve his draft status. NFL's tough. Agreed. Guy's already got some injury concerns. He got banged up tonight. That's going to maybe be something that does dissuade some teams. Huey says, what professional owner group? Seahawks have been wallowing in mediocrity for almost a decade because of our owner negligence. Chargers, definitely a better team, just more poorly coached than the Seahawks. Yeah, I mean, well, when we're talking about the two teams that you referenced in the Chargers and the Raiders, Huey, neither of those teams fits to that accommodation either. It's not like they've been having a great decade of football there. That was kind of the point, is you were proclaiming that somehow the Chargers-Raiders job was this attractive position to Harbaugh over the top of Seattle. If you're taking those three teams into account, Seattle is the most attractive destination for Harbaugh. Is there other destinations in the NFL that would maybe be more attractive for Harbaugh if there were openings? Sure. But I don't know about the negligence of the ownership here. They've been willing to spend the money. They haven't been cheapskates. They've got great facilities here for the players. They've got an engaged fan base. I mean, Jesus, you just take the fan base alone. You don't even have Charger fans in LA. You don't even really have Raider fans in Las Vegas. I mean, you're talking about two programs that just got moved the past couple of years. I can't believe you're even taking that stance. Like, they just left their cities. But do you think those are better organizations than us, who have won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years? I'm completely okay with moving on to doing, but I can't sign up with the owner's been somehow hugely neglectful and has done nothing, and they've just been, those other owners are much more problematic. You know? Chargers in the Raiders case, you've got the John Gruden lawsuit with the firing of that and that whole freaking mess. They'll be paying two coaches at the same time that they've now fired. I mean, those are not organizations you need to point to and go, yeah, look, that's one of the great models of business in the NFL working right there. There are those organizations you can point to that got us beat. Those are not two of them. Dougie P says, Seahawks will never be what they once were. You guys need to focus on defensive players. A good or great quarterback ain't going to do it. You guys had our shining moment. Sincerely, a Cowboys fan. Well, thank you for your thoughts on that, Dougie. It's a little bit tough on the defensive side of it, Doug, for us. We're spending the second most amount of money in the entire NFL on the defensive side of the ball. So when you talk about let's pour more assets into the defense, boy, that's a tough one. That's a hard one for many of us. I would give you, though, I don't think that right now, I do agree with you that I don't think what we're looking at or dealing with right now is a quarterback problem. I think there's a lot of other issues going on with this team. Church of Sacred Cacti, is Damian Lewis that bad? He was a semi-high pick for a guard, supposed to have promise. Damian Lewis was a right guard, and this coaching staff doesn't seem to understand that there's a difference between a right guard and a left guard in the skill set that you're looking for. Much like there's a difference in a 3-tech and a 1-tech, right? There's a difference between a nose tackle and a 3-tech. Likewise, there's a difference between a right guard and a left guard. Damian Lewis is a pure right guard. He's a mauler. He's not a mobile right guard. He's a guy that's going to go up there and take on 1-techs one-on-one and be able to handle them. Seahawks inexplicably decided to move him to left guard. He's not really good as left guard. Now he's taking on 3-techs instead of 1-techs. That's not really his game. He's been okay. I don't know if he's been purely bad, but he's been below league average. I think part of it is that he's playing out of position and that he would be better suited at right guard. But he'll be a free agent and probably move on this offseason. Jordan, I said Bryce Young was probably the best passer coming out of college, but CJ was going to be the best quarterback of the class. Looks like that happened year one. D-Nugget, Brando, did you give your take on Cigar Gate already? I'm going to do a video on this, but I'll give you guys a sneak preview. I'll give you guys a little... I can find what I'm looking for here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll give you a sneak preview on this. So as I always say, I think a picture tells a million words. A million words. So, we got the Seahawks smoking cigars. Number one, I don't buy the whole baby thing. Number two, I don't really care about the whole baby thing because it's just a horrible look, no matter how you slice it. So, let me show you guys a picture. I'll show you guys a picture now. This is the Seahawks locker room smoking their cigars, supposedly celebrating Julian Love's baby. Okay. As you miss the playoffs, as your legendary head coach could end up fired, in large part because some of the lack of effort some of these guys showed this past year in getting it done. Happy with the year they had. Satisfied and okay with the coming out this season, how it went. It's all good, okay? So look at this picture. Take note of their nice, happy faces, chilled out, relaxed. Everybody's just chilling. Chilling, okay? You guys got a good look at this picture? I want you to look at this picture very closely. Very close look at that picture. Just notice everybody just chilling out, smoking their cigars, celebratory, okay? Now let's look at this picture. Well, let's take a look at this picture now. This would be directly after the Atlanta Falcons were able to edge out the Seattle Seahawks in 2012. Okay. You guys see any difference here? Check out the reactions here. Richard Sherman, Cam Chancellor. Okay. So look at that picture. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. Is there a difference? You guys see a difference? I do. It's a horrible look. It's silly. And as I say, sometimes a picture can tell so much in a picture, and the cigar picture tells a whole lot to me. So I think it's a display when you look at these two pictures. One side's out here just to do their job, do their bare minimum, come in here, get out of there, likes being a football player. The other side of it was players that lived and died by football, who wanted to be great, who wanted to ascend to that place, who weren't satisfied by merely showing up on a football field. And that's what it takes to go get yourself NFL championships. This mentality right here, that ain't going to win you shit. That ain't going to win you a damn thing. This mentality right here. Ain't no faking going on here. Ain't no acting going on here. That's a crew of guys that feel it. And I'll tell you, there's a big difference in what I watch on the football field with these players versus those players 10 years ago. Kelly, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Zip up. I lost in my chat here a little bit here. Kelly says, I love Romo. Romo's great. I think he's going in the first round. Had a pretty good game today. James Matz, really enjoyed watching the Huskies team the last 2 years. Penix will be a better pro than college. Believe me. I do think he's going to get in the first round. There's some trying to talk about him dipping after this performance today. I'm not buying it, James. I think he's going to be a good quarterback. It depends a little bit on his success in the NFL. Is going to really be as dependent as any quarterback in this draft on his location and where he goes. Yui says Seahawks should have used their draft assets last year to move up to get Stroud. Not getting a franchise quarterback out of Wilson deal was malfeasance and didn't even focus all of your resources on the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I do wonder on that if they were willing to actually move back. You, of course, need the team that's willing to let go of a Stroud at that point in order to move back. And maybe that was a possibility. Ray Kemp, Brandon, I wonder if the Pats would like Penix. I think some of that is going to depend on Greg, whether Belichick stays or not. He's run a lot of spread-based concepts in the past, which could work with Penix and getting the ball out of his hand very quickly. Could be something that appeals to them if Belichick stays. Hard to say, though, if Belichick's not there. You're going to need the right kind of head coach to bring in Penix into the room, I think. DVD says Geno was good enough to focus on, still building on both sides of the ball, and Geno's good enough for the postseason. Super Bowl comes after a new quarterback. Well said. Agreed with you. Huey says, oh yeah, I forgot the Pats. These quarterbacks not getting past these teams. Whichever teams don't get Fields will be drafting a QB early. That's where I'm at with it, man. I looked at it and I was seeing this and it was standing out to me. I mean, let's just take it down here. Let's look at Tankathon here real quick. The draft order. So 2024. So you got Chicago. They're going to trade Justin Fields. He will go to a team, but let's say they're drafting a QB. Washington, number 2. They need a QB. They're going to go Drake May. New England, number 3. Do they go Jaden Daniels? They're probably looking at QB. Is Arizona completely signed up for Kyler Murray? Maybe, maybe not. Giants, Chargers, not going with a quarterback. No doubt about that. Giants, are they really sold on Daniel Jones at this point? Is that really the guy they want to make happen? Tennessee just got Levis last year. They drafted Malik Willis the year before that. They'd be a no. Atlanta at number 8. Yeah, they need a quarterback too. You have Chicago. They're at number 9. Chicago's not going to pass, so they don't need a quarterback at 9. Number 10, the Jets would probably be a no, unless the Jets were looking to find a backup to Aaron Rodgers that could be viable, so their season doesn't go to crap if they lose Rodgers next year. Minnesota's going to be losing Kirk Cousins this offseason. They're going to be looking for a quarterback. Denver's going to be cutting Russell Wilson. They're going to be looking for a quarterback. Las Vegas at 13 is going to be looking for a quarterback. New Orleans, Carr's probably done enough there to remain for another year forward. Indianapolis is going to then have Anthony Richardson coming back. Then you have Seattle at 16. Obviously, we need a QB probably. Jacksonville with Lawrence will be fine. Cincinnati with Burrow will be fine. Green Bay's fine. Does Tampa Bay stay with Baker Mayfield or not? Well, we'll see on that, right? So do the Rams look for? Hey, do the Rams at 22, do they look for a quarterback? Being that Stafford is getting older at that point. Is there a guy that is appealing to McVay at that spot? Pittsburgh at number 23. They're down to their third string quarterback. Don't seem too sold on Pickett. Are they open to looking at taking a quarterback? So I do look at that way, where I look at all those teams when you go blow by blow, team by team through the first round. There's a lot of teams in there that are going to need QBs. Now, some of those guys are going to get the Kirk Cousins, the Justin Fields, but there's not like 10 of those guys out on the open market before we get to the draft. There's like 2 to 3 of those guys. And then, those chairs have been all sat in, and you got to go look to the draft to go kind of get your guy. So I think some of this is going to be driven by the need from the QB, from those teams needing a quarterback, as much as it is by the talent of the quarterbacks in this draft. DVD says Penix to left-handed Geno, accurate. You know what's not accurate? Penix tonight. Sorry, not sorry. Garth says it's true that the LA Chargers are inviting with Herbert. Herbert's going to certainly, any offensive-minded head coach like Harbaugh will be drawn to that. That's definitely, that's legitimate for sure. Is that enough on itself? Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says that pick just says Pete lost the locker room. It's not an indication to me that he's got the locker room. Maybe it doesn't, whether it means he lost it or not, to me, Jordan, it doesn't say that he's got them in the fold. He's got them hearing his message. And, that's at least just the way I see it with it. Garth disagrees with me, though. Thank you for the $5, Garth. He says, Brando, I got to say, way too much has been made of this cigar nonsense. One example is a regular season win versus a playoff loss. Get us a Harbaugh pumpkin. So here's just my thing with that on this, Garth. KJ Wright last night was talking about 7 former players had texted him. 7 former world champions with the Seattle Seahawks texted him and said, this is horseshit. This is horrible. What are they doing? KJ Wright was pretty over the moon on it on his show last night as well. I think when the players are telling you that this ain't good, it ain't good. And the optics are horrible. And as far as you're right, there is a difference between playoff loss versus the ending regular season win. Your season's coming to an end. Your season was a disappointment. In disappointment, you should not be celebrating. Cigars are for celebrating. What are we celebrating? Well, Julian Love tries to come out after the reports get made that they're out there smoking cigars going, no, it was for my baby. Okay, that doesn't really add up to me myself. But again, optics are horrible there. It's a bad look for a team that's had a lot of stupid, idiotic moments throughout this season where they don't seem to be using their brain. But the fact, Garth, that former players, former champions who know what it takes to be a champion look at that and go, this is a representation of something here. This is not something, and maybe it is having made more of it than is being made of it here, but it's a horrible look, and it fits to what this team has showed you with some of their attitude this year of being just kind of in their own world. You don't feel like you have all these guys in. You don't feel like they're living and breathing football. You don't feel like they're trying to win like their life is on the line, which is how you felt with the Legion of Boom. Instead, it's kind of like, win or lose, whatever. Yeah, whatever, man. I don't know. I look at these two pictures between 10 years. Myself, I look at these two pictures and I go, I see a pretty big difference. I see a pretty big difference. I appreciate where you're coming from, Garth. To me, it does tell a little bit more of a tale, but maybe I'm alone on that one. SJM, I like Penix a lot, but he's not a starting quarterback. He is a backup at most and hopefully gets a shot. We'll see, man. My bold take is he will be taken in the first round. At least I want to cut Jamal too. Huey says, fair enough. Chargers have a better team, but not the Raiders. But I think Harbaugh would be given carte blanche in LA or Vegas. Seahawks have been cheap. What big ticket free agent have they ever signed? Draymond Jones was the biggest free agent signing in the team's history last offseason. And yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that they've ever been hesitant to spend money. That'd be my kind of point. We don't go through seasons like having 20, 30 million we've left off the books. We tend to tap everything out. DVD Forever says no vets in that cigar pick. Yeah. Why didn't the vets, if it was no big deal, why didn't the vets take part? Why wasn't Bobby and Quandre jumping on in there with their cigars too? Because they kind of knew. They kind of knew that's not too smart. Release the Mac. We can also release Eskridge. That's like $50 million in cap savings to pay. We're going to have to pay our rookie soon. Yep. I do think Eskridge gets released as well. Jordan, Woolen does need to go. Woolen needs coach to sit him down and tell him to cut the shit. Pete isn't that guy anymore. And Woolen did grab his junk yesterday. I'm not a big deal on that one, but Matt Callaway, too many bad contracts on the team. No way Seattle is a top destination for a new head coach. Maybe not. Maybe not. Definitely is a guessing game on this one a little bit. I will say this. It's been a pretty good destination for some pretty good coaches prior. Mike Holmgren came here. We didn't have a lot in the box at that time, right? The team wasn't loaded for bear at that time, yet you got Mike Holmgren to come here. You weren't loaded for bear after the Jim Mora season. The cupboard was not full and stocked. You weren't like Costco in that bitch, right? Carroll came to a team that was pretty empty. So I don't know if necessarily talent level is always the driver for coaches in choosing a destination. There's probably a lot of different reasons. In Harbaugh's case, as you mentioned, maybe some of it is the player personnel control part of it. Is that going to be a harder bridge to come across for Seattle? Maybe so. But we haven't had all, that doesn't kind of add up to me. If Seattle's not a place that you can get really great coaches, then how did we get Carroll? How did we get Holmgren? DVD Forever, who's our running back coach right now? I'm not sure who our running back coach is. JMG63, Pete said he didn't have any problem with the cigars. I mean, yeah, he's going to protect the team. I think if he had an issue with the JMG, I don't think he would be airing it out in public. That's not Pete's way. He'd be airing it out in private. So publicly, he's going to have the players back. Why? Because Pete's number one rule is protect the team. You're not protecting the team if you're airing out those problems publicly. You're going to say it in the background. But it is telling, again, when former world champions are texting KJ Wright going, what the F, in regards to the cigar, that's probably kind of telling at that point that it's not a good look. It's not the right thing to have been doing. It's stupid. You know, I'm not trying to make this like this is the end of the world, the cigar picture, but I was asked my opinion on it. That's my opinion on it. It's an awful look for a team that has some of the fan base questioning whether these players are really all in and really truly bought in. It's tone deaf as hell. John Mosman Productions. Mad respect to Washington. You gave it your all, but my Wolverines are on a destiny to win. Great play. Guys got the win, earned the win. No excuses given. No excuses given. Secret Asian Dude says, our Generation Z team, what do you expect? Yeah. There's sometimes I wonder a little bit of just this generation on it's just going to kind of lose the thread a little bit on something that for generations has been going on and been awesome, and losing a little bit of its magic and luster with it. And not just on a team basis, but across the sport a little bit. Kidderman, be fair, one was coming off to play one, the other was a season win. Yeah. Both are the end of your years. Your year did not end in success. How do you react to that? I react to that by smoking some cigars. Or I react to internalizing this, saying this ain't going to stand. This ain't going to be good enough. I'm going to go through this off season, and I am going to do everything I can to fix this. That's what I see in this picture. This ain't acceptable. That's what I see in this picture. I'm moving into this offseason with a purpose off this loss. That's what I see in this picture. This one I see, I go, so we're going to Cabo next week? Yeah. And then we're going to go to the Keys after that, 2 weeks after that? Yeah. We'll get you down there. We'll meet up down there. Cool. Jody Lancaster, cigar smoking bums, get out of town. Yeah, I hate the look of it. I do, Jody. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this one. D-Nuggets says, do Gibson Pete is more concerned with being one of the boys. We need Doug Baldwin to kick everyone's ass in line. Yeah. As KJ said, if somebody had tried to do that in their locker room coming off this kind of game in the past, you would have had a grip of folks up in those guys' faces, probably ripping the cigar out of their mouth. But that was the mentality from 10 years ago. This is the mentality of today. Radu says, Pete said it was just in case the Seahawks made the playoffs and someone had it in their bags. They just decided to smoke it, and for the fun of it, I believe, or not to waste it or something. Again, too, smoking cigars because you got into the playoffs. How low are your expectations? How low is your bar of success that's what you're thinking about coming into this game? Hey, we got into that final playoff spot in the NFC. Bust out the cigars. It speaks to mentality. It speaks to that really clearly. There's certain things people will do to tell you where they're at in their mentals. That's something that maybe I'm taking too much from it, but it tells me something pretty clearly in the mentals. And you know who agrees with me? The Legion of effing Boom. Many of those members would agree with me on this. You pull Cam Chancellor aside, you pull Richard Sherman aside, you pull Doug Baldwin aside, they wouldn't say it was some small thing. They wouldn't say it's been made too much of a deal. They would say that should be a deal. That's telling you something there. I really believe this, man, and he says, I agree the cigars are a bad look, but the picture comparison isn't fair. One is after a hard-fought playoff loss. The other is after a win, what should have been an unsatisfying win, but a win nevertheless. Yeah, I guess I just disagree. It's your end of your season that I take from it. Yeah, the way that the games ended is different. One of those is actually a season you got to the playoffs. One is what one. I mean, shouldn't they be celebrating the playoffs in this picture? You got in the playoffs, Hawks. You're a young team. The future's looking bright. Shouldn't they have been smoking their cigars in this picture after that loss? We did all we could. It's a close game. We were on the road. We fought hard. But it's also beyond just this picture, of course, Huey. It's about what the players said. It's about Russell Wilson coming back down the tunnel after the game, saying, we're going to be back here. It was about the mentality off of that loss being, this isn't good enough. We are going to get this right this offseason. We will make this happen. This picture represents it, but also the quotes that we heard of the players and their mentality coming off that loss also connect to that. And that's not what we see from these players right now. It also matches up to what we saw on the football field, Huey. I've got players making business decisions on the football field on a weekly basis, and not just one or two, but many on this football field. It adds up. And it is a bad optically, but it's also, I think, a bit of a representation of a mentality here. You're celebrating getting into the back door of the playoffs? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Kelly Penix to Atlanta. It's possible, Kelly. Got to see who they end up hiring for their head coach. Felicia McAfee, bad for Geno Smith. So messed up. Going to do my quarterback like that. This run defense did nothing, and we proved it all year. DVD Witherspoon was the right choice, and I think JSN was an absolute steal. JSN will double his stats next year, and quarterback wouldn't take us much further than when we ended up. I feel the same way, DVD. I also feel like if you're trying to go out there and get the quarterback before you get the pass protection set up as far as the young quarterback, you're going to set that young quarterback up for failure. Space, we were doing well in the run defense, but it just became worse and worse as the season wore along. Now we're top 5 worst. Yeah, it backtracked quickly. Not Vexo, Will Levis and Penix could experience the same draft situation. It's possible. Penix is a tough evaluation. I'm guessing he goes top 20, but it wouldn't shock me if he had a little bit of a Will Levis slide as well, to your point. Huey says Giants might take one. Atlanta might take a quarterback. Pittsburgh taking QB. Bingo. A lot of teams need quarterbacks, Huey. Yeah. A lot of teams. SJM, Diggs has not been mentioned in any big plays all season. He is not a difference maker. No. I would expect both Diggs and Adams are probably going to get cut after this year. Josh asks, 12:15 here. I'm headed to bed. Brandon, have a great night. Be safe, brother. Give Kitty a few pets from me. I got you, man. She thanks you for that. Says, thank you. Jason says, Julian Love trying to cover their ass, it seems to me. Yeah. Coach Carroll says it was supposed to be a victory cigar for playoffs. Julian Love's telling us that it's for the baby. What's the truth? And why the different stories? DVD, I'd like to know how many drop passes the Chargers had with Herbert starting. I'd be perfectly fine with Herbert or Trevor Lawrence. They both throw great balls. They just need to lock it. I love both those quarterbacks. Unfortunate guy like Herbert's not going anywhere. He'd have $123 million, and it's literal. $123 million of dead money would carry onto the cap of the Chargers if they were to trade Herbert. Huey, it's a copycat lead. Teams will either try the Texas route or the Browns route. Most will choose the Stroud route. Only teams that have a great defense will think about Flacco route. And that's right. There might be a couple teams try different ways on this. Lisa Mack, Leonard Williams, and Jaron Reed with Boye Mafe, not the best run defense. They need to keep improving in the draft and free agent. We need to draft Zerzon Newton and a good defensive line. I like Zerzon Newton. I'm good with that approach, please. I like that approach. Roddy says, Brandon, Pete on the statement today on the podcast, we got to do better. Classic Pete. Yep, that's his go-to line. No, but I got to do better. I got to do better. Jason says these guys are just out there to collect a check, not seriously trying to win a Super Bowl, and that's on Pete. That's why I want a new coach. Amen. I feel very much the same way on this. DVD says, do you remember the sideline footage of the LLB conversing every time they're not executing? What we see now is a bunch of silent bench sitting. That's right. You saw fire on the sideline from the Legion of Boom when it wasn't going right. You saw care. You saw a want to get it fixed. You do not feel that a little bit from the sideline and what you're getting from this team right now. And just in general off the back of this team, I would say. And it does, to me, go back to coaching on that as well. Brian E., these are young players. They aren't centered on optics. This is the issue. The young players we are getting out of college are nothing like who we drafted 12 years ago. That's right. That's right. But then do those young players have it in them to get to greatness and to take on that responsibility? Do they just suddenly grow up overnight on this kind of stuff? I don't know on that. Did you pick players that were highly talented that didn't have the buy-in that they need to have in order to get to that place? These are the questions that I ask and sort of consider on this a bit. Amada, that Arizona win was the most pointless, uninspiring win I've ever watched. Yet the way Pete talked about it seemed like he just won a playoff game. Yeah, it didn't do a lot for me either. Greg Kemp, Arizona could go quarterback or wide receiver to place D-Hop. They could, Greg. Yeah. They've got some flexibility in what they can do there. Especially, too, Greg, if they have 3 quarterbacks taken before they pick. And so you're sort of sitting there like, well, Marvin's the number 1, but they're in an interesting situation as Arizona right now. Relax is not having a set ownership, and Pete's staying around is killing us. Not helping, I don't think, at this point. Garth Knight, freaking D-Nugget, nailed it. Paul Allen was a sharp guy and hired 2 great coaches with more in the middle, who threw his kicker under the bus. Yes, he did. Brian E., this is also why I just as soon as pick all of our players out of the 7th round when every other team passed on them. Those players get it. No, they'll play hard for you. That's for true. You guys can find the talented guys that also have that hard playing ability in them too. Get both. I mean, I know it's hard, but basically that's how you celebrate a newborn child. The dad gives out cigars. Yeah, he does. But again, it doesn't track spaces or reasoning. His baby was born last week. Why don't you have the cigars in the locker room with the Tennessee Titans after the win there? Why wait an extra week? And the whole story about the newborn child thing came out after the blowback in the situation. And it's probably BS, as evidenced by the fact that Coach Carroll didn't reference anything having to do with the damn baby. He spoke to the fact that they had brought the cigars for when they were celebrating to maybe going to the playoffs. So it kind of doesn't add up. Something's rotten in Denmark. Jordan says, why didn't Pete just say it for what it was? Tell the media that it was not what you want to see. I don't know on that one. DVD says, at least Jim Moore damned the kicker when he missed a game winner. And from freaking podium, he went after the kicker. He went as hard after kickers I've ever seen in a post-game presser. I agree, SJM. I don't think Brooks is a good player. I don't think we're going to be paying him this offseason. Alex says, no heart in the Seattle team. Alex says, should be. If you ain't all right in your mind, get off this team. Well said, man. Kelly says, did anyone catch when Bobby ripped Devin Bush's shirt when he was jawing with the Cardinals? That's brotherhood. I'd like to see Bobby taking control there a little bit. Don says, besides smoking cigars in another team's locker room is kind of disgusting, especially if there are no vents. It's true. That scent lingers, does it not? Gibson says, Tariq suffered from a sophomore slump after coaching and scheme would help. We would move off Adams and Diggs this offseason. Yeah, you could stand to be put into more man-based coverage situations, I think, to your point, Gibson. But he did have a bit of a sophomore slump. Kind of just what it was a little bit. Bear with me. I'll be right back, folks. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Brando, Russell came down the tunnel and talked after the Atlanta playoff loss, but it's clear he was never respected. So what did it mean? Nothing. Well, I don't know that the way Russell Wilson was viewed at that time was the same way, Garth, that Russell Wilson started to get viewed as his star got brighter. Specifically, I think that there was a way that this team viewed Russell at the quarterback position prior to going and winning a Super Bowl. Could be wrong on that, but that is my outlook on it. And it wasn't just as much as Russ saying that, Garth. It was what you were hearing from all of the players in unison on this. Everybody was pulling their oar in the water, understanding this offseason, we're going in this to work. We're not going the offseason to go party or whatever. We got to come back here, and this is not good enough. This is not the result we want. We expect and we want greatness. We are We are dying. We are starving. Like a man that's walked through a desert without water for 3 days, we want greatness that bad. And it was coming from all of the players in their quotes, Garth. We can go back through those quotes at that time after that loss, but all of the players, it wasn't about just the toughness of the loss. It was about, this is going to get right. Yeah, we got in the playoffs. Yeah, we got a taste of some success here. But we want the big thing. We want to get back to the championship. There was a spirit in play in that team that you could tell that was them going in that right direction, heading in the right direction to go again, become that Super Bowl team. I don't feel that same spirit from this football team right now. I don't feel like we have everybody on board in that way. And I do feel like a picture like that kind of shows that off in a little bit of way. The tone-deaf nature of what they're doing, the fact that they were going to try to celebrate getting into the back in the playoffs. But I think too, Russ was listened to and respected a little bit more than when the ego and the thing and the star and I'm a Super Bowl winning quarterback and now I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy. And I think that things just started to go a little bit into where that started to really push the teammates away. But I don't know for sure. Who knows? Who knows on that one, Garth? I appreciate you, though. Thank you for the donation. Kelly says, if Penix didn't have an ACL in the past, I'd be all in. Still adore him. I think he's very good, Kelly. Very good. Secret Asian dude, a great coach can chew your ass out and then give you a hug afterwards. Mutual respect and a family attitude. Tough love is needed. Nobody is smoking S in my house. Amen, Secret Asian dude. Agreed. I think there's got to be a little bit of that in a coach. I think just always being the friend, the buddy, the good guy. There's a time and place with especially some of these players that need a little bit of the heavy hand, I think, at times. The tough love needs to be applied. Basis, you're probably right, Brandon. Seahawks are not a good football team, haven't been for a while, but I'm willing to cut them some slack. The season is over, and they know that. Winning an NFL football game is hard. Players emotional. Yeah. I guess my question would be, why aren't players always smoking cigars then in all these locker rooms after all these games? Yeah. Maybe it's just a thing that's my problem, but just the way I feel about it. Lions Media, hey, good game, guys. I feel real bad for Michael Penix Jr. He really got banged up tonight in that game. Yeah, didn't play his best game on top of it, Lions Mania. But we had the chances, had our shots. DVD, think of it this way. And congrats to you guys, Lions Mania. Well played game. DVD, think of it this way. After a season-ending win, y'all remember all those times we let those running backs and wide receivers run by us, and then let our postseason hopes left our postseason hopes up to the Bears? Puff. Great year. What an awesome year. Yeah, exactly. Diego says, we are going to do all the right things just a moment away. Another classic Pete saying. Yeah. He says Legion of Boom was filled with Hall of Famers. Iron sharpens iron. Ain't no Hall of Famers in that locker room except B-Wags, and he ain't that cat no more. Yeah, I think even the guys that weren't the Hall of Famers, though, Huey, a Brandon Mabane, a Red Bryant, a Michael Robinson, I think, though, that even if you had the guys that weren't the best of the best in that locker room, were still guys that were all in the process, that had that commitment level in play. That it permeated all the way down from both the top end guys down to the low end guys. DVD, if Jaden Daniels doesn't perform well at the combine or decides not to participate, God, I wish we could land him and let him learn for a year before starting. Yeah, he's going to go out there and run a 4.55, 4.40, something like that, and that will be all she wrote. But it's possible, DVD. Pre-game Pete, we're ready to go. Post-game Pete, we couldn't get it going. That's right, Brandon. The Pete mantras. Frederick McGuy, if Daniels or Penix is available, would you want the team to take one to develop, or would you rather just bolster the interior of the offensive line? Daniels is a guy that I would take if he was to slide to us because he can overcome a porous offensive line and scramble around back there. Michael Penix doesn't have the same mobility, and I think Michael Penix, whoever drafts him, has to commit to building up an offensive line or already have a great offensive line in place. We would not be supplying Michael Penix that kind of offensive line, and thus would not be able to allow Michael Penix to really go out there and shine at the quarterback position. Jaden Daniels, on the other hand, I'd be with it. I don't think he is going to be available, though, Frederick, where we pick at that spot, unfortunately. I think Daniels goes top 5. I think Penix goes top 20. The Nuggets says Pete has vampire blood. He never ages. It just keeps going. There you go. Don Mata, do the Seahawks win another Super Bowl before 2035? Yes. 2 of them, Don. 2. Jason Schumacher says Pete's most used line is, "We will get it fixed." Yeah, he likes to say that too. Gar says going after the kicker is for guys who can't go after defensive tackle. No point in fighting in this world. Use your words, because there is always someone bigger. Amen. And that going after the kicker thing might have been one of the things almost at the top of the list that got more canned at that point. Kelly says the thing I loved about it was Devin Witherspoon knew he was in the wrong and figured it out. Didn't fight it. Bobby yanked him on the collar, laughing out loud. That's pretty funny. No Caleb Williams at 16. No chance of that. Prime J says Jim Harbaugh's too big for a team like Seattle. Maybe. DVD says cigar smoke actually does tend to smell quite good, almost like cloves in many cases. They're not anything like the smell of a cigarette, but not as good as pipe tobacco. Police says, why didn't Pete Carroll smoke a cigar with him? Jason, it's always darkest before the light. That's right. SJM says maybe we should put more focus on the DC. I don't know, SJM. It's kind of Pete Carroll's defense, man. You could flop out any kind of DCs you want. At the end of the day, it's his D. Gilbert says this is ridiculous and done right now for real space. Oh, you're speaking of space. Sorry. Please says, it's like I'm Pete Carroll. We reached the light, my brother. DVD, I always liked Sean Payton, but man, he pulled an absolute dick move, yelling and trying to embarrass Russ on the sideline like that. I think most players and retirees all thought the same. Yeah, I agree with that. I thought it was a low-end move on Payton's part. And a lot of it, I think, was kind of theatrics, DVD. He knew that there was going to be some blowback for releasing Russ, but if he can show that he's at his wit's end, that Russ can't get it done, and it shows it publicly, well, then maybe more people will sign up and be okay with the fact that Payton then moves off of Russ. So it was a little bit to me of a, he was setting this out from the start, I think, a bit. Z-Lord, wow, I went and watched a Netflix documentary with the wife and come back and you're still going, Brandon. Unmatched work ethic and Seahawks-centric creator space. Well, thank you, C-Lord. I love what I do, man. I love what I do. That is for sure. Noah Berman, thank you for the $10 donation. Noah says, how are you dealing with the Hawks fans arguing that we only lost to teams who made the playoffs, should have beaten LA and Dallas, and finished 11-7 in the playoffs as an excuse for running it back? Well, this is the part where, in taking a lot of period of time of waiting before I've kind of gone in on Carroll and gone in on this coaching staff, I have a lot of receipts that I get to bring up and mention. And what I've said here, Noah, is that I was at my wit's end 2 years ago when it came to Coach Carroll. He had used up the goodwill of the Super Bowls. He had shown that he was having a hard time updating and modernizing his defense and finding a second verse here for this beautiful Coach Carroll song in the Seattle. So I was at my wit's end. And then you have the whole Russell Wilson's thing. And then Russell wants his way out of town because he's fed up with the situation. And at that time I said, okay, I'm a little bit at my wit's end here with Carroll, but I'll give him 2 years. And in watching this team and looking at the details of this team, I was looking for specific things to improve with Carroll. Not caught up on as much the results, Noah, right? Because you can get yourself into an 11-win season in the playoffs and things can have broken right where you face a lot of backup quarterbacks. Your schedule was a little bit weaker. You're able to kind of slide your way into the playoffs. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're on the right track. What was going to speak to me about whether or not Coach Carroll was on the right track, Noah, was fitting to his words of 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he says at the Combine, we've been arrogant in our approach. We've been stuck in our ways. We've held on for the old for much too long. So he told you that time, I got to update. I said at that time, I'm at my wit's end, but here's what I'm going to do. I'll give you 2 years. 2 years. I'll give you 2 years. And all I want to see in this 2 years is this. Not that you go win a Super Bowl. That'd be great if it happens. Not that you get to the playoffs every year. That'd be great if it happens. What I want to see, Noah, is the updating on both sides of the ball. Take your football team from the late 1980s conceptualness that it operates within and bring it to a modernized approach on both sides of the football. The team has proceeded over the past 2 years, Noah, to not do that. They're offensively very much in the same place that they were in 2017, 18, and 19. Defensively, yeah, they've had some little changes here and there that they made, but they're basically, as a bottom line, as a big picture items, in the same place that they have been, right? Preventing the deep ball, lack of blitzing, getting dink and dunk to death, inability to stop the run. We just kind of go down the line on it a little bit with this one. So you can get caught up on the results, but to me, it's on the process of how you got to those results, because then that's what's going to determine future success. You luck your way into the playoffs, you luck your way through the season on a given year. That's not likely to replicate itself into the next given years. We have a 6-3 start, Noah, but look at that 6-3 start we had. I think it was the second or third easiest schedule in the league to begin off the year. And the second that it actually got somewhat challenging, we faded. We got broke. But you can look at both of those sides of the ball and see the lack of updating. And I go to that and I go, so we didn't win those 2 games, number one with LA and Dallas, Noah, right? We lost those games. So you can't count them as wins or say, well, we were close to winning, so I'm going to kind of count that as a win. It wasn't a win. Your record is definitely what it is. So that's what I would say to those fans on the surface of this. And number 2, you didn't update. So those things going into next year, the lack of updates on offense and defense is going to continue to persist. The issues on both sides of the ball this year are going to persist as they have persisted for the last 7 and 8 years. And you're not likely to luck back into a schedule that's just going to let you play backup quarterbacks in an easy schedule throughout, especially in this division where you got at least 4 games a year. You're going to be in every bit of the fight that you can take. So it wasn't results for me, Noah, that I was looking for. What I was looking for was coach to fix the biggest issues that were in his coaching game at that time, being that he was holding on with a death grip to his old schemes. Offensively, I wanted to hammer the A and the B gap. I don't like running outside. I don't like fly sweeps. I don't like pitch plays. I want to hammer into the A and the B gap, and I want to hammer into the A and B gap all day long. And offensively, I don't want to throw to the middle of the football field. Mike Salk asked Coach Carroll a couple weeks ago, hey, they said on the telecast, you throw outside the numbers more than any other team in the NFL. That was also the truth about us in 17, 18, 19, 20. Despite the fact you supposedly changed offenses. And Salk asked him, why do you do that? What's your reason, Coach Carroll? Did he get an answer? No. Coach Carroll didn't answer him. He said, we do what we do. So those changes haven't been implemented to me, Noah. That's what stands out. And that's what I was looking for these 2 years. Modernize your archaic approach on both sides of the football. Instead, what we've seen is a doubling back down to those old methodologies. You can find some little individual things you can kind of pick at that have been changes, but they're not big picture items. They're these little small, just slight adjustments of the knob, not a true lifting of the lever, I would say. So I can't sign up to it myself on that, Noah. The team's not trending in the right direction. It was a regression of a season across the board, and it was a doubling back down to old philosophies which have long proven to no longer work. And that would be my answer back to the folks that are saying that, Noah. I'm going to hear it a lot through this offseason. I am estimating already that I'm going to get in my share of battles on this. I made my intentions very clear at the start of this offseason in regards to this, which is that I have slowly arrived to where I've arrived here. But now that I have arrived here, I'm here. And I'm not moving off my spot. And if somebody wants, you can move me off my spot, but you're going to need to present to me an argument where you're not using smoke and mirrors to make Coach Carroll look good. You've got to give me tangibly things that we can operate off of for this optimism in Coach Carroll as we move forward, not to ask me to do it blindly. And what I'm asked to do here, Noah, a lot of times from these folks that are pro-Coach Carroll people is to essentially accept blindly that something that's been problematic for years is going to suddenly fix itself overnight this season. I don't buy it. I think that it takes more of a heavy-handed approach to get it fixed. One that I'm not sure Coach Carroll is willing to apply here. because it asks him to leave his base of philosophy so truly. It asks him to go into the new territory. It's asking him to be like Columbus sailing out into the Atlantic, not knowing where the next land's going to be at, thinking it's going to be within a couple hundred miles, but might just go on forever. So it's a bit feeling like that to me. Thank you, Noah. Very kind of you for the $10 donation. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Pete saying he's returning for 2024 is like the scene in Naked Gun where everyone put a palm to their forehead. That's a great scene. The sound effect was awesome in that. It's such a classic movie. How would you feel about the Giants defensive coordinator? Well, Wink Martindale is awesome. He's awesome because he kind of runs the fan style of defense. You know, if fans could run a defense, they would kind of run Wink Martindale's. It's one that is wild and free, and it's going to blitz from every direction, and it's going to run every kind of coverage at you, and you're going to get it all in a Wink Martindale defense. I will say with it though, I like more of a blitzing. I like to take us up from the rate where we've been at 24th. I don't know if the pathway is necessarily to take us all the way up into like the top 3. I think I'm just looking for more of a balance in the way that you use the blitz game. A way that the offense can't necessarily predict exactly what you're going to do. Martindale, kind of like Flores, will take it a little bit to the extreme, the blitz game, where he exposes a lot of things on his back end at that point. That much like with the predictable nature of a soft zone defense becomes predictable to the other offense, and then they're able to attack it. One reason why he's no longer with the Ravens when he did have a pretty good amount of success there with them. But I love blitzing schemes. I love a blitz heavy defensive coordinator who just rolls the dice and says, let's make it happen. But he might be a little bit too wild and free with me for that, Taker. Garth Knight, thank you for the another $5 donation from you, Knight Garth. Thank you for all your donations this evening. Rando, am I the only one who thinks Russ might be into guys? I always thought he married Sierra as a cover, like MJ tried to do with Elvis's daughter. I suppose anything is possible, Garth. We live in a world where there's a term called beards. But everything seems to indicate that Russ is a pretty, guy's pretty into chicks, into women. He seems to be kind of more into that realm. So that'd be pretty insane to hear that, indeed, that would be the case. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if I was to come to learn that was Russ's way. I think he likes girls. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Seinfeld episode. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Appreciate you, Garth, man, for all your support of the channel, brother. Well, we're not smoking like we're going to the damn Super Bowl. Shaking my head. Yeah. At least I don't think Sean Payton likes Russ now. Brian E., get used to it. The players coming out of Gen Z ain't the players we got in 2010-12. I'm starting to get used to it, Brian. It's taken me a while to, I've tried to be one of those people like, there's not the big difference in generations. I mean, really at the end of the day, we're all human beings and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, there does seem to be a little bit in the sense that I'm getting, and I've had people bring this up to me, of a bit of a lack of care that you sense from this generation of players. That the former generation of players had a sense of buy-in and love of the sport that seems to be missing from today's players. And that's unfortunate, but it very well could be the case, Brian. I can't argue against it necessarily, much as I would like to. DVD, I was happy we traded Russ, but his kind and calm nature does not match that of that type of coach. That was very public, and I think more embarrassing for Sean than Russ. Agree. I think it looks more worse I think Sean's trying to make Russ look worse, but he ends up looking worse on the other end of it. Wilbert, Brandon, be honest, do we get 16? I think we trade back off 16 to like 24, 25, and then take like a Cooper Bebe or a Graham Barton. Young to be, okay, B, we got our natty. I'm now allowing the Hawks to poach Harbaugh to bring us a Super Bowl in Seattle. GG's and a great season to Huskies. Nothing but respect. Go Blue and go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. And maybe we will. Who knows? Pretty cool. SJ, people think Russ is some kind of god, but he's not. He can and should be criticized for not doing his job. Yeah. It was just some of the public way that Peyton was doing it. He could have done a lot of that behind closed doors, but Don Mata, nobody. Pete Carroll, do we care about the first game? Players? No. Second game? No. Do we let Green Bay decide for us our last season? Yeah. Let's go. Wear them cigars, boys. Noah says, thank you, Brandon. I'm so fed up with this team. I definitely have myself in that state of mind a little bit too as well. I'm going to fight to try to remain balanced as I can this offseason, and I will try to find the points of positivity where they exist. But I'm also not going to craft and invent positivity or something that we should feel positive about when we should actually not be feeling that way. And you want to get me on board with you got a process in Carroll that can fix this, then you got to show me and explain to me how you're going to get that done. And not ask me to just blindly have faith that you'll figure it out. I've given the blind faith. I've given you blind faith for 7, 8 years. Blind faith is over with. And I don't think that that's a what have you done for me lately attitude. I think that is I've given this a lot of time. You got a lot more room on this one. Many other coaches would have been given throughout the league and other destinations. DVD with what Carroll is coming back next year is to try to help set Jody up for success due to her brother and for John. I feel like Pete does at least understand honor and returning favors. Jody will sell. Maybe. Don Modest says, what's our record next season, folks? With Pete, 9-8. Brace yourself for impact. DVD says, I'm starting to see Pete in a different light now, thanks to B. So much success in college at USC with a positive coaching. One Super Bowl win later, we can't admit he's too set in old ways. Kind of it for me, DVD. I've never been one of the people who have been trying to be ageist on Coach Carroll and that an older coach can't get it done. I think an older coach can get it done, but you have to always keep updating and modernizing your approach. You can't just lean on something that you used 30 years ago and go, yeah, that'll still work 30 years later exactly the same way. That's just not the way that the sport works. And it's a place where Carroll's let the sport pass him by in that respect, thinking that because he had such great success utilizing the old, that it will forever work. And that's just not the way it goes. Thank you, though. And Robert Sala's a very good defensive-minded coach, DVD. He's been handed a tough situation there with New York not having the quarterback to get it done. He got Wilson kind of foisted on him. Be more Seahawks. If Pete gets fired, are we going to have a party stream or are we going to take tribute for his time here? There'll be two different streams, Feed Me. I think there'll be a stream first that's a reaction to the firing and what it means and that there will be excitement within that. And then I think there'll be a stream that I would look to do that would be more of a representation of, and an appreciation for Coach Carroll and what he's done in his time here. So I would separate the segments out, but I think initially it would be hard to not contain the excitement. And yay, we're finally seeking to fix something that's long been standing as an issue. Basically, I really don't care about Russ, but for a grown man, that was very distasteful, embarrassing what Peyton did. It did. And it's just, when you're trying to control narratives, you do some things that are outside of yourself and you're not thinking probably clearly. And I think that's what Peyton was trying to do, was control a narrative. So here comes the theatrics, but it's a bad look for you as a coach. It was really unnecessary. You could have done all that behind closed doors and gotten to Russell at the end of the year and said, look, it's just not, it's not working. This ain't going to go. He says, Russ married Sierra because he thought he was ready for the big time spotlight. Even B can remember my comment about Russ's downfall starting with the courtside seats with Jay-Z and Beyonce. I do remember you said that. Yeah. And I think that is a part of what happened here with Russ is he just got, I think, distracted in other things. And he started to look at a lot of different other things outside of football. And it's hard enough to be a great football player on your own, just training all the time and being 100% in your process. You got so many of those other distractions. I just think it holds you back. Yeah, Josh Allen would have probably been a tough fit for Carol Huey. I agree. Yeah, I disagree with you on that, Huey. I think if you put this Russell on the team and with the pass protection where it's been the past couple of years, he doesn't get anywhere close to the amount of wins that Geno did. I don't think so. And I think that when you look at where the pass protection was at, especially this season, Russ maybe gets you to 5 wins. But I know that's a place you and I have been pretty big in disagreement in for quite a long time on our outlook on that one. Young says, coaching aside, we're going to need another 2 seasons at the very least at this point to rebuild this thing and become a serious threat. Agreed. Jordan says, I really do not get why people want to get rid of Geno when he was on a team-friendly deal and he can win when he has an O-line. They can block far more than 2 seconds. My opinion on this has been this, Jordan, is that in a lot of the debates and discussions I've got about with Geno, I in doing this for a couple of years with certain folks that I've gotten in long-time debates, their feeling is fixed when it comes to what they think about Geno. And it was fixed from the day one of him being announced as the starter. And there was nothing that Geno could do absent taking this team to a Super Bowl that was going to get anybody to move off of their spot with Geno, and it's confounded me. It's frustrated me a little bit because the man took a team-friendly deal this offseason. He's the 17th highest paid quarterback in this sport. He's got miserable pass protection for the past 2 seasons more often than not. He's got no run blocking in front of him. He's got an offensive coordinator with all of the imagination of a limp dick. And yet it's his fault if he doesn't do anything but go out and throw for 4,600 yards and 40 touchdowns. I seriously don't get it. Seriously don't get it. 5 comeback fourth quarter drives, which is a bit of the irony with this. And what probably drives me the most crazy with this is I get if we have a point where we knock heads and you have a point and I have a point and we have a couple of years later and I'm proven right. And then you don't come back and go, well, we had those long arguments and discussions and fight and you actually got proven right on this. And I'm speaking to somebody specifically right now in the chat where, you got to come back and give the props when the guy was right. When you're so thoroughly wrong and the guy predicts something's going to happen and he's so thoroughly right, you get 2 years down the line and you're still holding on the spot, yet I've been proven right on a lot of these different things. That's the part where I just feel like people have their opinion of Geno and they weren't going to take any new data into account. They thought of what they thought of him. People put people in a box. That's where they're at. And they're not going to let it go outside of it. But it's been absolutely ridiculous to me at some of the shades sometimes Geno gets on this stuff. With people, I go, man, I don't get it. I don't get it. League worst pass protection. 32nd in the league in running the football this year. An offensive system housed in your 26-27 process, which was an offense built around Russell Wilson. What in the name of God were we expecting Geno to do behind that? I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Look, if we have a debate 2 years back, I remember usernames. I remember discussions I had with people. If I have a debate with you 2 years back and I'm wrong on something, you come back, I'm going to own it and be like, well, you were right on that one. I was wrong. When I make specific predictions down the line and come back a year and a half later and you're like, yeah, I'm not going to acknowledge any of those things you're wrong. And I'm going to still double back down to what I thought and said before. Give me a break. People will hold on to a like, I don't hold on to anything I think. I will always say, like I say with every conversation, you guys can convince me either side. You're pro Carroll, you can convince me either side. I need a good rational argument built to bring me to that side, but you can bring me that side. I feel like sometimes people get like, I'm going to plant a flag in the ground on what I think about something, and there's nothing that will pull that flag up out of that ground or move it to a different spot. When it comes to Geno over the past 2 years, comeback player of the year award last year with 6 rookies starting across the board on that team. This season, with what he's had to deal with and go up against. Yeah, I don't know, man. Quarterback position's a very hard one for people to see, I think, sometimes in a clear fashion for what's going on. And there always seems to come back to this round of the guy's supposed to have a cape flowing out of his back and flying on high. And if he's not doing that, then he's not the guy. I think that's a ridiculous perspective myself. Alex says, if not Harbaugh, who would be our next head coach? Ben Johnson, Detroit Lions offensive coordinator. You could look at either of the 2 coordinators out there with the Baltimore Ravens, maybe a Kellen DeBoer. Young says, bring Ryan Neal back. They might just get him on a low-cost deal if you want, especially if you were to move on from Adams. Holy Hand Grenade. All right. See you tomorrow. Sounds good, Holy Hand Grenade. We'll be back for the B&B show tomorrow. Zorn76, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Zorn. Nobody in Washington is interested in stopping the run. Cheers and brew to the Huskies, anyone. Well, here, cheers to the Huskies on a very successful season. Most successful year since 1990, and hopefully one that can help prop up and push this college program into even higher heights as we go into the future. But yeah, this was not the year of stopping the run in the state of Washington. Tackling and stopping the run were 2 things that were not on the menu this year for either pro team or college teams, it would seem. But props to the Huskies, and thank you, Zorn76, for the $10 donation. Very, very kind of you on that. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Don Mata, I like Geno. I certainly think we can win with him and with different coaching. However, still would like a mobile quarterback. There are only the ones that defeat the Kyle Shanahan style offenses. Certainly have been the ones that have had the success against Shanahan teams, like you say, Shanahan defenses. And I'm okay with going and drafting the quarterback. I'm not precluded from going and taking the quarterback because I am kind of a benefactor of Geno in this respect. It's more of just trying to get folks to kind of put the 2 and 2 together, that the quarterback position does not operate separately from what the team. There is not 10 guys here and 1 guy here, and they're doing completely separate different things. He is reliant on the supporting cast around him, and every quarterback is reliant on the supporting cast around them, right? So it's the part that I just don't see sometimes people putting 2 to 2 together with Geno here in points that should be. Garth, thank you for the $10 donation and all of your donations tonight, man. You're awesome. Listen, I don't care if Russ digs guys. I'm just saying it's sad if he's had to pretend due to his faith and beyond. I'd always work if I was into dudes and couldn't explore without eternal damnation. Well, thank you for the $10 donation. He's got some children. I mean, he's gone pretty deep with the beard deal, if that was the case, Garth, down to having kids and all that. I mean, that's heavy. That's going hard down that lane if you're really intent on going that road and that route with it. But no, I don't care either. And I do think he's a happily married man and seems to be all good with that on that side of it, Garth. Thank you for the $10 donation. SJM, Kellen DeBoer, the Seahawks. I'd be open to it. Drew Lock equals Brett Favre. Geno equals Eli Manning. I mean, maybe. Sure. Well, B needs to take a week off of all this bad for his heart and blood pressure. I know. This offseason might be the death of me. just may. Jordan Locke will be a great quarterback to have. He just isn't a starter. No, he's not. Greg Universe, what makes J.J. McCarthy a bad quarterback? look good versus Washington, in my personal opinion. There are guys I will always acknowledge here, Greg, that there's always a quarterback that comes through every draft that I just have to be honest with, and I walk away from the tape and I go, I just don't get it. I could be wrong on it. I am not the grand poobah of all things scouting and quarterbacks and everything else. So, I certainly have there's a potential here that I'm just missing the boat with McCarthy. I didn't see him necessarily playing a particularly good game. I saw an offense that was heavily structured around protecting him and making the decision-making process pretty easy on him throughout this, which is also what has matched to what I've seen from him on the tape throughout the course of not just this year, but his time in Michigan. I don't see what NFL traits he has. I don't see an NFL arm. I don't see NFL upward mobility. I don't see upward NFL processing or throwing with anticipation. I don't see velocity or accuracy necessarily that stand out in his throwing ability. None of those are bad per se, but none of those are also in a spot that make me look at him as a prospect that should be looked at in the first 3 rounds. 4th, 5th round flyer on the guy? Okay. But I see a guy with an upside of being a backup in this league at best, and even that being more of a kind of a fringe outlook in my way of him. Young, are you and Brendan going to be doing one show a week during the offseason? We are. So we dial back into the offseason once a week. We'll be on Thursday nights. We'll be doing a Tuesday show this week, but as we go into the offseason here, it'll be Thursday night, once a week shows on the B&B show where we'll be covering some specific topics. DVD says, I know I'm kind of the one who got B fired up with to begin with. Not my intention, but we're both huge Seahawks fans and want to talk about what we'd like to see for the franchise to get that damn trophy. Yeah, I'm probably wound up a little bit today. I had a long day yesterday. I've been streaming for a bit today. I'm in my feelings a little bit, maybe. Huey says, to be honest, I hate to still be talking about Russ, but just can't let revisionist warp history. Goal line call wasn't Russ's fault, so not his fault. He threw the ball where it was supposed to go. Correct. I don't think I've ever said with that Huey that was on Russ or that was his fault or he was supposed to do something else. I've never said I thought he should have changed the play. So I'm sure you're referencing somebody else in the chat on that one. Yeah, I don't want to see revisionist history. I don't love talking about Russ, but I will say at the same point in time, I did tell you at the point in time 2 years ago, Huey, that when Russ went to Denver, he was only going to last there 2 years. You bristled a ton at me at that. You said that I'm crazy for that. You said he's going to be awesome there. You said last year when Sean Payton there that Sean Payton was going to fix it where Hackett sucked. There's also things in there though too where let's be honest about the recent past and our stances of things and what we said, and let's hold ourselves to account. I've been wrong about things, and then I own them. I said that I didn't think Stafford was going to be the Messiah with the Rams when he came in there. I said I don't see how this guy's going to bring you guys to the promised land. I was wrong. But that's the key. Have a take. Be right or wrong. You're proven wrong. Don't double back down on the wrongness. Go, okay, well, I was wrong on that. Got to relook at the scenario a little bit. Got to reevaluate Matt Stafford. Thought Brock Purdy was eventually going to get exposed. Hasn't been exposed. Got to reevaluate my outlook on that. Can't hold back on the old stance I had with it. Got to take in the new information and data, and then utilize that. Space says our defense needs to tighten up. It was truly terrible. It does. Yeah. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I want Russ to come out as gay in the next hour just to keep Brandon up for the next 48 hours, making it 120 hours awake overall. That would definitely light the world on fire if Russ came out and had that happen. That would definitely break Twitter for a night. I think if that was to happen, that'd be pretty crazy. But Garth, man, thank you for all your donations. You've dropped dozens over the last couple of days here on the channel. I really do appreciate you for all of that. Chris, I think secondary is a need this year. I think we need to get some new corners. Maybe. I think we feel good about Witherspoon, Chris. Trey Brown had a good year, had some issues at times with tackling, but he was pretty good in coverage. Woolen had some issues with tackling, but he was pretty good in coverage. Still have Kobe Bryant on the roster for wherever he kind of fits. But there are some good corners in this draft, and the team might look to try to pick one, especially in some of that magical realm that they've picked times before in that 4th, 5th round territory where they tend to find a lot of value in that area at that position. I do agree with Alex. I don't know if the corners are the main problems in the team, though. For me, Chris, it's more front seven and the offensive line that needs some fixing. Jordan says, to be fair, I do think Goff would have won a Super Bowl with that Rams team as well, but Stafford defensively definitely could make throws Goff can. Yeah, I think that McVay was looking for a guy that could take a little bit more over the top with some of those throws and make some things kind of happen on his own, not have to have McVay kind of do all of the heavy lifting for him from the quarterback position. And I think Goff is a fairly quality quarterback in this sport. But there was one throw that stood out, and somebody ran it this year, and it was such a great representation. I wish I had saved it, actually, because I show people, but where they showed a play that was the exact same play by the Rams and then the exact same play that was run this past year by Jared Goff with the Lions. And what you see on the play is Goff run the play on script, look to where he's got to make the throw, make the completion there. It's a plus good play. They show then Stafford in the Super Bowl against the Bengals running the same play. And on each of these two plays, you have a man breaking deep. And Goff doesn't look deep because the rules of the play tell him to go to the player underneath. He's going to do and fit to the script and what it tells him to do. What Stafford does, though, is even though he has that opening here, he notices he's got the free Cooper Kupp deep. So he throws it deep there. And that's where you get the difference. That's where you get really the keynote difference between a Goff and Stafford in what one's willing to do and what one is not willing to do as far as really pressing the issue, pressing the deal. Randy Roberts. I fought the we need change cries, new coach, coordinators, but I give in. Pete said we need to help our coaches more. After an entire season, they need the coaches' help. Sad view of the situation. I do believe right now, Randy, this is something that's going on as a new turn to this situation. There have been people that have been at their wits' end with Coach Carroll. There have been people like myself who've been like, well, I'll give it the 2 years. I'll give this a little bit more time to kind of breathe and see where it really lands at. And then there's been folks like you talk about in yourself, in kind of digging the heels in and trying to fight to go to that change, going, no, this isn't not necessarily the best part. And I think where the situation is starting to turn right now is many of those folks in the camp of yourself who have been the long supporters, who have been slow to come to the camp of saying, I've kind of reached the end of my line here with my outlook on Carroll, now find themselves kind of getting there. And I don't think that you're getting there lightly. I don't think that you're getting there easily. I think that there's a couple of things that are stacking up to get you to land there. And that's where I think that this starts to become so clear as to what the next step really does need to do when we get those slate of people who were real loyal in this process and their outlook of it, and with Coach Carroll starting to arrive in this stage of things of so many other people. And it's reached, to me, kind of a bit of a breaking point here, Randy, because of that. And I think that I think that the situation is a little sad right now. I do. You have a very talented team, but you have a sad situation. You got issues that plague this team and have been plaguing this team for years. And there is no light at the end of the tunnel right now as it stands. There really isn't. And the coach speak that you talk about, and that stuff just, it doesn't give you any confidence to thinking it's going to be fixed. You're hearing platitudes. You're hearing empty talk. You're not hearing about the tangible ways that you go out there and get this thing fixed. SJ says, how do you fire a coach who's been around forever and got to the playoffs all the time? I don't know. I don't know about got to the playoffs all the time. SJM, we're 1-5 in the last 7 years, which means there's years we're not getting in the playoffs and then we're not winning in the playoffs. So I think it would be pretty easy at this point. I think there's been a lot of other football situations where coaches are getting fired and let go, where other teams are not seemingly held up by this sentimental approach to the coaching hire or fire. And I think it's a sentimental approach that has us fit right now more than it is about where the coach is at as far as his coaching game and where that coaching game is headed. DVD says Woolen just needs to be put on waivers. He was coachable in his rookie year, but year two, forget it all. I think you could probably DVD get it. If it was that much pressing, you could probably trade and get something back for him as far as a return goes. Would be my guess if it did come to that. Garth is very kind, Greg. He's very kind. Alex says, defensive-wise, I would cut Jamal and Quandre and then build the team with the D-line back. We need pressure, just my opinion, though. We need that Nick Bosa, Mac Crosby, Myles Garrett factor. I'd love to get it, Alex. Love to get it, and I agree with your thoughts on that. I think you cut Quandre, you cut Jamal, you take those resources, you invest them into the line of scrimmage. Offensive line of scrimmage, defensive line of scrimmage, just get it in that line of scrimmage. Beef that thing up. Don Mata, Goff was in a Super Bowl, wasn't he? McVay also almost won a Super Bowl with a jellyfish. Shanny made it with a porn star. Coaching matters. Amen. That's right. Goff got in there. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, speaking of quarterbacks, have you looked at Cam Hart? I don't think I have. Let me take a look here. I've looked at about 15 corners, but no Cam Hart. If I got him on my list here. Yep, he's on my list. That's another Senior Bowl invite there, Greg. So I got him on there. Haven't gotten to him yet, but I will. Faux show. Huey says, I'll admit I was overly optimistic about Russ in Denver. My stance was Russ wasn't washed like fans were saying, and Seahawks problems were a Russ problem. I said they were a Pete problem. I was right. Well, I guess, yeah, and there's a little difference here, Huey, on what fans were saying and, of course, quote unquote, what we were getting into our discussions on this, right? So there was things at the time that I specifically pointed out to you with Russ that were issues, that weren't invented issues, that weren't Pete-related issues. Russ being able to play on time within an offense, Russ being able to play on script within an offense, Russ going through his progression reads, Russ being better in the pocket, in his movement in the pocket, rather than just looking for the escape hatch all the time. These were things that were valid critiques that you weren't necessarily giving me much room for. And if you're giving me room for it right now and you're giving me an acknowledge of it right now, it's the first time you've done so on this with come back in. I said at the time too with this, and I acknowledge to you that we're all sitting here making this argument of or debate is really raging about whether this is a Russ issue or a Pete problem when it comes to the Hawks. What's holding us back? What's keeping us from the promised land? And I said at the time that we're all making this debate about whether or not it's an either or. And really at the end of the day, honestly, it really comes down to it's both. It's probably both or possibly both. I said, not it is both, but I said it's possibly both. Let's learn and see and make the determine about whether or not that is. And like I said that time when I told you at that point, because it was so hard to determine what was the truth of the matter, the money you invest into Russ's drive to have the offense run in a certain set way that then does allow you to bring in modern principles. You had Carroll's defense within that was also stagnant. So I said, I'm going to take the 2 years to make my determination about where I stand with Carroll and where I lie with it. It's hard to pull one apart from the other, but all of the things I said about Russell Wilson were right on track. There was nothing out there that I overstated. There was nothing out there that I colored him in a wrong light. It was absolutely 100% accurate. And a little bit of your thinking on it and what you were telling me at the time was that he'll be able to play on script. He'll be able to play on time. He can play with a Sean Payton will show him to the right light. And that's where Russ is limited as a quarterback. Doesn't mean he can't have success, Huey, but the point of that time was he was limited as a QB. He wants to be this highest paid quarterback, and then he's got to have this whole offense built around him to maybe have success. And it doesn't work that way quite in the NFL. And there were, especially when you have those limitations he has, specifically being unable to play on script, on time. He's going to go to a different offense this offseason. It's going to have to be an offense that's custom made around the power run game and him doing play action under center and keeping him to a low volume passer and not asking him to play on script. And that's fine. He can find success with that. But that then does make him a limited quarterback. That then doesn't make him one of the best or a top 10 or even as good as Geno. You mentioned he's better than Geno. He could not have run this offense on script in the way that Geno's ran it over the past couple of years. That's not in Russ's bag. The game against Dallas, drive after drive from the 25-yard line in your own territory, drive after drive after drive. That wasn't Russ. That was never Russ. And I've given you that I think Russ was great in 16, 17, 18. I've acknowledged that to you because he was at the height of his powers from an athletic standpoint, so he could run around back there like a magician and spin out of things and pirouette out of stuff and go over here and do all that. The second he started to lose some of that athleticism and speed, the second he started to get a little bit extra thick, he couldn't lean back on that. He didn't have the stuff from the neck up. I mean, ask yourself, Huey, why is it Kirk Cousins was on point to have his best career season this year? He's had a lot of good seasons in the NFL, but you have Kirk Cousins this year. It was that same thing I talked to you about that time where what Russ was missing was that postgraduate degree. That place that those quarterbacks, when they turn 32, 33, 34, where they've seen every blitz, they've seen every coverage, they've seen every formation, you are not going to fool them. And they sometimes get that sort of like, wow, he found an extra level to his prime. He found an extra level of almost quasi-greatness to his game because he's mastered the game in that way from the neck up, even as he started to lose some of the physical ability from the neck down. Those were the things I was bringing up at the time, and I think I've been proven pretty correct, right on the point with it. I think I hit the bullseye on that one pretty good. And I did acknowledge at the time that wasn't giving Carroll the pass. I told you at the time, I'm going to watch him in the 2 years, and I have fit to my word. 2 years later, despite being in 9-8, like I told you at the time, not getting caught up on the results. How is the process? The process is broken. Not going to give him my support. And that's me changing the spot, move that spot, move with the new data you get. The new data here with Russell Wilson is not that just simply Russell has been, thrown into the trash by Denver and he just wasn't given the right, process here to make this happen. It's that his limitations as a player are coming back to haunt him and haunt him in a big way. And those limitations come from that postgraduate work that needed to be done, getting better on time, playing within the scope of the offense, throwing with anticipation. These were not ever parts of Russell's game that he really grew because he always had the athleticism to lean on and get out of trouble and whatnot. SJM, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Says, hey, you, man. I do love the debates, though, with you on this. I just want the props on that being right 2 years over. We came back at this last year. We came back at this 2 years. Kind of looking like the tip of the cap going, okay. On this one now, 2 years down the line, I got to kind of acknowledge, yep, you were kind of on that one. In this long-running debate we've had, you were more righter on that one. And I just don't quite get that general feeling from you in some of the comments on this. Randy, I thought, SW Lion, how big a hit does Penix and McCarthy take in the draft after tonight's performance? I think McCarthy's a 4th round and onwards guy, and where he'll be selected. I wouldn't be surprised to see him taken 6th or 7th round. I really wouldn't. With Penix, maybe a slight hit. He's not going top 10 now. I still think he's a 1st round quarterback. And I think that where this all gets parsed out at with Penix is the fact that the need outweighs the questions about his game, meaning that there's so many quarterback needy, hungry teams in this upcoming draft. He will get taken probably in the first 20 picks. Fleece says, I don't know why Pete Carroll is so obsessed with coaching. He keeps failing. Fleece the Mac, I like Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean's a great. I like what I like about him this year. Fleece the Mac is they actually moved him to outside corner this season, did Iowa. There's too much of last year moving him all over the place, and he was kind of a man without a position. You got to see him as a pure outside corner this season. He's got the twitchiness. He's got the juice. I really like a lot of what I see from him. Greg Universe, who do you think are the Super Bowl contenders other than the Niners and Ravens? I mean, those are my Super Bowl. Those are my picks right now, Greg. I'll give you as far as the 2 other contenders, I would say. The 2 other contenders I would say would probably be Dallas and Buffalo. I don't think the Chiefs have enough this year. Greg says, Brandon, Cam Hart, Senior Bowl is going to be interesting. 6'2", 200. Supposedly runs a 4.4 and used to be a wide receiver. Those are some nice metrics. Some very nice metrics. I'm stoked. I got a lot of corners here to look at. Malik Mustafa, Ennis Rakestraw. I've already looked at a good 14, 15, but this looks like a pretty deep cornerback class. Yui says, you were on the mark with your Russ criticism. I agree with you there. Russ plays a certain way. He was elite at what he did longer than Pete was elite at his job. Russ never had coaching like that. Fair, completely fair for you to put it that way, Yui. Completely fair for you to put it that way. And as I've said, that's where I wanted to try to be balanced with you on it, where not overstate my argument that somehow Russ was never a great quarterback. I truly do believe, as I've told you, 16 upwards through the first half of that season in 2020. There were years in there that he should have been in the MVP discussion. There were years there where he was elite. Absolutely. And I wouldn't take that away from him. I just felt like the eliteness went away the second that you added about 10 pounds to the belly, and then you lose a little bit of your natural athleticism with age, as happens to everybody. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate your football mind on this. It was just a long debate that I was interested to see how it played out, on that one between us with that. Place the Mac. Pete Carroll knows how Russell Wilson plays. He's been coaching him since 9 years, but that doesn't mean I want Russell back. I just don't like Wilson for talking about the fans. Fair enough. Alex Smith says, because why would they cut him for $39 million to allow him to play somewhere else for $1 million? Because they just don't trust him to be the QB. And Peyton's going to want an offense that can be run on script on time. And that's where those two didn't really ever line up. Russell's an off-script guy, improvisation. Peyton's a guy that I don't want improvisation. 1, 2, 3, go through your reads. Make the right pre-snap decision for the right post-snap determination. That's what Peyton wants. And that's just not Russ's game. But I also never thought, I never thought Peyton really ever signed up to that process truly. I never thought that he really ever did I think he was basically out on that situation from the jump. It was a bit almost like a sabotage to Wilson on that a bit. You haven't given me my props for being right on Pete. I'll give you my props right now, man. You were right on Pete. I'm sorry if I haven't on that. It hasn't come up in our discussions because sometimes we get so caught up on the quarterback position. I was right there. And I think the Seahawks would have been better served to keep Russ and get a new coach than where we are now. Yeah, see, that's where I certainly am not going to, I'll be with you on the Coach Carroll stuff. And like I said, I've arrived now here, Huey, and this is where I'm going to be this offseason, absent me seeing something that's a clear and righteous change coming in a major fashion to this football team. So it's where I'm going to be throughout this season now, as I've given that 2-year reset period, and that has expired. When it comes to keeping Russ here and a new coach, I'm not so sure on that. Let's also remember, Huey, with that you're going to have to pay him $55 million a year. That he was going to want to be paying, still wanting to continue to take a huge swath of that salary cap up. And as you know, with me in our discussions on this, I just don't think if you have a limited quarterback who then needs to have everything built around him, who then also wants to be nearly the highest paid quarterback in the sport, I don't know that there was a pathway to success going down that road either. I think you would have ended up light as an overall team at that point and trying to kind of chase your tail just a bit. But that's where I come back to my outlook on this, Huey, is that the answer at the time was not an either or. The answer at the time was, to me, both. But I will give you all the props in the world for being right on Carroll. You were right on Carroll in every way. And I got no issue giving you that acknowledgement on it, man. Don Mata, if Russ was a cerebral quarterback, he would still be here winning. Fact is, he never was. Left on his own. He was going to crash into his 30s and not gracefully land like Cousins or Geno for that matter. That's right. That's right. It's a little bit of, I think, what hurt Russ with athleticism and the escapability is he always kind of had a alternative route to get himself out of trouble. And so it never drove him down into going through the reads and being better pre-snap in what he was recognizing happening with the defense, right? It's just sort of, I'll make it up as I go along on the fly. And that works when you run 4-5 and you're very twitchy. It doesn't work, though, when you lose some of that down the road. DVD says, Russ absolutely threw the best deep ball. No discussion. Don't try. Starts don't lie. And we can look them up, but Russ isn't great. He's good and a bit of the buff. Agreed. I think throws one of the best, if not the best deep ball of all time. No doubt about that. Russ threw a tremendous deep ball, especially with how he could get the arc on it to get it to kind of drop in over the top, making it a bit of an easier catch then for the receiver on the other side of it. I would never take that away from Russ. And Russ had some great NFL skill, especially during his prime. His mobility and escapability is second to none, maybe in NFL history, in the pocket. And the deep ball, the moon shots, those are also very special. His toughness was part of what made Russell Wilson so special. There's a lot to his game that is good, even though I do pick some of the other parts of it apart. Lisa Mack, if I checked out Cameron Ward, I've checked out Cameron Ward, love Cameron Ward. 3rd round quarterback, he would be the guy that I'd be kind of circling right now is kind of an ideal guy to pick in the spot where he will be, to where then you can pick other positions for other more pressing positions in this draft. You can lean more into the value-based chart system of this draft by looking more 3rd round at that point for him. I wouldn't mind it. It's the Max says, I want Bo Nix. Bo Nix has been getting a lot of love in here today. A lot of love. Chris, JR401, I think we need pass rush this year. Re-sign Leonard Williams. Keep Uchenna. and then bring in all new people. Get a big dog on the outside and then draft that guy out of Illinois. I like your approach, Chris. Get the lines of scrimmage dealt with. Get the defensive line of scrimmage dealt with. You do have Jaron Reed coming back on a pretty cheap deal, Chris. So I think you can afford to still keep him on the roster even with the Leonard Williams signing. But Zerzan Newton out of Illinois, he's the best defensive tackle in this draft, I think, and probably by far. I don't think he's at the Jalen Carter level of last year, but he's still a really, really solid prospect. And if you want to take him, value would be nice there at 16 to be able to grab Newton, I think. You says if we would have moved on from Pete and kept Russ, we certainly would have given him an extension. He wouldn't have had to prove his worth to the new coach. If he didn't, we could move on from him. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely a way you could have gone with it. Remember, and there was a little bit of that risk at play where if you weren't going to sign him to that contract extension at that time, supposedly, according to Rodgers' agent and the call that was placed between him and Schneider, it was going to go up to $60 million a year the next year. So then he goes out and has that good year, and then he's asked to being paid the top paid quarterback in the sport. But fair. That's a fair point, Yui. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Garth, for that. It says Jake Heaps turned Russell into prime Jake Heaps. Heaps is a religious like Russ, and they are definitely both not gay. Thank you, Garth. Garth out here putting 2 and 2 together. Appreciate you for the $5. And yeah, if you're a quarterback coach that actually makes the quarterback worse, is that, you know? Alex, Brandon has an idea of how it can work with them, and so do I. But Sean Payton is blind to this fact. Pride and hubris, Alex. You know what I mean? I think it's a pride and hubris. If you're Sean Payton and you want to sign up to Russell there, then and you're going to give it a try for the year, then give it a try. Build the offense around what you know Russell does. And this whole like Russell throwing to the flat stuff, that's Sean Payton telling him to do that. That's not Russ. Russ barely threw to the flat when he was here in Seattle. That's Payton putting him into a box with the offense a little bit. But this is what it is. You got one of Payton to me as one of these kind of ego coaches. And what I mean by that is, I want the credit. I did this. I'm so brilliant. It was me. And so if you have a quarterback with improvisation, a quarterback playing off script, you don't get to take as much credit for that. You don't get as a coach, but yeah, it was my great calling. It's like, no, he got out of trouble and spun his way out of here and then made a brilliant throw down the football field. And so rather than maybe just kind of swallow the pride a little bit this year from Sean's perspective and say, let's try to make a true go at it. I'm going to work the power run game up front. I'm going to be rolling Russell Wilson out to the edges. Utilize what he does really well and really buy into it, not just partially kind of somewhat buy into it like he did. He said, I'm going to take the greatest hits, but then I want him to still do some of my stuff. That wasn't going to work. You had to buy into him, but he didn't do that, I don't think. I really don't. Greg Universe says, wow, did you see J.A. Morant is having season-ending surgery? Yikes. Tough couple of years, past years. Well, Isaac says, I'm glad you're here, Garth. Space says, after all the weight he lost, he can actually move. He can. Mobility came back this year a little bit. OD Death Metal, Russ was great when he ran the read option. After that, he was still good for a few years, then a steady decline. Yeah. And Alex Ruskin still play and run. I just think he has to have an offense fully suited to him. You don't come in with your playbook with Russ and say, okay, here's our playbook, Russ. You come in and you say, here's how we're going to look at what you do. We're going to craft this playbook around what you've done, what you do well. And that's how we're going to build this. And then for the love of God, get him some really great pass protection in addition to it. Structure it up that way. That way, merely, even beyond getting him sensational playmakers or sensational running back, get him a really, really great offensive line. I think he can get the most out of some lesser receivers. And take that approach with it, and I think Russ can find some success still. DVD Forever, hey B, can we take a look at the current mock drafts from different sites? I know it's before Combine, which I know we can make a difference. Can we take a look at the current mock drafts from 2 different sites? I know it's before the Combine, which I know we can make a difference. Anthony Richardson. Yeah, we can take a look at that a little bit here. We're about 6 hours in. I might do that on Wednesday. So let's angle that for Wednesday because we're going to be doing about 5 straight shows here from Sunday through Thursday here on the channel. So I've got the B&B show tomorrow. We got a Wednesday show around the PFF scores. But let me do that on, we'll do DVD. Let's shoot for that on Wednesday after we get the PFF scores out. Maybe we'll do a mock draft, and then we can take a look at some of the current mock drafts that are out there, because you'll see a few more of those probably come out this week now with all of the college playoffs having fully finished up. But I'm 6 hours in today. I've got to get some food here pretty soon. I can definitely feel the stomach starting to grind and grumble a little bit. SW says you would really be funny if Wilson came back here on a low contract, filled in an emergency contract, and led Seattle to another Super Bowl. Imagine that would make Denver feel. Well, this is what I was trying to say a couple of weeks ago, and everybody was taking it as me saying that I wanted Russell Wilson to come back. And what I was saying was I was really trying to build up the scenario that you just talked about, SW Line. So Russell leaves Denver, and there's what's called offset language. So what that means is that even though he is released and Denver is still paying him, that means that whatever another team pays him is that much less than Denver has to pay him. But then there's really nothing to be gained from Russell's standpoint at that point, going out there and getting even a moderate contract. Why ask the team to pay $5-6 million when it's all just going to be offset? And so he has the opportunity here to kind of go to any team and just sort of take a 1-year deal, 1-year, $2 million veteran minimum deal. And then you could free up that cap space in all those other places. For Geno, for instance, yeah, you have the $18 million of dead money, but you bring in Russ, you would have $11 million of freed up cap space under that scenario. So it's a little bit wild. It's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit outside the box. I was just saying it's a possibility. Huey says, had the Seahawks kept an elite O-line, dominating run game instead of wasting our draft picks, we could have gotten the most out of that elite quarterback. No one has ever treated an elite quarterback like that. Agreed. Yeah, if they were going to buy into spending the money on Russ, as I said to you at the time back a couple years ago, you should have just gone whole hog with it. If you didn't want to buy into Russ and you want to build the defense, instead, like this team often does, we end up splitting the difference. Rather than taking this lane or that lane, we just decide to ride right down the middle of the lane. DVD, don't know where the we came from with my combine statement. Oh, no worries. I understood what you meant. What's with all the Russ talk? He's gone. He's not coming back. He's just a guy at this point. Agreed. It's going to come up from time to time. Huey says the funny thing is the way Pete wants to play is exactly what works best for Russ. Run the ball, throw off play action, keep the game close, take big shots, and win at the end. Yeah, that's again part of what I was saying too. With is if Coach Carroll is going to completely from a cynicistic spot, but essentially Coach Carroll is going to change in his ways, especially on the offensive side of the ball, then just go get the QB that's going to operate his offense and all of its limited nature. Chris 401 says, thoughts on Dan Quinn for defensive coordinator and Dave Canales for offensive coordinator? Well, I mean, Chris, Dave Canales is already the offensive coordinator with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Quinn, the DC with Dallas. Those guys don't tend to make lateral moves, not just them, but any coordinators in general are not going to go from one situation to another in a lateral fashion unless they're being fired or they're quitting. So they had no chance of that happening. Joshua says Russ was not an elite quarterback. His limitations being a composed pocket passer are what make him a quarterback elite. I think elite quarterbacks can come in a lot of different sizes and shapes and ways in which they're elite. Well, Lamar Jackson went out and won an MVP a couple of years ago playing the position like a freaking running back. Elite can come in different ways. But I do think that he was elite for a couple-year period there. Chris says, I don't think the Seahawks will let Leonard Williams walk after trading a second-round pick. I don't think so either, Chris. I think he becomes the highest priority free agent. Alfredo Prieto, go blue. King Bomber teams are making moves. Hopefully at least something changes this offseason. God, I hope so. SJ, I don't like talking about Russ anymore. Who else agrees with me? It won't be a big topic to discussion on this channel. I promise you that. Alex, we should have got Chase Young with a third-round pick instead of Big Cat. Maybe. I don't know. I think the Big Cat kind of brought what you were hoping he was going to bring to play. Just the rest of the defense kind of fell apart. You certainly would have had some big holes in the defensive line if you went that road. All right, folks. Well, we are about 6.5 hours in. So coming off an 11-hour stream yesterday, my voice is pretty much tapped on out. I think we'll kind of put a bit of a button. If you got some last comments or just a few more questions here in the chat, go ahead and post those on through, and then we'll put a button on this. I want to say, if we can, please hit that like button for me. It helps me grow, helps me show up on the algorithm. We're also trying to get to 15,000 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed up right now, please do get subscribed up, as we're trying to get over that mountaintop here before February arrives, and we are marching ever so closer there. So you can help us get there. I would really appreciate it. OD Death Metal, I don't want to overpay for Williams just to validate the trade. I don't either, OD Death Metal. And a little bit of that happened with the Jamal Adams deal, where you had to make him the highest paid safety at that point to retain him and keep him in the house. You couldn't let him walk with all you'd given up. I hope they don't do the same with Williams. I don't want to be paying him a 3-year, $20 million a year deal. Let's keep it around, 12 to 14 million a year, 3-year deal. I think that would be pretty fair. Don Mata, I'm fine with Russ being back as long as 3/4 of the plays must be purposeful scramble plays. Must hire a kinder, harder. Sorry, my chat updated there. I think your message just got clipped there. DVDs is okay. Can't wait for Wednesday B. I want to discuss all the best players available in the mock, but also quarterback centric. Before Combine, of course. See you in 45 hours. Thanks again, B. Thank you, man. Appreciate the great discussion tonight, DVD, and always great. And yeah, we will be hitting it hard. You better believe I'm going to get a good 7-8 mock drafts put into play before we get to draft season. But Wednesday, we will be doing a final kind of season autopsy on the PFF scores, individual grades, positional grades. We'll be looking a little bit closer at that at the team of the time. And then let's do a look at some of the mock drafts out there that are going on at that time too. I think that'd be a good back-to-back kind of combo for Wednesday's show, and giving us a little bit of preview of this offseason. Alfredo Prieto, Gino was never the solution. We walked the facility. We walked the facility for a job at Lumen, and the building owners think the same. There might have been a word left out of there, Alfredo. We walked the facility for job at Lumen, and building owners think the same. I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry on that. Addison Shelby, well, Brandon, I hope you got some sleep last night after the stream. I was listening on my way back to California after the game down in AZ. Well, thank you for tuning on in all the way through there, Addison. And I did get a little bit of sleep, woke up today, popped it right back on, went back live. So we're definitely going to be running on fumes here a little bit. You caught me right at the end here today. But I appreciate you for hopping on in. He says Russ did suffer from Pete derangement syndrome and wasn't self-aware. He was fed up with a defensive head coach, but his style benefits from having a defensive head coach. Pittsburgh, for example. Good fit. Makes a lot of sense, him going up to Pittsburgh here, Yui, if that was his landing spot. And I agree with you. I think that is the best fit for Russ and his skill set and where he's at. And I think he could find some success in landing wherever that may be landing, Doesn't mean he's elite. Doesn't mean he's the greatest quarterback ever anymore. But it does mean that you can find some usability at him, and especially if it's on the flip side there, Yui, where you're getting from a veteran minimum deal. You're getting him at like $2-3 million because the Broncos are paying everything. Alexander says Pete's press conference was an absolute shit show. What a joke. Even shot down a question or two. Yeah, it's accountability doesn't really come from Coach Carroll on this stuff. You're going to get platitudes. You're going to get empty words. You're going to get things he says that doesn't really mean a whole hell of a lot. And it does get frustrating. It gets mighty, mighty frustrating. Don says, no matter what, go Hawks. Great discussion. Most intelligent fans in the game. Thank you, Don. I agree, man. My chat is awesome in that respect. You guys always keep me up on my toes here, and you always keep me thinking, laughing, and on it. Garth Knight says future is totally gay, by the way. Don. Oh, Garth. Don says B&B best in the game. Thank you, Don. He says, Garth, are you saying Sierra has a type? Oh, dude. That's funny. There's guys. See this? No? Women do have a type, man. Men do have a type. Women have a type. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? All right. We will wrap this up on that note. I want to put a big special thank you to Garth Knight for, man, all of your support the past couple days on the channel. You've been here with me for a couple years on this channel and that support. Thank you, man, for all your dono drops in here and everyone that was so kind on your guys' support in this channel over the last couple of days. It's been unbelievable, awesome as it always is. Thank you guys for the bottom of my heart, allowing me to be able to get this done and be able to, wake up on a Monday morning and go live. Not have to go sign up for a job at a desk, but I just get to go live and talk it up and chop it up with you guys. I love doing it. This is my favorite thing in the world to do. And I really thank you guys on that support that you guys bring here every single time I go live on this channel. So thank you so very much to you, Garth. You are amazing, brother. I hope you're having a great night. Thanks for keeping me laughing as well. And DVD, again, B, you're not going to offend or upset me simply because you have an opinion. No matter how passionate and fiery you get, nobody wanting what's best for us, fine with me. You weren't rude. I want to make sure on that DVD, there are times I can get snippy, and there are times where I don't want to have that be the way I come off to people, and I know it can happen, and sometimes I'm just getting hangry and I need a Snickers, but sometimes it's also me not being patient enough in my approach and making sure I'm really listening and hearing what people are saying and not just jumping to my guns, so to speak. I want to make sure I'm hearing people out, and I know there's a little bit of a tendency I have inside myself at times just to get pulled in that direction, which is not my intention. That's not how I want to be. I want it to be open here. I want to hear different opinions and be able to turn them over in the right way. Addison says, Pete's not going anywhere, unfortunately. He has a blank check to run this team in whatever direction he sees fit until he decides he's done coaching himself. If I was a betting man, Addison, if I had to put all on black, that would be my all on black. I don't think that there's going to be change. I don't think that Pete Carroll's feet's going to be held to the fire. I don't believe that the seat underneath him is particularly warm. I think that he's going to get to kind of write his own check here. And that's unfortunate because part of what Jody Allen's doing here is honoring the memory of Paul Allen. And if Paul Allen's intention at this point, I believe it would have been so to move on from Carroll, then that should be the way that Jody Allen honors that memory, even if it's hard for her to do so, even if that makes it more difficult for a sale of a team. If it's the proper decision, it's the proper decision. Yeah. Flag Sabbath says Sierra just likes to accessorize with her man. She does dress him. But there's a lot of husbands dressed by their wives. That's not an unusual thing. Don, the Hawks Nest. It's been fun. I must go now. Thank you, Brandon. All. See you again tomorrow morning. See you again tomorrow evening. Till then, go Huskies and go Seahawks. Hey, go Huskies, go Hawks, man. UGK, ask a Rams fan who Vince Ferragamo is. If they don't know, rip that jersey off their back. Vince Ferragamo, one of the great football names. Hell of a player. Garth says, give that cat some salmon. First thing I'm doing, Garth, after the show. She's getting some salmon treats. You better believe it. DVD says, convos are always open for me. Typos are what get in the way for most me. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, DV. I love the discussion. And no matter whether I agree or disagree, I always do love the discussion, whatever the perspective might be coming from. Don says, Paul Allen's truly the biggest loss in our franchise history. So sad he didn't get to pass the torch appropriately. It really is. The man did a great job. He deserves a statue in front of that stadium. I often have said it's winning here in Seattle has started with him, not Coach Carroll. It started with Paul Allen, him buying the team and him taking the steps that were needed, the hard steps that were needed to take this team and bring it into a contending state, to take it out of the rubble, to take it out of the dark ages, and to do what was needed, the hard moves that were needed in order to take us to the mountaintop. And his loss has been definitely felt in this organization over these past couple of years. He says, don't hold your breath, waiting for Pete to call Pete into the office and ask for his playbook. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. I will have an outlook on this, Huey, but I'm not holding my breath that it's going to happen. That's for sure. And Greg Kemp, I like me Cameron Kitchens. I think he's the best free safety in this class. Pure playmaker back there. And, for a defense, Greg, that's had a hard time in getting turnovers and getting interceptions on the other side of it, he's a guy that will help you with that. He's got ball skills and he's got some range. Addison says, I'm hoping the Lions can pull it off against LA this weekend. That might be the most embarrassing part of the season. The fact the Rams made the postseason over us, despite stripping down their team. Rams are sitting on $57 million of dead money hit this year, Addison, to your point, and how they've stripped that team down. And yet they have found a way to compete. They have found a way to get in the playoffs. They have found a way to maximize their roster to the utmost. how to advance the young guys along very quickly. There's a lot of pages from the Rams book that we could tear out and start to try to utilize ourselves or seek to utilize that remain an advantage that we don't try to bring into play. Greg Universe, thank you, man. I appreciate you watching. He says, we're adults, and that's why we can discuss. We're fans and 12s at the end of the day. That's right, DVD. At the end of the day, disagreement or not, I look at it like we're a brotherhood. We got our sisters as well in there, and we are all part of the same family. And in family, you have disagreement, and family, you sometimes have fight. But at the end of the day, I do consider it family. I do. And that's my outlook on it. The Commanders can keep Ron after they bought the team. Why can't we do that? The Commanders kept Ron Rivera. After they bought the team, why can't we do that? Yeah, you can do that totally, feed me. I think that there's just a likelihood, maybe sometimes coaches would feel this way if there was a pending sale, that I can come in there and the new owner's just going to want to go to his new guy, even if I am being somewhat successful. But like you say, if you are a good coach and you do a good job, I don't think that there's going to be an owner that's chomping at the bit to move off of that. I just think sometimes coaches get a little bit sketchy with that type of stuff. He says, hope the Seahawks go Lions route and draft only offense and defensive linemen. Me as well, man. I would be overjoyed if they went that route. SJ says every NFL wife should wear a bodysuit. How about Jake Browning's girlfriend? Whew. That was a hell of an outfit she wore. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing out there. She woke up that morning and knew she was going to create a thirst trap. She knew. Well, I guess, guys, I appreciate you guys watching today on the show. Thank you to all the support from the channel. Please hit that like button if you could for me as well. I want to thank the sponsor of this show one more time on our way out the door here. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this football season. You can use my code right now, NEST, and then click that at the top of the link in the description below, and that will take you to the Underdog Fantasy site. When you sign up with them and you deposit up to $100 on your first deposit, they will match you up to 100% of that first $100 on your first deposit. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you, and you support the channel at the same time. That's a win-win-win. And hey, what happens if you also win some money on top of that? That's a win-win-win-win. So utilize that fantasy code today. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year, as they've been so kind to do so. Click the link below in the description section, or just use that code. Some great ongoing contests. You can still get in on the playoff action, baseball, basketball, football, year-round. The Underdog Fantasy app is going, and you can utilize it now. So thank you to them for sponsoring the show, as they have. Huey says, or Addison says, Julian Love lashed out at the Seahawks reporter Greg Bell for asking Carroll about the cigar celebration. Love defended the celebration, citing that they were simply celebrating the birth of his child. Something doesn't add up there, if you ask me. It doesn't add up to me either. The birth of the child thing didn't come out until there was blowback about the cigars. Coach Carroll referenced, I believe, in his press conference, in his interview on Monday, that they were actually had brought the cigars to celebrate what was going to be maybe getting into the playoffs if the Packers lost. So was it the baby? Was it getting into the playoffs? Was it just maybe the wrong move? Yeah. And Garth, you be well as well, man. I appreciate you, brother. All you do for this channel has been amazing, and your support, I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. Orange Cat gets a little pet from you. Garth says, Garth's giving you some love. You ready to go get some salmon treats? You ready for some salmon? You're about ready for some salmon, aren't you? All right, let's get you some salmon. Let's go make it happen. DVD Forever, thank you, man. Appreciate you. You appreciate the discussion as ever, brother. Hope you have a great night. Feed me more Seahawks. Browning Riz. He's got some good Riz, that Browning does. He's obviously a talker, that guy. You know what I mean? He's a talker. SGM, anyone know what was in Paul Allen's will? Not the particulars, SGM. Just that they've got to liquidate everything. Everything must go. Everything must go. Appreciate you, DVD. Appreciate you, Garth. Appreciate you, Greg. Brandon, I like Cameron Kitchens because of the range, hits, INTs, hits, and he can blitz while playing the coverage Hawks like. Yep. Well said, Greg. I think he might have some of the best ball skills of any safety in this draft, and maybe even in recent drafts in that respect of things. Addison said it was definitely the wrong move, without a doubt. Very bad look. I think it's a display of some of the undisciplined behavior that we've seen from this team on the field all season long. I do as well, Addison. I think the picture can tell 1,000 words, and that's definitely the case on this one. And I don't think that it's something that can be just swept under the rug there. It speaks to kind of something that's a bigger problem and issue at play. And sometimes you get little signs of that coming out of an organization in this manner. And we've had some other signs of this throughout the course of the season, haven't we? Keep it a buck. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, answering that call to the wild. You can do so as well. We're trying to get to 15,000 subscribers, so please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You can help me get up over that mark as we are so very close to 15,000 subs. I thank you guys for everything. Feed More Seahawks, what's your thoughts on Jackson Smith and Jigba going into next season, Jake Bobo? I like Jake Bobo and Jackson Smith going into next season. I think both can kind of at times be utilized a little bit on the outside. I don't know if they're both 24/7 guys on the outside. And this will be the last question here for this, so we'll keep the questions down at this point because I definitely got to sign off. We're nearly 7 hours into the stream. You guys would have me go, I swear to God, till 7 in the morning sometimes. They're both going to be utilized infrequently inside into the slot. It'll be a bit of a mix there, Feed Me. You're not going to have any of those guys, I don't think, taking over 24/7 as outside receivers. They can do it a little bit, but I don't think they can do it 24/7. This is what opens the door to bringing back Tyler Lockett and then having the mix between these four, right? Maybe Lockett doesn't get as many snaps as he had in the past, but still finds a role, still finds some utilization, still finds some success. And so did those other guys around with it as they continue to develop and grow. So I think he probably gets around more closer to 1,000 yards next season does Jackson. Bobo probably gets used a little bit more as we go forward as well. But I don't know if either is ready to necessarily step up and take over purely the number 2 wide receiver role from Tyler Lockett. DVD, Paul have 99% Jody. They were very close, and he trusted her to make the right decisions on his behalf so far. Right choice. Yeah, I think she will do good. We'll learn a lot about her this offseason, too, on what she's willing to do and not do. I appreciate you, Addison. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for all your support as a member of the channel as well. You're awesome for doing so. Well, the Huskies were not able to take the championship here, the national title game, as they did once 30 years ago in 1990. But it was a hell of a ride, a hell of a season from this Washington crew that was full of a lot of magic. They just ran out of magic. Nothing left in the box today against this Michigan team that just kind of was able to take it to them, especially up at the line of scrimmage, and really control things from that manner. Hopefully this Washington program can turn this loss and this season forward to helping to continue to elevate this program to maybe find itself back at heights it hasn't seen back again since 30 years. There's a lot to work with here, and Kalen DeBoer has done a hell of a job over the past 2 years. I will be back tomorrow with the B&B show with Seahawks Brandon Nelson as we chop up this final game of the season and look at it in this year and this team and where they're at. We'll be back on Wednesday with a little bit of a PFF breakdown on these players, and then Thursday one more time for another show. So still a lot lined up this upcoming week. I thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys watching. It was a up and down year, but it has been a tremendous experience being able to experience it with you. So I thank you for that. I thank you for all your guys' support. We'll keep it going throughout this off season. And even after a season like this where you don't get in the playoffs, I hope my fellow Hawk fans still do remember. I hope you do not ever forget. Go Hawks.